Don't miss the awesome Naruto stories my sister creates. Her last channel was hacked, so to stay in the loop, please subscribe to her new channel. It would mean a lot to her, and you won't regret it. Dear Naruto Lemon fans, I'm inviting all of you to my Boosty channel. You know that YouTube doesn't exactly approve of this kind of content, so please subscribe to my paid subscription and enjoy Naruto Lemon scenes comfortably. There are different subscription tiers from Mini Lemon to God Lemon. Those who buy the Over Naruto Lemon and God Naruto Lemon, I'll mentions in the videos. Dare. In a dark alley, a boy of about 9 years old was lying on the ground. He had wheat-colored hair and blue eyes. On his face there were 3 mustaches on each cheek. He was wearing old shorts and a t-shirt. In his chest there was a hole from a tanto. He was barely breathing and remained conscious, and around him stood 4 men in chunin vests. What is all this for? What have I done to these residents? These were the boy's thoughts. But really, why was this particular boy pierced with a tanto and left to die? The thing is that the boy is an orphan. Well, you tell me, an orphan is an orphan, why kill him right away? But there is another reason. The guy is the Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed demon fox who destroyed Konoha 9 years ago and killed the 4th Hokage and his wife, as well as many other residents, including shinobi. Therefore, almost all the residents hated the new Jinchuriki, who was Naruto Uzumaki, the same boy who is now slowly dying. At first, it did not come to this, just insults and looks full of hatred, but when Naruto entered the academy, complete hell began. Not only did the teachers lower the child's grades, but they also humiliated him in front of the entire class. The boy was scared. He was afraid that the residents could move to active actions. And they moved. Today, October 10th, is Uzumaki Naruto's birthday and the day of victory over the Kyuubi. And it was just a terrible day. At first, the boy began to be insulted much more than before. They threw stones, bottles, and in the evening, when the boy was walking home, they pushed him into an alley and began to beat him brutally. They beat him to glory, with hands, feet, sticks and stones. They hit him on the head, stomach, arms and legs, and the boy endured and did not even utter a sound. Suddenly, one of the men took Uzumaki by the throat and once again stuck a tanto into the boy's chest. There is no place in this world for someone like you. The chunin spat out the words and let the boy go, and the whole gang left laughing loudly. The boy had already lost consciousness and closed his eyes. Naruto's subconscious. The boy found himself in an incomprehensible place. He felt like he was lying in water, but his clothes were dry. He got up and saw bare walls and only in the distance he saw golden bars. The boy went to the bars and passed through them. There he saw only a huge fox with 9 tails who looked closely at the boy with his red eyes with animal pupils. The boy did not utter a word, but simply went up to the fox and fell into its soft fur and gave free rein to tears. He buried himself in the fox's skin and roared. He gave free rein to his feelings and could not calm them down. Kyuubi was not even surprised, but simply hugged him with his tail and allowed the boy to calm down. While the boy cried, Kyuubi treated his wounds and kept the child alive. The fox was ashamed, because it was because of him that the boy was so hated. Because of him Naruto did not have the protection of parents, because he attacked the village and killed his parents. Yes, not of his own free will, but still killed. And from that day on he decided that he would give the boy his care, he would become his best friend, he would become his family. It would be good if he could talk to his parents and they would pass on their knowledge to him, and then Kyuubi remembered that Minato had sealed in his son not only Kyuubi himself, but also his and Kushina's chakra, but they would only appear if something bad happened to the seal. But he was not going to force Naruto. You can of course try to summon these to yourself. You just need to pour enough chakra into the seal. The main thing is that the boy does not suffer. Kyuubi began to pour his chakra into the seal slowly, and after 5 minutes, silhouettes of a man and a woman began to appear near the fox. When they completely appeared, the fox saw a tall man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He was wearing a white cloak with the inscription, 4th Hokage. A woman with fiery red hair and purple eyes stood nearby. "Where is Naruto, Kyubi?" Minato asked, looking around. The fox just chuckled and raised his tail. Where the boy was crying, burying his face in the fox's fur. "Naruto!" Kushina called him. The boy suddenly stopped crying and looked at the woman. She ran up to him and sat on her knees and hugged Naruto. "Oh, my God, my son, what happened to you?" the girl asked, seeing her son's condition. "Mom?" Naruto asked quietly. "Yes, Masuko," Japanese, translated as, "Son, I am your mother," Kushina replied. Masuko from Japanese, translated as, "Son," beta note. Naruto cried even harder and grabbed the girl with a dead hug and buried his face in her shoulder and shed tears. Minato came up to them and sat on one knee and hugged them. They sat and hugged while Naruto cried. After a long hug, Minato looked at Kyubi. "Don't look at me like that, Minato, it's because of me that he's hated so much. I wanted to at least somehow atone for my guilt," said the demon fox. "Do you think I'll believe you, Kyubi?" Minato narrowed his eyes. "Do you want to see what the people of your village did to him?" asked Kyubi. "What do you mean?" Minato asked. Kyubi showed Minato Naruto's life in the village, the constant insults and bullying. And of course he showed the last incident because of which Kyubi called Minato and Kushina. "Now do you understand, Namikaze, what were you protecting?" "I don't think you wanted your son to live like this," the fox said. Minato clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white and his nails dug into his palm, while Kushina also saw these memories and hugged her son tighter. "What do you need this for?" asked Kushina. "I told you, it was because of me that he didn't receive your love, it was because of me that all this happened, I did it for him, not for myself," he simply said. "Are you serious?" the woman was surprised. "I am always serious, Kushina, your son is strong in spirit. If you pass on your skills and memories of techniques, fighting styles, and all your knowledge to him, coupled with his perseverance and willpower, he will become a great shinobi, and I will help him," said Kyubi. "I didn't expect this from you," Minato smiled. "I'm not just a clod of chakra and hatred, fourth, I also have feelings and a soul," he simply said. "Ka-san, Mom, Tu-san, Dad, tell me how you met," Naruto asked. So several hours passed. Minato and Kushina told Naruto a lot, and Kyubi sometimes added to the story and sometimes joked. And Naruto admired that such great people were his parents. He was proud of his parents and his heritage. "Naruto, please forgive us that you have such a life, I didn't think that everything would happen like this." Minato apologized. "It's okay, Tu-san, it's not your fault, because you couldn't have known that this would happen. I don't blame you. I decided that I will become the new Hokage and prove to everyone that I am the legacy of the Yellow Lightning of Konoha," Naruto firmly stated. "I believe, son, and so that you can achieve your goal, we will give you our knowledge, use it wisely," Kushina said and kissed Naruto on the forehead. Minato poked the boy's forehead with 2 fingers, the index and middle, which were connected together. After these actions, the boy's head hurt, but it quickly passed. He looked at his parents and saw that they began to disappear. "It looks like it's time for us to say goodbye," Minato smiled sadly. "Ka-san, Tu-san," he looked at them. Kushina walked up to Naruto and hugged him. "I'm sorry, Naruto, that we can't be together. Know that we love you very much and waited for you so much and couldn't wait for you to be born. Wash yourself every day, eat healthy food, find true friends, and a girl like me. I love you, son." Kushina also cried along with her son. Minato also came up and put his hand on his son's head. "Naruto, if you meet Jiraiya, ask to become his student, he can teach you a lot. I believe in you, son, you will become a worthy shinobi. I would say something else, but your mother is such a chatterbox that I have nothing to say." Minato smiled. They hugged until Naruto felt like he was hugging air. And opening his eyes he saw golden particles that disappeared a second later. "I'll do my best not to embarrass you," Naruto whispered and clenched his fists. Naruto turned around and looked at the fox who was looking at him. "Will you help me, Kyubi-san?" the boy asked. "Let's do without these suffixes and be on first-name terms, and by the way, my name is Kurama, and yes, I will help you," the fox nodded. "Nice to meet you, Kurama. I am Naruto Namikaze Uzumaki, and I will become the strongest shinobi worthy of my parents." Naruto smiled from ear to ear. The fox smiled too and they both laughed. The real world. The next day. Naruto woke up from the strong rays of the sun that broke through the window, and the nasty smell of medicine hit his nose. He realized that he was in a hospital. "You finally woke up," Naruto heard a voice. Looking to the left, he saw a man with white hair, a mask covering half his face and a forehead protector that covered his left eye. He was wearing a jounin vest. "Who are you?" Naruto asked. "Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Kakashi Hatake. I found you in an alley in a pool of blood yesterday and brought you here. How are you feeling?" he asked, putting the book away. "Kakashi? But he's my dad's student." Naruto thought, and then decided to answer. "Everything's fine, thanks for saving me." "You're welcome. What's your name?" Hatake asked. "Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you," the boy said. "I'm glad to see you too, get well then, and I have to go." Kakashi smiled with his eyes and left. "Naruto, your body has already fully recovered, so it's best for us to leave now," Kurama said in Naruto's head. Naruto nodded and began to change his clothes, only his clothes became even worse, many holes from wounds and blood stains. "What should I do now? I don't even have money to buy new clothes," Naruto thought. "There is one option, we will find your parents' house. But how are we going to get in? I don't even have the keys," Naruto asked in his thoughts. "Kushina was a master of Fuinjutsu, so your house is not locked with a key, but with a seal, and the house is surrounded by a barrier. It will let you through since you are an Uzumaki, and Kushina's son, so don't worry," he simply said. Naruto nodded and jumped out the window and ran in the direction Kurama said. 10 minutes later Naruto ran to a large red house with a beautiful garden and a personal training ground. "Well, God bless you," Naruto said, looking around and pushing the gate. The barrier did not interfere and let the young Uzumaki through. "Great, now we can safely enter the house," Kurama said. Naruto nodded and pushed the door into the house. It opened quietly and Kushina's son entered the house. Everything in the house was perfectly clean, despite the fact that no one had come here for 9 years. As Kurama explained, there was fuin on almost everything here and that's why this house is so clean. Minato and Kushina kept money and jewelry in the basement. There you will also find your father's armory. There should be what your father mastered to perfection, and believe me, he mastered all weapons just perfectly," said the fox. Naruto nodded and began to look for the door to the basement. The house was very large. While Naruto was looking for the right door he managed to count several rooms. Finally finding the right door Naruto went down to the basement and there were 2 more doors. Opening the one on the left, he saw a library. There were many scrolls and books, and there were also safes. "We'll come here later, go through the second door," Kurama said. Naruto did so. Entering the second room he saw many weapons, katanas, tantos, even nunchucks, but what surprised him most was the scythe that was hanging on the wall. "My father wielded a scythe?" Naruto asked as he examined it. "Yes, but he didn't want to carry her on his back, so he preferred kunai," Kurama replied. Naruto took the scythe from the wall and twirled it in his hands. It was so light that even such an ordinary, physically weak Naruto was able to lift it and calmly twirl it in his hands. I know what I want, Uzumaki smiled. Do you want to master the scythe? Kurama asked. Yes, since my father owned it, then he must have scrolls with its use. Naruto concluded. He's most likely in the library, Kurama said. Naruto nodded and hung the scythe back on the wall for now. He also noticed some boxes and opened one of them. The box was full of three-bladed kunai with yellow handles. These are your father's kunai, but without the seal of Minato's curse technique. There are 6 boxes filled to the brim with kunai. This should last for a long time. Kurama prompted. Naruto smiled and closed the drawer. Next he saw an armor rack, and on it hung an orange cloak with the kanji 4 Prince on the back, and the hem of the cloak was decorated with tongues of black flame. It had short sleeves also decorated like the hem. This cloak Kushina knitted you when she found out she was pregnant. She wanted to give it to you for decades, that is, today, said Kurama. Naruto took the cloak off the rack and put it on. There was a funny mirror on the wall and he looked into it. The cloak fit him like a glove, although on the rack it seemed a little bigger. Kushina put a lot of seals on it. It keeps you warm in the winter, doesn't get wet in the rain and always fits you, Kurama explained. Naruto smiled sadly, and took off his cloak and hung it up again. He decided that he would wear it when he became a genin. In the meantime, he decided to take some money and buy some clothes. Fortunately he knew a good store where almost everything was sold, and the owner of this store always treated Naruto well, and sometimes even gave a small discount. Naruto, you and I have 3 years before you graduate from the academy. During this time you should become stronger than before, so after you buy clothes, we will return here and you will sit down to study the scrolls from the library. Since your chakra has been awakened since birth and flows through the chakra channels, it will be easier for you to control it, and in a year we will raise your control, and then we will sit down to study the techniques. Kurama said. I understand, now my new life will begin. Uzumaki smiled. After 3 years. 3 years have passed since Naruto learned the truth. As Kurama said, the first year was theory, studying scrolls and books. Naruto's parents' library was easy for the latter. He was not a stupid child, and inherited his father's genius and curiosity. From his mother, he inherited his character. The Uzumaki were very energetic and could rarely sit in one place. They also had an explosive character, but Naruto was not a gift, but he could control himself and continue to sit all day in the library. Also, thanks to his genes, he rose in the study of Fuinjutsu, not as much as his mother, of course, who can literally destroy Konoha with one seal, but also good. After a year of studying scrolls and books, Kurama finally allowed him to train with chakra. They also trained in physical training during breaks from books. Therefore, at 11, Naruto had a good physique. Along with chakra, Naruto began to study kenjutsu with a scythe. He was obsessed with the idea of becoming a master of kenjutsu with this particular weapon. He himself did not understand why he was so drawn to this type of weapon, but he just liked it, and the boy had talent, and the scythe literally danced like a deadly tanto in the boy's hands after 6 months of training, even though the scythe was twice as tall as Uzumaki. He also figured out how to carry it with him without attracting general attention. He simply learned the sealing technique and put the seal on his palm. Now, if necessary, he can pour chakra into the seal in a split second and get his weapon, and in training he honed this skill at the reflex level. He also began to study techniques. He had only one element, lightning, but he was not upset. He only noted that now he can go deeper into the study of this element and not waste time and energy on studying other elements. Fortunately, there were many elemental techniques in the library and Naruto began to study them. But most of all he paid attention to Rasengan and Hiraishin since these are his father's signature techniques. And Rasengan no one can learn at all due to the lack of instructions, but Minato wrote everything down on a separate scroll and put it in the home library, although the third Hokage repeatedly asked Minato to add it to the Hokage scroll where the techniques of the previous Hokage were stored. Naruto took 2 weeks to study Rasengan, and Hiraishin took much more time. He studied this technique for almost a year and a half. half a year was spent only on the seal itself, since Minato's seals simply do not fit, and only after half a year when he was able to create his seal, which meant love and family. Then he applied these seals to the kunai that were in his father's armory and began to train the technique itself. And before graduating from the academy, he could teleport about 10 kilometers, which is not bad, although Minato could teleport far more than 150 kilometers, or even more. Now Naruto is sitting at his desk and writing an exam. If it weren't for the library where he sometimes fell asleep with a book in his hands, he wouldn't have passed this exam, but now he calmly wrote everything and, having passed it, went to the training ground. Half an hour later the others arrived and the sparring began. The level was not bad for future genin, but still weak. Naruto Uzumaki vs Sasuke Uchiha, Iruka announced. The named stood opposite each other and made a seal of concentration. Let's start. Sasuke immediately jumped up and wanted to kick him in the head, but Naruto put his hand out and blocked the blow. With his other hand Naruto grabbed our Uchiha and did a sweep, but Sasuke managed to get up and attacked again. They exchanged blows for a little more than 5 minutes, until Naruto dove under Uchiha and hit him in the chest with his palm, thereby putting an immobilization seal. Having made a concentration seal, Uchiha was unable to move. "We're done, this seal won't let him move," Naruto said. Winner Naruto Uzumaki. Many girls from the class began to complain that it was unfair and so on, but Iruka was one of the few people in the village who did not hate Naruto, but on the contrary supported him, so he stopped the beginning protests and told everyone to go to the classroom. There he called the students one by one and asked them to show basic techniques, illusionary clones, replacement and transformations. Half of them passed the techniques and received their headbands. "Naruto, show me the illusionary clones," Iruka said. Naruto nodded and made a cross seal and a shadow clone appeared next to him. Naruto thought that there was no point in showing illusionary clones when he could use shadow ones. "Not bad, Naruto, here's your headband, tomorrow at 9 the distribution is, don't be late." Having said that, Iruka handed over a blue headband. Naruto took it and smiling walked down the street, or rather to the Hokage. The day came when he became a genin and has full rights to his parents' inheritance. At home in the safe he found his parents' will, which was made when the parents just found out that they would have a child. Minato and Kushina bequeathed Naruto a house, a large sum of money in the bank, and Kushina also stated that in the event of the girl's death, Naruto Uzumaki upon reaching the rank of genin becomes the rightful prince of the Uzumaki clan, and upon reaching the rank of jounin becomes its head. It was immediately after the exam that Naruto decided to tell the old man third that he knows everything and he wants to take his inheritance. He entered the Hokage's office and saw an old man sitting at the table and sorting through papers. "Hello, Naruto, did you want something? And by the way, congratulations on becoming a genin." The old man smiled, seeing the bandage on Naruto's head. "Yes, Hokage-sama, there is something I wanted to discuss, but I want to do it in private," Naruto said. "We're alone already, Naruto," Hiruzen said. "I can sense the chakra of your guards, so can you please tell them to leave you for a while?" Naruto asked. Hiruzen looked at Naruto for a long time, and then nodded. And Naruto felt the Anbu disappear. "So what did you want, Naruto?" "Read this document and you will understand," Uzumaki said, placing his parents' will on the table, with Minato's signature as Hokage. Hiruzen studied the document for a long time and his eyes widened in surprise. Carefully putting the document on the edge of the table, Hiruzen looked at Naruto. "So you know," the Hokage said. "I know, old man, and I can't understand why you hid this from me," Naruto said and sat down opposite the Hokage. "Your father had many enemies, and so at the clan council it was decided not to tell anyone whose son you were and to give you your mother's surname. You would have been told the truth when you became a chunin, but we did not think that you would know everything before." "Let me ask, how did you know?" Hiruzen asked. "I have long thought about my origin and began to collect facts," the Uzumaki clan died out long ago and the last Uzumaki lived in Konoha. This is the wife of the first Hokage and the wife of the fourth Hokage, but since Mito Uzumaki died quite a long time ago, the only option left is Kushina Uzumaki, the wife of the fourth. Also my birthday coincides with the date of death of the Hokage and his wife. Also my resemblance to my father, hair and eyes, as well as some dots of the face were 1 to 1 like the fourth. Putting together all these facts I came to a conclusion about my parents, and I found the will in my parents' house. I found it purely by accident. Uzumaki lied. I see, you're very smart, Naruto. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you the truth. Hiruzen apologized. Old man, I understand your situation, but I still want to get my inheritance, according to the will. Upon the death of my parents, upon reaching the rank of genin, I must receive everything that my parents had and I become the prince of the Uzumaki clan. I hope you can do this? Naruto asked. Of course, Naruto, I'll do everything. Tomorrow after the distribution and meeting with sensei, come to me, I'll prepare everything. Hiruzen said. Thank you, Hokage-sama, I knew you would help. Naruto smiled and left the office. Well done, Naruto, Kurama praised the boy. Thank you, I didn't think he would believe my words. Naruto chuckled. It's good that you believed me and didn't call someone from Yamanaka to test your memory, Kurama said. In any case, we got our way and now I can officially live in my parents' house, but most likely they won't give me my father's surname yet, at least for now. Your father really had a lot of enemies. I don't think you should take his last name. You are the last representative of the Uzumaki clan, and a double last name can deprive you of your prince status. Kurama said. I see, Naruto said and went home. The next day. Naruto was sitting in the classroom and looking out the window. Everyone had already gathered, all that was left was to wait for Irika and he would announce the teams. Naruto was wearing a cloak that his mother had sewn for him. Under the cloak was a completely black light tracksuit. When he entered the classroom like that, everyone was surprised, especially the inscriptions on his back. I wonder who I'll end up with. Yukiha will definitely be on your team. After all, he is the last of his clan, and you are a Jinchuriki, so most likely you will be given a strong sensei to train and protect you. Kurama suggested. So Sasuke, he doesn't communicate with anyone, and after yesterday he looks at me strangely, he said in his thoughts. You put a seal of immobilization on him yesterday and won without even trying. He doesn't like that the one who pretended to be stupid the whole academy suddenly became so strong, although he didn't even see half of it. Kyubi grinned. Envy is a nasty feeling, Naruto smiled. The fox just laughed at this. Irika just entered the classroom. Good morning and congratulations on graduating from the academy. Adult life as a shinobi awaits you. I am sincerely happy for each of you and proud to have been your teacher, and now I will name the list of teams and your senseis. Irika said and took the list out of his pocket and began to read. And the last team number 7, Sasuke Uchiha, Haruno Sakura and Naruto Uzumaki. Your sensei Kakashi Hatake. That's all, wait for your mentors, and all the best to everyone. Irika finished and left. Asuma Sarutobi and Yuhi Kurinai immediately entered the classroom and took their teams. An hour later all the teams had been taken, only the 7th remained. Where is our sensei? Sakura was indignant. Can you shut up already? You're not letting me sleep. Naruto shouted, lifting his head from the desk. Shut up, Uzumaki, you dressed up like a clown and even thought you were a prince. Sakura yelled at him. Naruto was about to get up and teach the impudent girl how to speak normally, but at that moment Kakashi came in. I can hear you from the corridor, let's go to the roof, Kakashi said and disappeared into the smoke. Sasuke and Sakura left the classroom and went to the roof. Naruto smirked and jumped out the window and walked along the wall to the roof. He found himself behind Kakashi, who noticed him but didn't show it. Hello, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi turned and smiled with his eye. I see you have excellent chakra control, Naruto, Kakashi said, looking up from his book. Just like your father, Kakashi-sensei. He smiled. Have you known this for a long time? The Jonin hid his surprise. It's been a long time, sensei. Naruto nodded and sat down on the step in front of Kakashi. At that moment, the remaining members of Team Number 7 came to the roof. How did you end up here? Haruno shouted when she saw Naruto. You don't need to know that, Naruto said. Oh you. Calm down, sit down already, Kakashi said. Sakura shut up and sat down on the step next to Sasuke. He didn't pay attention to the squabble of his teammates and, as usual, sat with a gloomy face. So tell us about yourself, what you like, what you don't like, your dreams and goals, Kakashi began. Please set an example, Sakura said. Kakashi looked up to the sky and sighed heavily. My name is Hatake Kakashi, there is no such thing as what I love and what I don't love, I will keep my dreams and goals to myself, Kakashi said. But he didn't say anything except his name, Sakura muttered. Meanwhile, Naruto decided to start. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, I love ramen and training, I don't like arrogant people and those who betray their friends, I have no dreams, the goal is to become Hokage. Naruto said about himself. Okay, you're next, Kakashi pointed at Sasuke. My name is Sasuke Uchiha, I like few things, I don't like many things, I have no dreams, but I have a goal, to find one person and kill him, said Uchiha. You're next. My name is Sakura Haruno, I love, she glanced at Uchiha, I don't love Naruto, my dream, she glanced at Sasuke again, is to become a great medic. I see, then I'll be waiting for you tomorrow at training ground number 7 at 5 in the morning. Oh, and don't eat anything, otherwise you'll throw up since you have an exam. Kakashi simply said. Exam? But we already passed the Genin exam. Haruno decided to shout at the end. All you have handed over are useless clones, and what was the name of the first Hokage? Tomorrow there will be survival tests and then I will understand whether you are suitable for this profession or not, until tomorrow. Kakashi said this and disappeared. Naruto stood up from his seat and walked over to the railing. I advise you to come at 10 o'clock, he'll be late again, were the last things he said, and he jumped over the railing and flew down. The teammates looked down and saw Naruto land safely and walk home. The next day. Polygon number 7. Naruto slowly walked towards the training ground and talked with Kakashi, whom he accidentally met along the way. Kakashi-sensei, I advised them to come at 10 yesterday, but I doubt they listened to my advice, Naruto said, keeping his hands in his coat pockets. They don't take you seriously? Kakashi simply asked, thinking about what a team could be. Yeah, I used to pretend to be a fool and not show my abilities, Naruto chuckled. Well, they'll have to take you seriously, Kakashi chuckled, and they just approached the training ground. They saw 2 genin lying on the grass and sleeping. I'm not surprised, Naruto chuckled. If they fell asleep, it means they came a long time ago and got up early, and they didn't listen to your advice, Kakashi nodded. As I said, Uzumaki exhaled. Wake up! Kakashi shouted as he approached them, and saw how the sleeping genin suddenly jumped up and looked at their sensei and Naruto, who was standing next to him, and Kakashi decided to explain the essence of the test, when suddenly. You're late. We've been sitting here for 5 hours already. And you, Naruto, why are you late? Sakura shouted. And I told you to come at 10, you didn't listen to me, and I wasn't late, I came with sensei. Naruto said. He's right, Sakura, you should have listened to him. Well, that's not the point now, I have a test for you. Kakashi said. What test? Sakura asked. I have 2 bells, you will have to take them from me before lunch or you will return to the academy, Kakashi said, showing the bells on a red thread. But there are only 2 of them, and there are 3 of us, Sakura noted. One of you will return to the academy in any case, it all depends on you, you have until lunch, let's start. Kakashi shouted and the three genin disappeared from sight. Kakashi chuckled, took out his book and began to wait for the attack. Meanwhile, Naruto was sitting on a tree branch and thinking about what to do. Minato once conducted the same test for Kakashi himself and his team. He told Kushina about its essence, and the essence is in teamwork. The three of you have no chance against Kakashi because he is the strongest jounin of Konoha, which means he hopes that you will work as a team. Kurama explained. Then I need to talk to these two. Naruto clicked his tongue and created 2 clones. Do you think they will agree? Kurama asked. I don't know. I hope that Uchiha isn't stupid. Naruto chuckled. After a few minutes, the memories from the clones came. Naruto held back a sigh. Sakura and Sasuke refused to help. Kurama, what chance do I have against Kakashi? Naruto asked his furry friend. Not too much, but about 30% if you fight in open combat with a scythe. With techniques, 40%. Kurama said. Well, if we don't try, we won't find out. Naruto smiled and jumped off the branch right in front of Kakashi. What is he planning? Sasuke thought as he watched Uzumaki's actions. Have you decided to act alone? Kakashi asked. They refused to help. Well, I have nothing to lose, Naruto said, and a scythe appeared in his hand in golden lightning. A scythe? Sasuke and Kakashi were surprised. Naruto twirled his scythe over his head and got into a stance. Well, Kakashi-sensei, you'll have to put the book down, Naruto said. That look. It's exactly the same as sensei's, he's completely serious. Kakashi thought, putting the book away. A few seconds later Naruto rushed into battle raising his scythe to strike, but Kakashi managed to jump back and not get hit by blows that could be fatal. Unlike katanas or tanto, a scythe is a more deadly weapon, and from one blow you can die and not even feel it, and if it is in the right hands, then in the battle consider that you have lost. And Kakashi noticed that Naruto controls the weapon very well and strikes so that it is difficult to dodge them. Here is another blow where Naruto took the very edge of the handle with one hand and strikes a blow that almost reached, but he put a kunai under and stopped the weapon, but the scythe still tore his mask. Not bad, Naruto, I see you spent all your time learning how to fight with such a weapon. Kakashi grinned. The scythe is a dangerous and effective weapon, but unfortunately very few shinobi prefer such a difficult-to-use weapon. Only Madara Uchiha was able to achieve simply incredible results. Naruto said. Are you planning on surpassing him in that? Kakashi asked, parrying another blow. Of course, I don't use a gunbai, so I can fight with both hands, and that's easier, Naruto nodded. Naruto jumped away from Kakashi and took out his kunai and threw it at the target, but Kakashi dodged it and it stuck into the tree behind the Jonin. Not bad, Kakashi chuckled and glanced at the kunai. His visible eye widened when he saw a kunai with 3 blades, a yellow handle and a seal on it. A moment later Naruto was near Kakashi. He did not have time to react and was hit by a scythe, but the weapon only pierced his shin. Naruto already thought that he was able to get Kakashi, but suddenly Hatake disappeared into smoke and in his place was a log. Cursing, Naruto pulled the kunai out of the tree and put it in his thoughts. Where is he? Naruto thought, looking around and holding his scythes at the ready. He's dealing with your teammates, Kurama said. Suddenly, a girl's squeal was heard from the forest, and the next minute, Kakashi emerged from the forest with 2 genin in his arms. You lost so quickly? Naruto was surprised. Sakura didn't even try to do anything, and Uchiha is good at taijutsu, but he still lost. Kakashi said, putting the children on the ground. Well, shall we continue? Naruto asked, twirling his scythe. Kakashi nodded and they clashed in battle again. In 15 minutes. Naruto sat on the ground and breathed heavily. His scythe was stuck into the ground, and Kakashi stood next to him and looked at Uzumaki. Not bad at all, Naruto, very good for your age, Kakashi praised him. But I still lost, Naruto exhaled. And you thought that you would defeat me so easily? Don't forget that I am an elite jonin of Konoha and your father's student. He taught me a lot, you still have room to grow. Kakashi said. At that moment, Sasuke and Sakura woke up. You finally woke up, I'm very disappointed, said Kakashi. Yukiha and Haruno stared at their sensei. What do you think is the most important thing in a team? Kakashi asked. Sasuke was in a bad position and decided to ask, so what? Teamwork. As I know, Naruto offered you to work in a team, so why did you refuse? Kakashi asked. But you yourself said that only 2 would pass, Sakura said quietly. That's the point of the test. Okay, I'll give you another chance, but I'll tie Sakura to a pole and you're not allowed to feed her, Kakashi said. Afterwards, he tied the pink-haired girl to a pole and left the 2 guys a bento and went somewhere. While Naruto and Sasuke were eating, Sakura's stomach growled. Naruto sighed and stood up from the grass, walked up to the girl and handed her the chopsticks with rice. Open your mouth, Uzumaki ordered. Why? Haruno asked in surprise. I'll feed you, Naruto said. But he forbade it. She was unsure. He's not here right now, and you'll get into more trouble if you're hungry than if you're full. But it's better than nothing, Uchiha chimed in. While they were feeding, Kakashi suddenly appeared. I told you not to feed her. Hatake shouted. There's no use in a hungry person, Kakashi-sensei. We needed to feed her, especially since we're a team and you're a jounin. Naruto took the floor. Kakashi looked at the team for a long time, and then he smiled with his eye and said, you passed. Team 7 froze in surprise, and then beamed with happiness, and Kakashi decided to explain. As Naruto said, you are a team and must take care of each other, because the one who violates orders is trash, but the one who abandons his comrades is even worse than trash. Tomorrow I will wait for you near the residence at 9 o'clock in the morning, don't worry, I will not be late. Kakashi said and disappeared. I'll go too, Naruto said and disappeared in a golden flash. A month has passed since the newly minted genin began to carry out missions, but it is clear that no one will give genin missions higher than D rank, and our team is no exception. They carried out these missions for a whole month. Kakashi explained this by the fact that they need to improve teamwork and these missions will help with this. Naruto himself, after missions, went to the training ground where he continued to hone his skills in kenjutsu. He also learned to conduct lightning chakra through the scythe so that his weapon would be more effective. So far, it has not worked out very well, but the boy does not give up. Relations with the team were so-so. Uchiha only thought about his revenge on his brother, which is why he almost did not talk to the team. Sakura did nothing but run after Sasuke and tried to invite him on a date. Naruto, of course, tried to establish contact with them, but it did not work out so. But the boy again did not give up. He understood that without a team it would be difficult to move forward. And then one day even the calm Naruto got tired of D-rank missions. Hokage-sama, give us a normal mission already. Uzumaki shouted when their team was about to be given another mission to search for a runaway cat. Naruto. Calm down, you're in the Hokage's office. Irika, who was in the office, shouted. That's enough, Irika. Kakashi, is your team ready for a C-rank mission? Hiruzen asked. I think so, it's time for them to carry out normal missions, Kakashi nodded. Okay, your task is to escort the bridge builder to the land of waves, invite Tazuna-san here, the Hokage said. The genin perked up when they heard they could go outside of Konoha. An old man came into the office with such a smell of alcohol that Naruto started to feel sick. And these genin will protect me? Especially this blonde guy, is he even a shinobi? The old man asked. Tazuna-san, you have nothing to worry about, this is the best team of this year, especially since you will be going with an elite jonin of Konoha, so you have nothing to worry about. Hiruzen smiled. So, I'll be waiting for you at the western gate in an hour, said the old man and walked out on unsteady legs. Go home and gather everything you need, Kakashi ordered and disappeared, followed by Naruto. Shunshin? No. It's Hiraition. It seems Naruto was able to learn Minato's technique. Hiruzen was surprised to see a golden flash when Naruto disappeared. Sasuke and Sakura were standing near the gate waiting for Kakashi, Naruto, and the customer. A few minutes later Naruto arrived without any bags. Naruto, where are your things? We're not leaving for the day. Haruno asked. All the things I need are always with me, Sakura. I sealed everything in my seals on my hand and carry it with me. If you want, I will put the same seals on you so that you don't have to go with bags. If we are attacked, you will need strength, and with full bags you will waste them for nothing. Naruto answered calmly. Sakura was about to say something, but suddenly Uchiha approached Uzumaki. I think you're right, Yujiro Tunkachi. Uchiha said in his manner and extended his hand. Uzumaki smiled and drew a seal with Sasuke's blood. After Naruto folded several seals, the hieroglyphs on Sasuke's hand decreased into a small spiral, then he explained how to seal and unseal the necessary things. So, Sakura? Naruto asked. Sakura muttered something, but went up to Naruto and he did the same manipulations as with Sasuke. 5 minutes later, Kakashi and Tazuna came up. Where are your things? We're going away for more than a week. Kakashi asked. I sealed all the things in the seal on my hands, and also drew the same seals on my teammates, Naruto said. That's smart, this will save your strength for a surprise battle, Kakashi praised them. When they showed the mission pass to the guards at the checkpoint, they finally left the walls of their home village and set off on their journey. The weather outside was just beautiful, the sun was shining brightly and warming the genins with its heat. Naruto was enjoying the moment of freedom. But suddenly he saw a puddle. A puddle? There's not a cloud outside, and it hasn't rained for over 2 weeks. He was surprised, preparing for defense. He glanced at Kakashi who also noticed the puddle. Sasuke also suspected something. Sakura was serene and chattering about something with the customer, who reluctantly answered. Naruto approached Sasuke. There are 2 chakra centers coming from this puddle, you take one, I take the second, we try not to interfere with each other, Naruto whispered in his ear. Okay, Uchiha nodded. Sasuke now perfectly understood that Naruto had a developed mind and seeing his fight against Kakashi on their first day, he could confidently say that he could trust his back. Even if Sasuke himself did not want it. Having passed the puddle for some distance and Shinobi jumped out of it. They had 2 gloves connected to each other with a chain with cutters. They wrapped the chain around Kakashi and tore him apart. But Naruto managed to notice how he used the replace technique. Sakura squealed in fear, Naruto quickly unsealed the scythe, and Sasuke took out a kunai. Sasuke is your right, my left, Sakura guard the customer. Naruto took command. Sasuke nodded and ran towards the right opponent. Naruto also ran, twirling his scythe above his head and with one swing he cut the chains between the renegades. Naruto jumped up and swinging his scythe hit him in the leg, the shinobi was twisted in pain and fell on his back. Naruto approached and swinging his scythe cut the shinobi's throat. He writhed in death throes and suffocated and died. Naruto's hands shook. He had just killed a man. Yes, he was a renegade shinobi, but still a man who had the right to live, but Naruto had just taken that right away from him with his own hands and killed him. Naruto, I understand your emotions, but you must understand the main rule of shinobi, either you kill, or you'll get used to it. Kurama began to calm him down. I understand, but I'm still scared. Naruto said, squeezing the handle of his scythe. It's okay, Naruto. Kushina also trembled and cried after her first kill, but then she got used to it, you should get used to it too. Naruto nodded and turned to Sasuke, who had already knocked out his opponent. You didn't kill him? Naruto asked, approaching the Uchiha. No, we need to find out why they attacked. Sasuke looked at him and was shocked. There was blood on Naruto's face, but it wasn't Uzumaki's own blood. Blood was dripping from the tip of his braid, and behind Naruto lay a shinobi with a slit throat. One is enough for us to interrogate, am I right, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked. Hatake himself came out from behind the tree with a grin on his face. You guys are great, you were able to deal with 2 shinobi, I'm proud of you, but you've upset Sakura, said Kakashi. Sakura lowered her head and the boys smiled. I'll take this guy and interrogate him, and you rest for now, Kakashi said, taking the renegade and going off somewhere. Naruto sealed the scythe and unsealed the bottle of water and napkins. Wetting them, he began to wash his face from someone else's blood. He also handed the bottle to Uchiha to quench his thirst. Throwing away the bloody napkins, he drank some water himself and gave the half-empty container to Sakura. A few minutes later, Kakashi came out without the shinobi. Anger could be read in his gaze. Tazuna-san, would you like to explain why you are being hunted by Chunin-ranked shinobi? Those 2 were the demon brothers from the Hidden Mist. They were Chunin-ranked and they left the mist. This mission has escalated from C rank to B rank, maybe even A rank, please explain. Kakashi demanded. Okay, I get it. The thing is that my country is very poor, and after the ship owner Gato seized power, we had almost no money left and we simply didn't have enough to pay for a higher-ranking mission, but when I finish building the bridge, everything should be fine, but Gato is not happy with this, that his business could collapse, so he decided to hire a shinobi. Tazuna said. You could have told the 3rd Hokage the whole situation and he would have understood the situation, but you decided not to bother, which ended up putting my students in danger, 2 of whom represented the great clans, Uzumaki and Uchiha. I can't even imagine what the Hokage would have done to your country. I hope you understand that we can abandon the mission and leave you to get to the land of waves yourself. Kakashi couldn't stand it. I understand this and I won't blame you. I'll try to get to my country. They might kill me and then my daughter and grandson will be left without support and will hate Konoha. The old man began to play on pity. You don't have to press on pity, he won't care that some people will hate him, but I will give the choice to my students, because it was them that you wanted to set up. The decision is yours, we can continue the mission, but it can be too dangerous, because we don't know who else Gato can hire, but we can finish here and leave and we won't get anything, decide. Kakashi said. I think we should continue the mission, it's a great experience to understand real missions outside the village, Sasuke said his opinion. I think so too, we will be able to gain the experience we need so much. Naruto supported him, Sakura had no choice but to agree. Having crossed to the other side of the river, the shinobi and the customer walked along the path towards the bridge builder's house. Suddenly, Naruto noticed a slight movement in the bushes and threw his kunai there, but missed and a white rabbit jumped out of the bushes. A white rabbit? At this time of year? Kakashi was surprised. Before they could say anything else, Naruto and Kakashi heard a whistle. Get down, they shouted in unison. Kakashi dropped Tazuna and Sakura, Naruto and Sasuke managed to fall themselves. A huge sword stuck into the tree, and on its handle appeared a shinobi with a hidden mist protector. His face was bandaged, his skin was pale. Well, the copy ninja of Konoha himself, give me the old man and I will let you live, he said. Zabuza Momochi, A-rank missing Nin, what do you want? Kakashi asked. I already told you, give me the old man or I'll have to kill you all, said the apostate. He was starting to get tired of this. Gato hired you? Do you think we'll just give you Tazuna? Hatake prepared for battle. If so, then we'll have to make our way to the old man through you. Momochi jumped off the hilt and, pulling out his sword, pointed it at the Konoha shinobi. Guard the customer, this enemy is not for you. Kakashi said and lifted the headband under which was the Sharingan. Where did you get the Sharingan? Sasuke noticed the improved genome of his clan and was shocked. Let me tell you everything later, but now stand up for Tazuna. Kakashi ordered. Naruto created 3 clones and placed them next to his teammates, and he himself stood next to Kakashi, unsealing his scythe. Naruto. I told you to protect the customer. Kakashi shouted. I won't leave you, Kakashi-sensei, I need experience, and only in a real fight can I get it, Naruto replied and stood in a stance. So, then don't get into trouble, and watch him closely, maybe he has a couple of aces up his sleeve. Kakashi gave in. Naruto nodded and prepared for battle. He knew that Zabuza was not an opponent he could face alone now, but together with Kakashi, they could defeat him. Suddenly, Momochi made several seals and said, Ninpo? Ninja art, mist hiding jutsu. A thick fog fell over the clearing, making it impossible to see anything further than an arm's length. Suddenly Naruto felt chakra behind him and he swung his scythe. It was a water clone of the renegade and Naruto managed to cut it in half. Not bad, kid. The swordsman's voice came from the fog, and at that very moment Naruto had to block a vertical sword strike. Naruto couldn't hold such a colossus for long, turning his attention to Kakashi. Uzumaki realized that he had already entered into battle with the original, which meant that another clone was now pressing Naruto. The clone jumped away from Naruto and disappeared into the fog again. Naruto focused on his sensory abilities to sense the enemy approaching, and it worked. The next second Naruto himself delivered a vertical strike and cut the clone in 2. But then he saw that Kakashi was imprisoned in a water prison, held by the original renegade. You're not that strong, Kakashi, Zabuza chuckled. Naruto. Get out of here. Kakashi shouted. No way. I won't abandon my comrade. Naruto shouted back and took out a kunai. That's a shame, kid, otherwise you'll all die here, Momochi said and sent the clone again. But Naruto dodged the clone's attack and threw a kunai towards Zabuza, who of course dodged it without any problems, but when he wanted to laugh he heard thunder behind him and noticed a golden flash out of the corner of his eye. The renegade had to quickly remove the hand that was not holding the water prison. Otherwise the blow would have simply cut off his arm at the elbow. Next to Kakashi, who was coughing up water, stood a blond man. In one hand he had a scythe, in the other a thrown kunai. Hiration? At your age, it's very rare to master such a technique. What's your name, kid? Zabuza asked. Naruto Uzumaki, son of the Yellow Lightning of Konoha, the blonde introduced himself. Now it's clear how you know this technique. I faced your father and lost, but he left me alive, and now it seems I've met his offspring. The renegade of the mist grinned. I'm not as kind as my father, Naruto said. Naruto, I'll take care of the rest. Kakashi woke up and stood in front of Zabuza. Zabuza began to fold a series of seals, but he noticed that Kakashi was repeating all his actions and he decided to extend the series of seals. Example, Itachi during the Shinobi War, he used the water dragon technique against Kabuto with the least number of seals, less than 10. Zabuza, seeing Kakashi's actions in canon, original, decided to extend the series of seals because Kakashi was parodying him. Suetun, Water Dragon Jutsu. After these words, huge dragons from the water flew from both shinobi. But Kakashi's dragon was more powerful and absorbed Zabuza's technique and threw him several meters straight into the tree trunk. Kakashi approached him with a kunai at the ready. This is your end, Zabuza Momochi, Kakashi said and was about to cut the shinobi's throat. But suddenly 2 needles, or as shinobi called, senboi, pierced Zabuza's neck. Kakashi looked to the left and saw the Anbu of the mist. Thank you, Konoha shinobi, I have been tracking this renegade for quite some time, the Anbu said. Kakashi approached Zabuza's body and felt for a pulse. There was none. Anbu jumped down from the tree and approached Momochi's body and, lifting him up along with the sword, disappeared. Since we're done here, we need to leave, Kakashi said, but he suddenly fell to the ground and lost consciousness. Kakashi-sensei. 3 genin ran up to him. Naruto looked at the jonin and exhaled. Everything is fine, simple chakra exhaustion, he just needs to rest. Naruto said with relief. My house is not far, let's take it there, Tazuna said. Kakashi woke up in a spacious, bright room, on a soft bed. Looking around, he saw Naruto sitting next to the bed and reading a book. Naruto? How long have I been sleeping? Kakashi asked. It's a little after 10 o'clock, we're at Tazuna's house now. Kakashi-sensei, is Zabuza dead? Naruto asked. Probably not. At that moment, Sakura and Sasuke walked in. Why do you think so? Sasuke asked. Senbon is not a weapon that can kill, but it can be used to knock someone out easily, and if you hit the right spots, you can even remove the pulse so that everything looks believable, Kakashi replied. What are we going to do? Naruto asked. It will take about a week for Zabuza to recover. Until then we will train and also take turns guarding the builders on the bridge. Since Naruto already knows how to control his chakra at a good level, I will train Sasuke and Sakura, and Naruto will go to the bridge, Hatake explained the plan. I agree, Naruto nodded. The other 2 genin had no objections. Late at night Naruto went out of the house to get some fresh air. He found a river and sat on the bank and threw his head back. Suddenly he felt chakra nearby and abruptly pulled out a kunai and directed it at the source of the chakra. Looking there he saw a long-haired guy with black hair. Who is it? Naruto asked. I'm just collecting herbs for my friend and didn't intend to harm you, he began to justify himself. Naruto stared at him for another minute, and then put away the kunai. Isn't it a bit late for a get-together? The guy asked. What difference does it make to you? Just curious. I'm Haku, he introduced himself. I'm Naruto, nice to meet you, the blonde nodded. So why are you here so late? I just wanted to rest, Naruto replied, throwing his hands behind his head and leaning against a tree. Are you a shinobi? He asked unexpectedly. After thinking about it, he decided to answer. Yes. You yourself have chakra, am I not right? Yes, but I don't know how to use it. Unfortunately, I have to leave, thank you for the conversation, Naruto-san. Haku nodded slightly and left. Kurama, did you notice? Naruto asked. What is that Anbu who took Momochi? Yes, I noticed, and I'm wondering why you didn't kill him or detain him? Kurama asked. It's not that interesting, Naruto smiled, I want to fight them to the fullest. To which Kurama replied, you're still strange, Naruto. He chuckled and went to bed. Naruto smiled and continued to watch the night sky. Suddenly, his left eye began to tingle a little, but Naruto did not pay attention to it, all his thoughts were occupied with his parents. Would they be proud of their son? But then the answer came unexpectedly. Of course they were proud. Your mother, when she found out she was pregnant, did everything she could to ensure that you were born a healthy and strong child. She even made a deal with me so that I wouldn't let my chakra get to you, because my chakra would have been like poison for you at that moment in your SCCH. Chakra circulation system. Simply put, the place where chakra is produced, could have simply been destroyed. He said unexpectedly. And yet I would like to hear it from them, I'm glad that I have a friend like you, Kurama. Uzumaki smiled. I know, you better go to bed, you're going to the bridge tomorrow, don't forget. Kurama said. Naruto nodded and got up from the grass and went into the house. His eyes started to sting again. What's going on with my vision? Naruto asked. I can't say, I scanned your body and everything is fine, as well as with the chakra in your eyes, I think it will pass soon. The fox reassured him. Naruto nodded and lay down on the bed and fell asleep after a couple of minutes. The next morning Naruto woke up and after water procedures went down to the first floor where breakfast was already set for everyone. Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, warmly welcomed them into her home, but Inari, the customer's grandson, was dissatisfied and angry when Kakashi started talking about training. "What's the point of your training? Gato will kill you anyway," he couldn't stand it and shouted at the table. Naruto looked at him and swallowed his food and said, "We are shinobi, and our task is to protect your grandfather, and even if Gato himself comes to the bridge, we will kill him." "What do you know about Gato?" "My father tried, and so what? Although what can I tell you, you have a family that loves you, and you live happily and—" Before Inari could finish speaking, he was lifted by the collar and was raised above the floor. "Are you saying I can't understand? I've been living in a circle of hatred and contempt since birth. My parents gave their lives for a village that hates me and wants to kill me. You have a mother and grandfather who love and care for you, and I have no one. So don't you dare open your mouth about your normal life when you don't know how I live." Naruto yelled at him and let him go, and he left the house. "You shouldn't have said that, you've touched a nerve. Next time think about what you're talking about, it concerns you too," Kakashi said, looking at the genin. A week had passed and there was still no attack. This time, Sasuke, Kakashi and Sakura went to the bridge. Naruto stayed at home just in case. Naruto decided to go to the lake to improve his chakra control when fighting on the water with a scythe. So, during the battle with Zabuza, it was difficult for him to control his chakra and carefully watch the enemy. Therefore, he took off his clothes and stood on the water and began to fight an imaginary enemy with his scythe. At this time, two bandits broke into Tazuna's house. And they wanted to grab Tsunami, but Inari also tried to stop them. "Give me back my mother," the boy shouted. "Get lost, little one," said one of the bandits and pushed Inari away. But suddenly the second bandit fell to the floor unconscious. The first one turned around and saw Naruto, who knocked out his partner. Exclamation point, he shouted and swung at Naruto. But at one point he pulled his body back and struck the bandit in the chest with his knee and broke his ribcage. Having freed Tsunami, he approached Inari. "You did well that you weren't scared and protected your mother, and now I have to go help my friends." Naruto grinned and ran out of the house. The battle was already in full swing on the bridge. Kakashi was once again locked in a fight with Zabuza, Sasuke with an ANBU with an ice genome, and Sakura was protecting Tazuna. Sasuke was having a hard time fighting against Haku with such a genome. The enemy was about to finish off the Uchiha, when suddenly the ice needles that were aimed did not hit the target, since the Uchiha disappeared from the trajectory of the needles. The Uchiha appeared leaning on Naruto in a golden flash. "How are you, Sasuke?" Naruto asked. "You're right on time, Yujiro Tunkachi," Sasuke smiled. "Well, as always, who is our opponent?" Naruto asked. "The ANBU who took Zabuza, he has the ice genome," Sasuke said and prepared to attack. "Rare genome, so he will fight seriously," Naruto said and unsealed the scythe. Spinning it in his hands, he stood in a stance. "That won't help you," Haku said calmly. Suddenly he made several seals and ice mirrors appeared around Uzumaki and Uchiha. In all the mirrors only the ANBU himself was visible. "Sasuke, back to back," Naruto shouted and Sasuke nodded. Standing with their backs to each other, they began to wait. In the blink of an eye, needles flew from one mirror straight at Naruto and he began to reflect them with his scythe, but still several needles hit Naruto, but it was not fatal. Their kurama began to heal them right away. After a few more seconds, needles flew at Sasuke, but he began to repel them with a kunai using the Sharingan with 2 tomo that he awakened. So they fought back until Naruto noticed something. "Sasuke, his attacks have become slower, which means the longer he uses this technique, the more chakra he will spend and it will become easier to defeat him," Naruto said. "I noticed that too, we need to hold on a little longer," Uchiha nodded. At one point, several needles flew at Uzumaki again and he tried to fight them off, but one of the needles hit his hand with a scythe and knocked the weapon out of his hands. Noticing this, ANBU again launched a little more than 20 ice needles and they almost hit Naruto, but suddenly Sasuke stood in front of him, all the needles hit the target. Naruto looked at this and did not believe his eyes. Why? Sasuke? Naruto whispered. The body moved on its own. Don't you dare die, Uzuritunkachi. You have to defeat him. Sasuke said and fell to the ground. Naruto, seeing his teammate fall to the ground all covered in needles, began to get angry, and rage took hold of Uzumaki. The pain in his whole body passed in an instant, but his left eye began to hurt and Naruto felt an incredible surge of strength. Naruto's left eye turned purple, and in the center there was a very beautiful and complex pattern that first blinked several colors, and then became bright scarlet. Naruto did not know what was happening, but he had to kill Haku. Having risen, he unconsciously poured chakra into his left eye and the pattern lit up and all the mirrors were destroyed in an instant. Haku didn't even understand what happened as Naruto appeared in front of him with a fist that hit him right in the mask, before the fake ANBU. For those who don't know, a fake ANBU could come to his senses. He received another hail of blows to the ribs and chest. A second later he felt like he was being strangled, but there was no one nearby. He grabbed his throat and saw Naruto looking at him with such hatred that his left eye literally burned scarlet. Naruto ran up to Haku with a created Rasengan and hit him in the mask. The mask broke, revealing Haku's face. Naruto. Stop it. You're out of control. Kurama shouted in Naruto's subconscious. Naruto stopped and looked at Haku. Why? Why didn't you finish me off? Haku asked hoarsely. I'm not like you, I don't kill just like that, Naruto said and the eye lit up again, after which Haku passed out. Kurama? What's wrong with me? Naruto asked. Congratulations, partner, you have awakened the Eye of Foundation. Kurama said nostalgically. The Eye of the Foundation? What is that? Naruto asked. Come on later, Kakashi needs help there. Kurama shouted. Naruto looked towards Kakashi and saw that Zabuza swung his sword at him, but Naruto quickly removed the Fuin seals on his legs and at all available speed appeared behind Zabuza and swung the scythe that he pulled with the help of his new eye. A moment later, the blade of the scythe was in the middle of the renegade's chest. The sword fell out of his hands and spat out blood. Looking down, he saw a black blade. Naruto pulled out the blades and Zabuza fell to his knees, and then died completely. Both Kakashi and Naruto were breathing heavily and were glad that this fight was finally over. Naruto, what's wrong with your eye? Kakashi asked, looking at the incomprehensible dojutsu. Eye technique. Example, Sharingan, Rinnegan. I don't know yet, but we don't have time for that right now, Naruto said and turned around. Kakashi looked where Naruto was and saw a whole crowd of bandits standing behind the fog, led by a dwarf in dark glasses. Disgusting shinobi of Konoha. This stupid swordsman and his partner couldn't even kill some children. Well, never mind, I'll get rid of you now, and then I'll blow up this bridge. Gato said in a nasty voice. Kakashi-sensei, it looks like we're going to have to get our hands dirty again, Naruto said, twirling his braid. Are you sure? I can handle it myself. Kakashi asked. We're both tired, I want to finish this as soon as possible. Naruto replied. Kakashi nodded and took out a kunai. The two shinobi didn't hesitate and rushed towards the crowd of ordinary bandits. The bandits still don't understand who they're dealing with. The shinobi flew into the crowd and began to kill one opponent after another. Each swing of the blonde was like a dance move, no one could escape the blow. Kakashi also did not spare his opponents and his kunai cut one throat after another. Uzumaki and Hatake did not need words. If one enemy managed to dodge the shinobi's blow, then the second ninja finished him off completely. Uzumaki's new eye helped the blonde a lot. He read every movement of his opponents a split second before cutting off the head of another bandit. With the help of his eye he twisted the necks of several bandits just by wanting it. Two bandits grabbed their chests in the heart area and fell under Naruto's gaze. A few minutes later, all the bandits were killed. Gato was also killed and lay on the ground with his throat cut. Blood was dripping from Uzumaki's scythe, his entire cloak was covered in blood, but he was not worried because in about 20 minutes he would be clean again. He did not feel joy or sadness that he had just killed more than 15 people, he understood that this was the life of a shinobi. The entire path of a shinobi to the post of Kage was strewn with corpses and rivers of blood were spilled, and if Naruto wanted to become Hokage and not disgrace the name of his parents, he had to learn to keep his emotions under control, and so now he did not express emotions looking at the corpses and wiping his scythe. His left eye hurt and the dojutsu turned off, leaving the pupil itself purple. Now he looks more like his parents, one eye is blue like his father, the other is purple like his mother, and it looked very beautiful. Come on, Naruto, we need to rest, and tomorrow we will return to Konoha, Kakashi said, placing his hand on Uzumaki's shoulder. Naruto just nodded and together with Kakashi, who took Sasuke in his arms and Sakura, disappeared in a golden flash. Already lying on the bed, Naruto turned to Kurama. Kurama, so what kind of eye is this? He asked. I don't know much about it, but I know that these eyes are stronger than all the dojutsu in the world. Even the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths are not strong enough to compare with the Eye of Foundation. As far as I know, it can only be awakened by the reincarnation of Azura Otsutsuki, the only daughter of the Sage of Six Paths, but in all history there was only one case, and that owner simply died at the hands of Madara and the eye was destroyed. Azura was the direct ancestor of the Uzumaki clan. And also your great-great-great-grandmother, since you are from the main family, and also then Ashina Uzumaki grandfather Kushina. Apparently you are the reincarnation of Azura, although I thought you were the reincarnation of Ashura, the son of the Sage of Six Paths, he said. And what abilities does this eye have? There are many. For starters, you can lift objects and people just by looking at them, destroy any object at the molecular level. Genjutsu are useless, you can see the enemy's trajectory like the Sharingan. There is also the ability to impose very strong genjutsu yourself, but there is one ability that Azura almost never used, Monarch Poison, the strongest poison that corrodes the soul. A person dies with his soul and cannot be resurrected even with the help of Edo Tensei. There is some other mode, but I don't know anything about it. Told everything that Kurama knows. It's pretty good, but are there any downsides? Naruto asked, and Kurama said, smirking, knowing what he would say in response. That's the point, there isn't, unless you need to practice holding it longer and using abilities, but the only downside is the strong chakra consumption and fatigue, said Kurama. I see, then I'll have to take on him too. Naruto sighed. What did you expect? Did you think everything would be so simple? The fox grinned. After Sasuke woke up and recovered, Team 7 left the land of waves and headed to their home village. The country's residents saw them off as heroes, because after Gato's death, things began to improve for them. The new bridge that Tazuna completed before the shinobi's departure, he named it in Naruto's honor, the Golden Flash Bridge. Naruto himself also recovered, and did not even remember the bloody massacre that took place on the bridge, but despite everything, he still valued human life and would only kill if there were simply no other options. When they got to the village, the first thing Naruto did was go back home and take a proper shower. After the shower he decided to go to Ichiraku Ramen and have a big lunch. At the same time. The dark room of the Hokage. In front of the table where Hiruzen Sarutobi was sitting, stood the Jonin sensei. There will be a Chunin exam in our village this year. I want to know which teams will participate, Hiruzen said. Kakashi, Asuma, Guy and Kurenai came forward. I am Sarutobi Asuma, the mentor of Team 10 consisting of Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi, recommending them for the Chunin exam. I am Might Guy, the mentor of Team 9, consisting of Niji Hyuga, Rock Lee, and 1010, and I recommend them for the Chunin exam. I am Hatake Kakashi, the mentor of Team 7 consisting of Naruto Uzumaki, Sasuke Uchiha and Hirono Sakura, recommending them for the Chunin exam. I am Yuhi Kurenai, the mentor of Team 8, consisting of Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame, recommending them for the Chunin exam. All at once? Hiruzen was surprised. Are you still confident in your students? Hi. The Japanese, hi, yes, does not so much mean agreement with the words of the interlocutor, but rather that the transmitted information has been perceived adequately, and indicates a willingness to listen and understand one's interlocutor. The Jounin confirmed their decision. Okay, give these forms to your students. The Jounin took the forms from the Hokage, and he said, the exam will begin in a week, the Hokage said at last and disappeared into a shunshin. Leaf shunshin, water, electric, no effects, etc. With Naruto. After a delicious lunch, Naruto decided to take a walk around the village and enjoy the fresh air. He no longer noticed all those looks of hatred and contempt, since he simply did not care. Suddenly he heard the cries of a child and he recognized this voice. It was Konohamaru Sarutobi, the grandson of the third. Deciding to check what happened there, Naruto hid his chakra and went towards the sound. Entering the alley, he saw two shinobi of the sand, a guy in a hood and with paint on his face, as well as a blonde girl with 4 tails, behind whose back was a large combat fan. And Naruto could swear that he saw such a beautiful girl for the first time. But now is not about that. The guy held Konohamaru by the collar above the ground. They don't teach kids in Konoha not to knock guests down. He chuckled. Kankuro, stop, we're not in our village, if someone sees us we could get into trouble. The girl said. Don't worry, Temari, everything will be fine, I'll just teach him a lesson. Kankuro said and raised his fist back. Suddenly, a scythe blade appeared near his neck. Carefully, put the third Hokage's grandson down on the ground. A voice was heard on the fence. Temari and Kankuro looked over and saw a guy wearing a red cloak with black flames on the hem, holding a black scythe, and he had heterochromia? When 2 eyes have different colors, one eye was blue, the other was purple. You have 10 seconds before I slit your throat, Naruto said calmly. Quietly, calmly, I'm letting him go. Kankuro carefully and slowly placed him on the ground. Konohamaru thanked Naruto and ran away. Naruto put away his scythe and jumped off the fence, standing in front of the Suna Genin. Konoha and Suna are allies, but even so, you wouldn't have gotten here without passes, please show them to me. Naruto said. Here we are, we have arrived to take the Chunin exam, Temari said, showing the pass. The Chunin exam? Naruto was surprised as he looked at their pass. Okay, how long will your friend hide behind the tree? Uzumaki grinned, looking at the tree. A red-haired guy with bags under his eyes came out from behind the tree, who had the kanji for love on the left side of his forehead. How did you know I was here? He said in a monotone voice. You hid your chakra well, but unfortunately for me you can still be felt. Naruto smiled. Naruto, be careful, there's a one-tailed demon in him, Kurama suddenly said. Your friend? Naruto asked mentally. Far from it, this arrogant raccoon constantly irritates me, the fox snorted. Since you came to the Chunin exam, I can only wish you all the best, I think we will meet again there. Naruto smiled and, taking one last look at Temari, disappeared. In a few hours. After that chance meeting with the Sand Genin, Kakashi said that he wanted to see the whole team on the bridge to tell him something. Naruto already guessed that it was related to the Chunin exam. 10 minutes later, Kakashi appeared on the bridge railing. Yo? Kakashi's greeting, I have news for you. Kakashi smiled with his only visible eye and stood in front of the students. You showed great skills during the mission in the Land of Waves, so I recommended you for the Chunin exam. If you agree, then here, fill out the forms. Hatake handed over 3 papers. Naruto and Sasuke looked at each other and looked at Sakura. It was clear that these two would agree, since they had nothing to fear with their skills, but Sakura did not have any special skills except intelligence, good chakra control, and potential in the area where it is required, but still she was part of the Uzumaki and Uchiha team, and they could not force her or abandon her. Sakura looked at the guys. She knew that they would be able to pass the exam, because these two were some of the strongest genin in Konoha, and what about her? She didn't know anything except for chakra control and her mind. She was pretty good at walking on vertical surfaces and water, but she couldn't use complex techniques that Naruto and Sasuke could use, but she still couldn't let them down. If she didn't become a Chunin, then they could become one, so she nodded to them and they smiled. "We agree, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said, and the three genin signed the forms. "Great, the first stage of the exam will take place in a week at the academy, in room 301, I advise you to start preparing now." Kakashi smiled and disappeared. Naruto himself also disappeared in a clap of thunder and moved to the training ground. "Naruto, I think you need to train your eye," Kurama said. "Okay, how do I activate it?" Naruto asked. "Focus and pour chakra into your left eye, but don't overdo it," Kurama said. Naruto nodded and closing his eye he began to pour chakra into it. After a few seconds he felt a tingling sensation and opening his eye he looked at the reflection in the kunai. "So that's what he's like." He smiled. "Let us try to lift something. There's a boulder not far from you. Concentrate and imagine how the boulder rises into the air. For convenience I'll stretch my hand towards the stone," Kurama advised. Naruto nodded, and stretching out his hand towards the stone, closing his right eye for convenience, he concentrated. After about 2 minutes, the stone trembled and rose literally a few millimeters and fell. Naruto exhaled, and again tried to lift the boulder. After another few minutes, the stone began to rise and eventually hung in the air. It worked. Naruto rejoiced. But having lost concentration, the stone fell to the ground. "Well done, Naruto, now try to destroy this stone. It's a little more difficult, but try to imagine how the boulder is split into atoms, and direct chakra into the eye." Naruto did as his tailed friend advised him. After about 10 minutes, he was able to destroy the stone without leaving even dust. Naruto exhaled and sank down on the grass. It was hard. "Naruto, we are being watched," Kurama suddenly said. "Where?" Naruto asked. He couldn't sense the source of the spy's chakra right now due to the heavy expenditure of new techniques. "On the tree at 11 o'clock, said Kurama. Naruto took a quick glance and saw blonde hair. "Who is this?" Naruto stood up and with the help of Shunshin he found himself behind the named guest. It was Temari, a shinobi of sand. Naruto suddenly threw his hand forward and pressed the girl, who did not understand anything, to the tree trunk. She did not even have time to squeak as she was pressed to the tree. 2 different eyes were looking at her, one blue and the other purple with a bright scarlet pattern. "They don't teach in Suna that peeping is bad?" Naruto asked. Uzumaki's voice was cold and commanding, and his appearance alone showed that it was not worth it to just act up. "I accidentally wandered here. I was looking for a training ground, but you were here. I decided to see what the Konoha genin are capable of," Temari said without a shred of fear. In fact, Temari was planning to leave when she saw Naruto at the training ground, but she accidentally noticed how he destroyed a boulder without even approaching it, and this interested her. She was not afraid of the pressure from Naruto. It was certainly not weak, and this dojutsu was a little annoying because in the world lists of Kekkai Genkai there was no such thing as what Temari now saw in Naruto's eye. "Or maybe you're just a spy." Naruto took out his kunai and put it to the girl's throat. "And I should kill you? You've seen too much to leave you alive." Naruto of course wasn't going to kill her, he wanted to see what she would do. Temari looked at the kunai and her pupils widened. This was the kunai of Konoha's Yellow Lightning. The other villages were afraid of this man. He was the one who had taken out an entire army of IWA with just one technique. Temari felt a little fear, because those who saw these kunai near their throats were no longer left alive. Temari swallowed the lump in her throat, but looked into Uzumaki's eyes and mentally compared them. He was abnormally similar to him. There is no point in me spying on you, heir of the yellow lightning, Temari said. Did you finally get it? Do you think you have a chance to survive when you know so much? Naruto asked. I don't think you need a new world war. We are both children of the fourth generation of Kage, Kazekage and Hokage. If you kill me there will be problems. The girl smiled and took the guy by the hand, and moved the kunai away from her neck. Do you think I'm scared? Naruto asked, putting away the kunai. Do you think I'm afraid of you? No, believe me, I've seen enough in my short life. My brother is a psycho and kills everyone left and right, so I'm not afraid of death, because it's an integral part of our life. I think you know that yourself. Temari said. Your brother is the Ichibi's Jinchuriki? Naruto asked. Where are you from? I'm also a Jinchuriki. Only the Kyuubi is contained within me, and I am on good terms with my tailed beast, but your brother clearly can't control him, right? Naruto asked. You guessed it, Temari nodded and lowered her head. Naruto reached into his pouch and pulled out a seal and handed it to the girl. If you love your brother, you should help him, Naruto said. What is this? Temari asked. The Bijou Suppression Seal, my personal development. Attach this seal to your brother and form the Tiger Seal, then Ichibi will be suppressed. Naruto said, letting go of the hand that was holding Temari to the tree. And then, the girl asked. The seal is not eternal, your brother needs to have a new seal put on him. I could do it, because my clan specialized in this, but it depends on you, whether you want to help him or not. Naruto said. I'll think about it, Temari nodded and put the seal in her pouch. And yes, everything you saw and my connection with the fourth Hokage, you must keep a secret, otherwise your heart will stop faster than you can think about it. Did I explain myself clearly? Naruto asked looking down at the girl, because Temari was almost a head shorter. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret to myself, the girl smiled, looking straight into the guy's eyes. Naruto tried to see fear or panic in her eyes, but he could only discern determination and courage. He smiled too and pressed the girl against the tree again, only now he leaned on his forearm. The genins' faces were a few centimeters apart. Temari felt hot breath on her face, and this fox grin on the blonde's face was so beautiful that Temari even lost her speech for a second. This guy was the only one who pressed the girl against the wall. Other guys from Suna quickly got for their impudence if someone tried to press her, but in front of him she was lost and could not do anything. Uzumaki radiated authority and dominance. Maybe he got it from his parents or clan, she did not know, but she knew for sure that this guy would remain in her heart for a long time. Then I'm counting on your honesty, Temari, I hope we meet again. Naruto grinned, and kissed her on the cheek, and disappeared in a golden flash. Temari remained on the tree branch, leaning against the trunk and stroking the place of the kiss. What does he allow himself? Pressed me against the tree, put a kunai to my throat, and then kissed me? Temari thought in anger. But on the other hand, she liked the feeling of the guy's warm and soft lips when they touched her cheek. But still, it was impudent on his part. Impudent, but pleasant. A week later. Team 7 went up to the second floor of the academy and saw a crowd of genin that 2 chunin were not letting in. Looking at the sign with the room number, they saw the number 301, but Uzumaki clearly remembered that this room should be on the 3rd floor, not the 2nd. Genjutsu. Naruto grinned and wanted to go further. But Sasuke decided that he was the coolest here and started to attack the chunin who did not let the genin through. But they apparently did not want to tolerate it and one of them raised his leg to strike. Sasuke also wanted to hit him in the face, but suddenly a guy a couple of years older than Naruto appeared in front of them and stopped their strikes. Naruto was surprised by the speed of this guy. He was wearing a completely green spandex suit, black hair in a bowl cut, and also thick eyebrows. There is no need for these fights. If you did not notice that number on the plate, it is genjutsu, the guy said. The chunins, realizing that they had been exposed, removed the genjutsu and disappeared with a grin. Who are you? Sasuke asked. My name is Rock Lee and I am the best genin of last year, the boy showed his thumb. Shut up already, Lee, it's time to go, someone shouted. Naruto looked in that direction and saw a Hyuga guy. You can tell a pure-blooded Hyuga by the color of his eyes, since they have different eye colors, somewhat similar to Hinata, only older. Who are you? Naruto asked. The blonde didn't like the tone of the new participant in the conversation. It doesn't concern you. The guy nudged Uzumaki with his shoulder and went upstairs. This is Niji Hyuga, the so-called genius of the generation, Lee replied. Genius? Pfft, Uchiha snorted and went to the third floor. Lee didn't like Uchiha's attitude and he jumped and stood in front of Uchiha again. Uchiha Sasuke, I want to challenge you and prove that hard work always beats talent. Lee said. Easy, Uchiha grinned. Eventually, Team 7 and Lee went down to the first floor where there was a large hall. Lee stood in front of them and raised his right hand and put his left hand behind his back. Sasuke, be careful, he's not that simple, Naruto advised. Sasuke nodded and stood up. And after a few seconds, the two of them jumped up and started fighting. Lee was dominating in speed and strength. Uchiha couldn't read the blows even with his Sharingan with 2 Tomo. Naruto was surprised by the guy's speed and even envied that he had a little less, but Naruto wore Fuin seals that increase weight by 2 kilograms every day and now the total weight on his arms and legs is 78 kilograms and if they are removed, Naruto's speed, which is already close to Sonic, will increase 3 times. Suddenly, he saw Lee untie the bandages on his hands and throw Uchiha into the air with a kick to the chin, and a second later he was behind Sasuke, preparing to use a technique unknown to Naruto. But the next moment, Lee's bandages were chained to the wall with shuriken, and a turtle appeared in the center of the passage, and on it appeared a man identical to Lee, differing in height. Might Guy. Lee. What are you doing here? Asked Guy, seeing how his student wanted to use a dangerous technique on the Uchiha. Luckily, the student and teacher didn't start to sort things out in the hallway, but went out somewhere. Sasuke got up from the floor and approached the team. How are you? Naruto asked. He gave me a good beating, Sasuke said. He's strong, I don't argue, but he's stupid, since he gives 100% in a regular sparring, sooner or later he'll regret it. Naruto said. We have to go, the exam is about to start, Sakura said. You're right. Well, team number 7, let's pass this exam and become one step higher to our dreams and goals. Naruto grinned. You're right. We'll do it. Sasuke grinned in response. Sakura smiled looking at her teammates and the trio went up to the third floor. Entering the right office, other genin from different countries turned their gazes on them, some especially gifted ones tried to scare them with their killing intent. Example, Team 7's fight with Zabuza in the first C-rank mission, where Sasuke wanted to kill himself with a kunai out of fear of Zabuza, but Naruto simply released a drop of Kyuubi's ki, and everyone instantly turned away from the Konoha genin, afraid to look at the blonde with different eyes again. And you decided to take this exam? A lazy voice was heard. Naruto turned around and saw his friend Shikamaru with Chuji, and Ino jumped on Sasuke, which irritated Sakura and they started arguing. And I see they forced you to come here? Naruto smiled. Yeah, I didn't plan on coming here, it's too much of a pain in the ass. Shikamaru yawned. What people? Is this really our weakling Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto heard a mocking voice. He hated this man with every fiber of his being, the one who constantly humiliated and insulted Uzumaki at the academy even before Naruto learned the truth. Kiba, Naruto hissed. Inuzuka Kiba is the son of the head of the Inuzuka clan, an arrogant idiot who doesn't know anything except the standard techniques of his clan and the initial level of the academy, but he showed off as if he knew all the techniques in the world and could single-handedly defeat the 5 Kage. That's how arrogant and self-confident he was as a. Next to him stood Aburame Shino and Hinata Hyuga. Shino is even more normal, calm, smart and quite a strong genin. But Hinata, to appear before Kiba, is an arrogant from the Hyuga clan, is the heiress of her clan. Her father spoiled her terribly and she began to behave as if she was not the heiress of the Hyuga clan, but a descendant of the sage of the 6 paths and everyone should bow to her feet. So in addition, she was in love with Naruto and tried to seduce Uzumaki with her open clothes that highlighted her chest and ass, but he did not pay any attention to her. I thought you wouldn't come and would get scared like at the academy, Inuzuka said sarcastically. Get lost, Kiba, I don't want to waste my nerves on you, Naruto said. Naruto-kun. Hinata shouted and hung on Uzumaki's neck, how are you doing? I missed you so much. You should leave me alone too, I'm not Sasuke and I won't tolerate such behavior towards me. Naruto said, unhooking Hyuga from himself. Well Naruto-kun, why are you so angry with me? Hinata asked. Because. Get lost. Uzumaki said for the last time, and sat down at the last desk and began to look out the window. How she got on my nerves. Naruto cursed in his thoughts. I don't understand why you're complaining. She jumps on you herself, and you don't even want to play with her? After all, she's such a and that's why she'll jump into your bed as soon as you call her. Kurama said. I don't want that, I don't want to do Shrek with a creature like her. What if half of Konoha was in her and I catch some kind of infection? Naruto said. It wouldn't be hard for me to destroy the disease when it first appears, it won't be a problem in the early stages. Kurama grinned. I won't even get any pleasure, so I don't need that kind of happiness. Naruto snorted. Do you have information about Naruto Uzumaki? Suddenly Naruto heard Kiba's voice. I think it will be found. The guy with glasses and white hair grinned. He took out the cards and chose one of them. Opening it he read, Naruto Uzumaki, all information is available to shinobi of the Kage level. The guy was surprised. Naruto smirked, the 3rd Hokage had done a good job of protecting Naruto's personal information so that no one would ever find out that the 4th Hokage's legacy was alive. Even the most mundane D-rank missions were classified and such information was only available to the Hokage. Team Sand entered the classroom and Naruto noticed Gaara. He looked much better than the first time they met, the bags under his eyes were gone, and his gaze was much calmer than when there was only bloodlust there. Apparently Temari did everything as Naruto told her. Looking at the girl who also glanced at him, he smiled and winked, she blushed like a tomato and turned away, choking with indignation. What a sly fox! Flashed through the girl's head. Naruto chuckled and continued looking out the window. Looks like someone has a crush. The fox's sarcastic voice was heard. What makes you think that? Naruto asked. Empathy is a good thing, my friend, I feel both your emotions and those of others within a radius of 20 meters from you. Kurama explained. And what do I feel? Uzumaki asked. Well, at least sympathy for sure, and then the feelings will grow even more, and for now she is interested in your person. The fox said. Naruto chuckled and glanced at Temari, who had taken her seats with her brothers. A tall man with scars on his face entered the classroom. Shut up everyone and take your seats. After waiting for the genin to sit down at their desks, he continued, I am Ibiki Marino, and today I am the examiner for the first stage of the Chunin exam. The gist is as simple as the world. You are given forms with 9 questions on them, you are given 45 minutes to answer them. But if any of you are caught cheating, you are immediately kicked out along with the team. At the end I will ask the 10th question, but I will explain it when the time comes, and now begin. After Ibiki finished, the genin grabbed their pens and began to study the test. Naruto also glanced over the questions several times and began to think. These questions are too complicated for genin, and even a chunin would have a hard time solving them, so it would be necessary to cheat, which means they want to check if we can get information without getting caught. Naruto guessed. Looking around the class, Naruto realized that many were using their own techniques or dojutsu. Sasuke was using the Sharingan to copy the movements of the genin sitting in front of him. Hinata and Neji were using the Byakugan to see through the genin and copy, Shino was using beetles, Kankuro had slipped Temari a piece of paper without him noticing, and Gaara was also using some kind of technique. Sakura was the only one who wasn't using techniques and was writing herself, so Naruto decided to try something. By activating his dojutsu, Naruto was able to look at Sakura's test and quickly copy everything. No one even noticed, since it took Naruto 30 seconds to do all of these things. Having finished the test, Naruto simply leaned back in his chair and put his hands behind his head. "Hey, Kurama, does my dojutsu have a name?" Naruto asked. "Yes, but what do you want to know?" asked the fox. "Of course." Naruto nodded. "Well, it's called the Eye of the Foundation or Ibisu, I think that's what Ashura called it." Kurama said. "Ibisu? A beautiful name." Uzumaki smiled and closed his eyes. He woke up from Ibiki's voice. "So. Put your pens down and listen very carefully, now I will ask the final question of the first stage, but I will give you a choice." He waited a few seconds. "If you do not answer this question, you will never be able to become Chunin again, as will your team, and if you want to try to pass the exam next year, you can leave," said the leader of the torture department. T&I department, or Konoha's interrogation and torture department. Stands for Torture and Interrogation Department. What nonsense. There are people here who are already taking the test for the 7th time. Kiba shouted. "So this year you are out of luck, because I am the examiner, you have 5 minutes to decide." Ibiki noted the time. In the end, there were 22 teams left in the entire auditorium. Those who raised their hands came out with their heads down, they hadn't even started taking the exam normally, but they had already failed it. Ibiki glanced around the auditorium. 22 teams, is that all who want to stay? He asked. In response he heard silence. Well, those who are sitting now have passed the first stage. To say that the genins were in shock is to say nothing. What about the 10th question? Some genin asked. I already voiced it, if you came out it means you are not ready to become Chunin yet, because there should be no unsure Chunin. Those who are sitting here now, passed the stage thanks to their willpower and courage. The essence of the first stage was to obtain information, and at the same time it was necessary to remain unnoticed. I congratulate you all. Ibiki said. Suddenly, a woman with purple hair and revealing clothes flew out the window. She looked around the class and turned to Ibiki with a grin. You're getting old, Ibiki, 22 teams, she said. There are just a lot of worthy shinobi this year. He chuckled. Seriously? Well, we'll see about that. She decided to look at them. So, kids, I'll see you tomorrow at 10 in the morning at Training Ground 44, or as it's also called, the Forest of Death. For the genin from other countries, I'll tell you that it's located 50 meters southwest of the Hokage's residence. See you tomorrow, everyone. The girl shouted and disappeared. After the first stage, Naruto decided to take a walk around the village and rest before the second stage. After a good lunch, he was walking around the village and came across Temari, who was walking around Konoha, looking at its architecture. Naruto decided to laugh a little, and using all his skills, carefully crept up to the girl. Leaning towards her ear, he gently whispered, "Aren't you afraid to walk around someone else's village, beauty?" Temari flinched and quickly jumped back, taking out her fan, and turned around, but noticing Uzumaki with a grin from ear to ear and a sly look, she blushed either from embarrassment or from rage. Are you ked? Why are you sneaking up on me like that? The girl shouted at him. That was a lesson to you not to let your guard down. How do you like the village? Naruto chuckled. It's very beautiful, it's about 1.5 times bigger than Suna, and I didn't have time to examine it completely, Temari replied. Do you want me to show you a couple of interesting places, and closer to the evening I will treat you to something? Asked Naruto, blushing a little, and Kurama laughed loudly at his Jinchuriki. Are you asking me out on a date? Asked the girl with a sly face. Call it whatever you want, princess, Uzumaki waved it off. Why a princess? The girl asked. You are the daughter of the Kazekage, and you are also beautiful, like a real princess. The guy answered. So, then, you are our prince? Temari grinned. And I see you're waiting for a prince on a white horse? Naruto retorted. Maybe I am waiting. Let's go already. Temari said suddenly. So you want to go on a date with me? Naruto asked with a smile. I don't mind, I'm still bored walking alone, the girl answered, and the couple moved on. As they walked, they started talking about life, missions, parents, in general, the topics were different. Naruto told about his difficult life and that he could have become like Gaara if not for the Kyuubi. He did not tell that he saw his parents in his subconscious. He told how he began his training and many other things. Temari said that her father made Gaara a Jinchuriki before he was born, sealing a chibi in his pregnant mother, and after the latter's death, the father tried to get rid of his son more than once, but he was constantly protected by sand and no one could break through his defense. She also said that he had not slept much in the last few years and therefore was on edge, but after Temari put the seal that Naruto gave her, Gaara was able to get enough sleep and stopped radiating a thirst for death and blood. It's getting dark already, Naruto noticed, looking at the sky. That's right, will you walk me to the hotel? Asked the girl. Of course, but first I'll show you something, do you mind? He asked, holding out his hand. The girl blushed, but placed her delicate hand on the rough palm of Uzumaki. A flash of gold, and here they are standing on the faces of the Hokage, namely on the head of Minato Namikaze. The view of the village is best from my father's head. Naruto smiled, looking into the distance. The wind blew the hems of his cloak and the bangs on his head. Temari saw in the light of the newly appeared moon how handsome Uzumaki was. Naruto looked very much like the fourth Hokage, and even a dumb person would understand whose son Naruto was. Temari approached Naruto and looked at the village. It really is beautiful here, she nodded and didn't even notice how she leaned her shoulder against Uzumaki. Naruto was surprised, but without further ado, he put his arm around the girl's shoulder. They would have stood like that, but it began to get cold. Naruto, thank you for the evening. The girl smiled, looking at the guy. Please, Temari, if you want more, just say so. Naruto smiled, looking into the girl's eyes. Looking at each other, the guy and the girl could not tear themselves away from each other. Temari simply drowned in the guy's eyes, as did Naruto himself. Both did not even understand what hit them in the head, but they approached each other and their lips were a couple of millimeters from each other. A second and here they merged in a kiss under the light of the full moon, which beautifully illuminated the couple. Forest of Death or Polygon number 44. The remaining 22nd team came to the necessary training ground where the other teams had already gathered, as well as Enko and several jonin. As soon as the hum died down, Enko stepped forward. So, brats, this is the Forest of Death, a forest grown by the first Hokage during the founding of Konoha. In the center of the forest there is a tower where you need to get to in 5 days, but the main goal is to bring 2 scrolls to this tower, Heaven and Earth. Each team will have one of them and you will need to find the opposite scroll and get to the tower, preferably with the whole team. There are no rules, killing is allowed, but genin from other countries will need to sign a paper so that in the event of your death there will be no claims against Konoha, after you sign and receive your scroll. You and your team will need to stand at the gate with the number that they will call you. You will have half an hour to prepare. Does anyone have questions? Enko said. What happens if we arrive at the tower before the appointed time? Someone from the crowd asked. It's okay, you'll stay in the tower until the second stage is over. Maybe you'll be able to break the record. The previous record was held by Uchiha Itachi. He passed the exam alone in 5 hours and 37 minutes, and now I ask each genin to come up and sign to receive their scrolls. Enko said. The genin from other villages began to approach the small tent and put their signature, and the Konoha genin received scrolls. Team 7 received a scroll of earth and approached the gate that was shown to them. What are we going to do? Sasuke asked. Let's start by coming up with a password that will help us if someone wants to get to us under henge, Naruto suggested. That's a good idea, but what's the password? Sakura asked. Let's name the bridge in the land of waves, and who it was named after, Sasuke suggested. Okay, if one of us leaves and then comes back, you ask a question. What is the full name of the bridge in the land of waves and what is it named after? Next, we need to find a team with the earth whistle. We have several options. The first and easiest is to simply search the forest for teams and cut them down and take their scrolls. The second option is a little more difficult. If we manage to find another earth scroll, we can try to swap with the team that has an unnecessary sky scroll, but there is no guarantee that after the exchange we will not be attacked and we will have to fight. Uzumaki came up with a plan. We'll act according to the situation. Maybe we'll get lucky and the first team will have the scroll we need, Sasuke nodded. Naruto agreed and they began to come up with special signs for communication while eavesdropping. Half an hour later, Enko announced the start of the second round and the chunin at the gate began to open the locks on the gate. When he finished, Enko shouted and the chunin opened the gates around the forest and Team 7 ran into the forest. Jumping onto the trees, they began to jump along the branches into the depths of the forest. Naruto scanned the area a couple of kilometers away from them. I sent several teams in the southwest and northeast, each of them has the chakra of an average genin, Naruto said. What are we going to do? Sasuke asked. Do you trust me? Naruto asked. I have to, Uchiha chuckled. Then you go to the southwest and deal with the team, and I'll go to the northeast. I can handle them. I think you can handle a couple of genin too. Naruto explained. Yes, where can we meet? Uchiha asked. I'll show up when I'm done. Here, take this, Naruto said and held out his special kunai. This is my special kunai with Jutsushiki? During this technique, the user creates a space-time window in which they can move at will. However, in order to get to the desired location, the user requires a Jutsushiki technique formula. Simply put, the kunai is a catalyst, what makes the technique work. Well, you know. With this, I will be able to move to you when I'm done. Don't ask questions yet, when the time comes, I will tell you everything. Naruto said and disappeared using the shimmer step, not paying attention to the surprised looks of his comrades. Naruto showed up just in time. The team he found was being attacked by a huge bear and one girl with black hair was scared, and not far from her were two corpses. The girl was pinned to a tree, and the beast was pressing on her and growling. Naruto decided not to look at the girl's brutal death and unsealed the scythe. He jumped and swung his scythe and landed behind the bear. The bear stopped and a second later fell to the ground with a huge wound on its back. Naruto got up and spun the scythe, sealing it back. He approached the corpses and began searching them, finding the earth scroll. Exo, not that one, Uzumaki cursed, is this your only scroll? The girl shuddered and first looked at the bear. And then at Naruto. Yes, she nodded. I see, what's your name and where are you from? Naruto asked as he approached her. Arya Kajino, I'm from Kusagakure no Sato. Kusagakure no Sato, village of the hidden grass. Well, or the village hidden in the grass. She said. I see. If you want, come with me, we'll take you to the tower, and then you'll do it yourself. Naruto said and extended his hand. As if I have a choice. Thank you, Arya said, taking his hand. That's right, you don't have a choice, but don't worry, you will have a choice to participate in the third stage or not. Naruto said, and they moved to Sasuke. But what was Naruto's surprise when Sasuke was lying unconscious with some kind of seal on his neck, while Sakura was shaking with fear, and in front of them stood a tall man with snake eyes. Naruto's pupils dilated. He knew history very well, and he knows about the legendary 3 Sannin? The legendary 3 ninja. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya. Things are bad, because now in front of him stood Orochimaru. He hissed, and unsealed his scythe, and instantly stood in a fighting stance. Ku, that's right Naruto-kun. I'm Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sannin. We don't have to fight, I just need Sasuke-kun, so you better leave. Orochimaru said, stretching out the letter S like a snake. I can't give you my comrade, even if I die in this battle, I will take you with me. Naruto said. The scythe spun in Uzumaki's hands and he attacked the snake Sannin. He grinned and began to parry his attacks. Naru couldn't reach him with the blade of his scythe. Orochimaru constantly blocked any blows and himself delivered quick and accurate blows to Uzumaki. Naruto, you won't be able to last long if you don't activate Ibisu, Kurama said. I still have poor control over it, but it seems like I have no choice, Naruto replied. If we don't want to die, then yes, to make it easier, cover your right eye with a bandage and use only Ibisu, Kurama advised. Naruto jumped back and covered his right eye with the Konoha protector. He poured chakra into his left eye and the Ibisu pattern appeared in the eye socket. Orochimaru looked at Naruto and was very surprised. You're quite interesting, Naruto-kun, Orochimaru hissed sarcastically, and opening his mouth wide, pulled the sword out of his throat, to which Naruto winced. Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled, rushing into battle with renewed strength. Orochimaru found it harder to strike Uzumaki, as he incomprehensibly dodged at the very last moment before the fatal blow could reach Naruto. With each minute of the fight, Naruto's strength was running out and he still missed several blows, receiving several light cuts that quickly healed. Naruto narrowed his eyes at his blade as he dodged another sharp blow from the blade. Poison? He concluded as he received another cut and felt sick for a moment. Suddenly Orochimaru opened his mouth wide and grabbed Uzumaki with his long tongue. When he was distracted by his trick, the Sannin's fingers were covered in purple fire, to which Uzumaki widened his eyes, and lifting his turtleneck, he hit Uzumaki's stomach with all his might. Another seal appeared on top of the Kyuubi seal, to which Naruto screamed in pain and Ibisu disappeared, and Uzumaki himself passed out and fell, while Orochimaru took their scroll, destroyed it and knocked it down. Sakura and Arya were scared and could not understand what was happening, but they managed to pull themselves together, and picking up the guys, they went to look for shelter. Unknown place. There is no concept of time. Naruto woke up and a very bright light hit his eyes. But there was a strange feeling as if he was not lying on the ground, at least his head was definitely not resting on the ground. I finally waited for you, Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto heard a soft and pleasant voice. Raising his head, he saw a red-haired girl with hair down to her ankles. The pupils of her eyes were red like blood. She was wearing a light, tightly buttoned kimono with a high collar, belted with a dark belt. Around the collar of the kimono was decorated with magatama. Under it she wore a black full-body suit. Why are you looking at me like that? I think you have a girlfriend. She smiled sarcastically. Naruto jumped back and wanted to unseal the scythe, but he couldn't do it. Who are you? And where am I? Naruto shouted. Calm down, Naruto-kun, I won't hurt you, the girl said. You didn't answer. Where am I? And who are you? Uzumaki asked again. If that's what you want, my name is Azura Otsutsuki, and you are my reincarnation Uzumaki Naruto, and you are in the deepest corner of your subconscious, she answered and activated Ibisu, only he was not alone, he was in both eyes and completely black. Let me show you my story. Naruto didn't have time to realize how Asura put him into a genjutsu. Naruto saw two tall guys standing next to each other. One of them had a Sharingan in his eyes, only it was different in that it did not have a tomo, but a six-pointed star, and he himself was in a crystal in the head of a huge purple warrior. The second stood on a giant wooden statue with countless arms. They stood and looked at a girl with red hair. On her face there were bandages that also covered her chest and stomach. Her arms were bare. In her right hand she held a scythe that was covered in red flames. Her left was covered in scarlet energy. In her eyes a black ibisu pattern was burning. Asura, calm down, why are you doing this? Asked the guy on the statue. My stupid younger brothers, how can you not understand? Our dear dad decided that I was not worthy of his power and decided to give his power to you, and he wanted to get rid of me because of the power of my eyes, and now I stand before you. Father gave you his power, and I achieved everything myself. The girl shouted and waved her scythe, sending a wave of scarlet flame. But Indra Otsutsuki, the middle son of the Sage of Six Paths, closed his left eye. Amaterasu. Indra opened his eye and Asura's flame lit up with a black flame and both waves went out. Asura did not wait and attacked the brothers, they also nodded to each other and rushed to their sister. Indra. Ashura, the sister shouted. Asura, the boys shouted in response and the most brutal battle began. After only a few hours, Asura still lost and her regime slept and she sat on one knee and looked at her brothers who were also exhausted, but they were still able to defeat her. Asura. Come back home. Please, Ashura said, breathing heavily. I will never acknowledge either you or the Ninsha. Asura shouted and disappeared in a flash of scarlet lightning. Naruto woke up and saw Asura in front of him. What was that? Naruto asked. Part of my history, Naruto, Asura replied. Why did you show it to me? Naruto asked. Sooner or later you will have to fight the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. This cannot be changed, it only depends on you whether you can close this true circle of hatred between me and my brothers, but for this you need to become stronger, many times stronger than I was before I died. The girl smiled. But how? Uzumaki drooped. If you want to become stronger, you need to train your eye and awaken the second one, Asura chuckled. But how do I do that? Naruto asked. You must find the answer to this question yourself, Naruto, but I will give you one piece of advice, use the free summoning technique, they are already waiting for you there, I hope you will fulfill your dream, Uzumaki Naruto. Asura smiled and poked Naruto in the forehead. And he lost consciousness again. The real world. A day later. Sakura and Arya watched Naruto and Sasuke who had been unconscious for a whole day. During this time, they managed to get acquainted and Arya told about how Naruto saved her. Sasuke's temperature rose, because of which the pink-haired girl had to constantly change the rag on the Uchiha's forehead to bring down the fever. Uzumaki was in a stable condition, his braid was clenched in his fist. But suddenly the girls heard sounds outside and went out to see what was happening there. As a team from the hidden sound appeared in front of them. Give us Uchiha Sasuke and then we will leave you alive, said one of them with bandages on his face. Maybe we should just kill them and take this idiot, suggested the girl with black hair. Sakura and Arya didn't know what to do, it was unlikely that they would be able to do anything to these three, because apparently they were Orochimaru's henchmen, which meant they were either trained or had a couple of tricks up their sleeves. But they weren't going to give up so easily, and they had to join the fight. The fight quickly turned into a beating of the Sound Genin when Rock Lee appeared on the field, not intending to stand aside, he rushed to help and began to brutally dominate his opponents. His speed and strength allowed him to easily strike them and dodge attacks. But even his capabilities have a limit and after using the Lotus, he lost a lot of strength and began to give up positions until he was knocked out with a loud sound. But the Inoshikacho team arrived in time and helped with the Sound team. But when Niji appeared and the Sound guys were about to leave, Sasuke woke up. He was covered in incomprehensible tattoos and all his characteristics increased and he began to literally destroy the genin. And Uchiha was about to break the arms of one of the opponents. Naruto woke up and grabbed his hand. "Calm down, Sasuke, don't stoop to their level," Uzumaki said in a still weak voice. Sasuke first looked at Uzumaki with anger, but when he saw the scarlet pattern of Abiyasu in Uzumaki's left eye, he lowered his opponent and the tattoos on his body disappeared. The genin in bandages gave them the scroll of heaven and, taking his team, quickly ran away. Naruto turned off his dojutsu and, lifting his scythe, sealed it. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked, turning to Sakura and Arya. "More or less." "Naruto, Orochimaru burned our scroll," Sakura said. "It's okay, we have another one, and the sky scroll was just given to us, so we can go to the tower," Naruto said, showing the scroll to Arya's team. "What should we do with her?" Sasuke asked, looking at Arya. "I promised to help her, so we'll take her with us. The rules don't say that you can't help another genin if he's left without a team," Naruto said, examining himself. The cloak was torn, even Kushina's seals couldn't restore it, so gritting his teeth and with a heavy heart, Naruto took off the cloak and burned it. Now it was useless when all the seals on it were destroyed. So now Naruto was left only in a black suit on his whole body. Team Guy and Asuma said goodbye and also went towards the tower. Naruto suggested eating first, since neither he nor Sasuke had eaten for more than a day. Fortunately Naruto was a calculating guy and sealed food for several days. Having opened it, he handed each of them a bento and began to eat himself. After the meal, Team 7 and Arya headed towards the tower. While they were jumping through the trees, Naruto contacted Kurama. "Kurama, are you okay?" Uzumaki asked mentally. "Not really, the seal that Orochimaru placed does not allow my chakra to move through your channels, and your own chakra also does not flow well through the SCC, which is why its control will worsen significantly." "What kind of seal is this?" "The seal of the 5 elements. It's not difficult to remove, but you can't do it yet, so you need to come up with something." "Can't you do anything?" Naruto asked. "You could try to pour in a huge amount of chakra and then the seal could break, but since this seal was placed by Orochimaru, it is unlikely that this will help," Kyubi said. "What about Ibisu? Try to destroy the seal with the ability of destruction?" Uzumaki suddenly asked. "It's a pretty good option, but you need to be careful, otherwise with the seal of the 5 elements, we can accidentally touch the seal that Minato put. This, of course, will help you use my chakra in large quantities and use my mode, but you can lose control and start killing everyone in a row," said Kurama. Naruto nodded and the tower was already visible on the horizon. Having reached the tower, the 4 genin went inside and opened the scrolls. Irika appeared from the smoke with a smile from ear to ear. "Well done Team 7, I never doubted you, and who is with you?" Irika asked. "Arya Kajino, a genin from Kusa, her team was killed by a bear and I offered to help her. As far as I know there are no such rules," Uzumaki replied. "That's right, Naruto, there are no such rules. As I understand it, she was left alone, and therefore she will be given the choice to participate in the 3rd stage of the exam or not. If not, we will send her home with a small group of chunin for protection." Irika smiled. "I won't go through the 3rd stage, Arya said after a minute of thought. "I see, you have 3 days to rest until the 2nd stage ends. There are several rooms for teams in the tower, you can't leave the tower until the stage ends. Rest." Irika smiled and disappeared. Naruto exhaled and went to look for a room where he could find a mirror. Entering the common room, he saw a team from Sand and another Team 8, and a team from Mist. Uzumaki's gaze caught on Temari and he remembered that kiss on the Hokage mountain, his cheeks traitorously covered with paint, just like Temari's cheeks when she saw the blonde. After the kiss, Naruto walked her to the hotel, at the same time showing her where the Forest of Death is. near the hotel they again merged in a kiss, and only after a few minutes they pulled away, and Temari then entered the hotel with red cheeks. Naruto smiled at the San team and winked at Temari and went up to the second floor where the rooms should be. Entering the first one he liked, he saw that it was free and there was a mirror. Excellent, Uzumaki smiled and took off his turtleneck. Going to the mirror, he poured chakra into his eye and a pattern appeared. Afterwards, his usual seal appeared on his stomach, and on top of it was the seal of the 5 elements. Be careful, Kurama advised. Naruto nodded and began to look at the seal through the mirror. He began to pour in chakra and imagine how the seal was destroyed. Suddenly he felt pain in his stomach and saw how one of the edges of the 5 elements seal disappeared. Naruto was happy and continued his work. 3 hours later, the last 5th element of the seal was destroyed and Naruto felt relief. It was harder than he thought. The eye easily destroyed the elements of the seal, but Naruto had to stop after each element removed so as not to collapse from exhaustion. And so, having removed the last edge of the seal, he sat down on the bed with heavy breathing. His eye ached, his body too. The chakra channels were burning from Kurama's chakra, which began to flow through them again. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Come in, Naruto breathed out. The one he wasn't expecting yet entered the room. Temari? Uzumaki was surprised. Aren't you glad to see me? She smiled. What, you're glad of course, like the second stage? Naruto asked with a smile. It's okay, Gaara didn't kill anyone thanks to your seal, he only knocked them out, and I see you were pretty banged up, Temari said, looking at Uzumaki's wounds. Oh, I just had to run into Orochimaru, don't worry, Naruto smiled. But Temari had already sat down next to him and took out a portable first aid kit from her pouch. Turn around. The girl's tone did not tolerate objections and Naruto sat with his back to her. Having taken out cotton wool, bandages and a special ointment, Temari began to treat Uzumaki's wounds. Naruto endured and did not even twitch when the girl's fingers smeared the wounds with ointment. Temi, Uzumaki called to the girl. What? Temari asked without looking up from her work. About that kiss on the Hokage mountain and near the hotel, Naruto began. What's wrong with him? Didn't you like it? The girl asked, bandaging Naruto's back. I liked it of course. I just wanted to know if it meant anything to you. Naruto asked. Turn around. After Naruto turned around, Temari began to treat the wounds on his chest and arms. At first I didn't even understand what it was, but when I realized it, a wave of feelings washed over me. When you pressed me against a tree on that training ground, I couldn't even move, although in Suna I wouldn't have allowed it, but at that moment my strength seemed to leave me, and when you kissed me on the cheek, I couldn't come to my senses for a long time. I couldn't understand what kind of warm feeling filled me when I saw you, but after the kiss I understood everything. I love you, Naruto. Before I didn't believe that love at first sight was possible, but after the kiss I believed in it. Temari said these words while treating Naruto's wounds and trying not to look him in the eyes, but he saw a slight blush on her cheeks. After she bandaged the last wound on Naruto's arm, she closed the first aid kit and wanted to leave, but suddenly she was grabbed by the hand and put on the bed. Naruto hung over her. She didn't even have time to be surprised as her lips were captured by Uzumaki's lips. Her pupils dilated, but then she threw her arms around his neck and deepened the kiss. Naruto ran his tongue over the girl's snow-white teeth and she, understanding the hint, let his tongue in to visit her. Naruto began to explore the girl's mouth, running his tongue over the palate, teeth, and spinning in a passionate dance with the girl's tongue. The girl pressed Naruto to herself and herself took the initiative in her relationship with Uzumaki. Suddenly she got tired of the dominant actions from the guy, and with all possible force turned Uzumaki on his back and sat on his hips. Moving away from the guy's lips, the girl decided to give the guy a little more pleasure than from a regular kiss, starting to kiss his Adam's apple and suck his skin. Suddenly the door to the room almost opened, but Naruto managed to use his powers to block the door without letting the uninvited guest in. The girl moved away from the guy's neck and looked at the door, which was enveloped in scarlet energy. "Who's there?" the girl asked, out of breath. "I don't know and I don't want to know, but these aren't our teams, maybe someone else has arrived at the tower." Uzumaki grinned and used telekinesis to lock the door. "You know," Naruto turned the girl over again and dropped her on the bed, and he hung over her. "I don't really like the prospect of someone coming in here." Naruto stroked her body and began to kiss her neck himself. "I also don't like the way that Genin I saw in the common room looks at you. What kind of owners are we? I also don't like it when that white-eyed one looked at you." Temari retorted and, not wanting to be below again, dropped Naruto underneath her. "Don't worry, that white-eyed one is a real, I wouldn't even look at her." Uzumaki grinned when he saw Temari sit on his groin. "So I shouldn't be jealous about this?" the girl grinned, scratching Uzumaki's neck. "No, it's not worth it," Naruto smiled, taking the girl by the back of her head and pulling her towards him and kissing her again. 3 days later. Naruto and his team stood in the center of the arena in front of the Hokage and the Jonin. During these 3 days, the rest of the Konoha teams and the Sound team came. In total, after the second stage there were 22 people left. Sasuke and Sakura noticed the changes in Naruto, or rather they noticed the red marks on his neck, swollen lips, and also a stupid smile. And Gaara and Kankuro noticed his sister's smile, swollen lips and bruises on his neck. The third Hokage came forward and began his speech. "I congratulate everyone on passing the second stage of the exam. And I must note that too many of you have passed, so there will be qualifying battles. Many of you will ask, why? If we can hold the third stage with all of you. I will answer you that leaders and prominent figures from other countries who may be looking for shinobi for themselves will be invited to the final stage, after which stronger countries will be inundated with offers to work for their ninja, and vice versa. Weak countries will not receive such offers, which is why we select stronger shinobi to show to the public." After the Hokage gave the floor to the Jonin Height, who would conduct the qualifying fights. "I welcome everyone to the qualifying battles. I am Gecko Height. Before we begin, if there are those of you who are not confident in your abilities, you can leave the stage. Do not worry, the team will not be touched, and next year you will have the opportunity to take this exam. You have a minute," Gecko announced. Arya and Kabuto, who had arrived at the tower no more than 3 hours ago, raised their hands. Kabuto explained his refusal by saying that there was not a single living place on him and that entering into battle without even resting would be suicide. Arya simply said that she would not be able to fight because she simply could not do anything, but Naruto at the last moment saw a faint grin on their faces as they left. "Since this is everyone who wanted to leave, I will explain the rules. Actually, there are none. Killing is allowed, but still not recommended. It is allowed to use any techniques and weapons. Fights will be selected using the screen, and now the first fight." Gecko pointed to the big screen. Names began to flash there, and after a few seconds the first names appeared: Uchiha Sasuke vs Yoroi Akato. "The rest of you, I ask you to go to the balcony." Everyone except the opponents began to climb the stands, but Kakashi approached Sasuke. "Right now, it's better for you not to use the Sharingan and chakra, otherwise the seal on your neck might break out and you might kill everyone here, but I'll help if anything happens." He whispered and left. After everyone left, Sasuke and Akato stood opposite each other and took fighting stances. "Start." Gecko gave the signal. Sasuke broke away from the spot at the speed of a trot and managed to deliver several blows to the enemy, after which he grabbed him, knocked him to the ground and brought him to a painful hold. But Akato turned his hand and grabbed Sasuke's hand and began to suck chakra out of him, to which Sasuke gritted his teeth. Managing to get out, Sasuke saw that Akato also stood up and he decided not to hesitate. He decided to try the trick that he copied from Rock Lee. Managing to get behind him at high speed, he saw that he turned towards him, but it was too late. He kicked him with his left foot in the chin, after which, seeing how he flew up, he began to activate Lee's technique. When Akato flew in the air from the force of his blow, Sasuke found himself behind him. Gritting his teeth from the burning sensation on his mark, deciding to ignore it, he continued, grabbing him with both hands and spinning at great speed around their axis. They began to land, and their landing caused a huge amount of dust to the surface of the arena. Coming out of the dust, Sasuke found him on a stretcher, and he defeated his opponent. Shousha? The word winner in Japanese is translated as Shousha or Yashusha, depending on the context. Uchiha Sasuke! Heiichi shouted. The medics took Akado and wanted to examine the Uchiha, but Kakashi took him earlier and went somewhere. The screen started flashing again, and after a few seconds the names appeared. Zaku Abumi vs Aburame Shino. Gekko announced. The Konoha and Sound Shinobi were brought down to the arena. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Naruto stood next to Team Sand. "How are things with your seal, Gaara?" Naruto asked. "The demon isn't bothering me anymore, but I feel like I'm going to start hearing voices soon," Gaara replied. "Because the seal I created is not eternal, especially since your tailed beast is resisting, which is why the seal is being destroyed every day, but I can help. I can strengthen the seal that is holding back your tailed beast," Naruto said. "Why do you need this?" Kankuro asked. "First of all, I'm doing this for her," Uzumaki said, hugging Temari around the waist. She blushed, and her brother's pupils dilated. "Secondly, this will help in the future for the union of Konoha and Suna, and thirdly, I just want to help my fellow Jinchuriki," Naruto finished. Gaara and Kankuro looked at each other, and looking at their sister who stood and did not even try to escape from Uzumaki's embrace, the girl nodded and Gaara said, "Okay, I agree." "That's good, then after the qualifying battles I'll wait for you at my house," Naruto smiled. During their conversation, Hinata was watching this, who, noticing how her beloved was hugging the Sand Princess, became furious and blushed with rage. Her beloved was seduced by some foreigner, and she must leave it. She firmly decided that she would break through to the third stage and kill Temari. "Shousha Aburame Shino," Gekko announced. Zaku was unconscious and taken away by the medics, and Shino was thrown out of the arena. The screen picked up the names again. Misumi Tsurugi vs Sabaku no Kankuro. After the announcement of the start, Tsurugi decided to end the fight in a few seconds and slipped behind Kankuro's back, wrapping his body around the puppeteer and breaking his neck. Everyone was surprised by the speed, but Temari and Gaara smiled. Suddenly Kankuro's head turned and looked at Misumi with a grin. The latter got scared and jumped back, and another Kankuro emerged from the cocoon of bandages. With the help of chakra threads, the real Kankuro took control of the doll and hugged the enemy, strangling him in an embrace. Shousha Sabaku no Kankuro. At this time, other names appeared on the screen. Sakura Haruno vs Ino Yamanaka. The former friends came down to the arena and tied their forehead protectors to begin the fight. While they exchanged childish blows, Naruto stood over Temari, who leaned on the balcony railing, watching the fight, holding onto the same railing with her hands. "I'm already tired of that white-eyed girl's gaze," Temari said, throwing a fleeting glance at Hinata. Naruto looked at Hinata, who was burning a hole into Temari with her ugly eyes. "Don't pay attention, if she touches you I'll kill her," Naruto whispered in the girl's ear. In the arena, meanwhile, Ino Yamanaka took control of Sakura's body, but since she had excellent chakra control and great willpower, she was able to throw Ino out of her head, and both Kunoichi, tired and beaten, hit each other in the face and both passed out. Drawl. As a result, both of them did not make it to the second stage. Meanwhile, new names appeared on the screen. Ten vs Sabaku no Temari. Temari started to go down the stairs, and Naruto decided to walk her, but suddenly Naruto pressed the girl against the wall and kissed her tenderly with all his passion. She responded and buried herself in the guy's golden hair. 30 seconds later, they broke the kiss. Forward, Naruto smiled. "I won't lose," the girl responded to the smile and left. Naruto went up to the balcony again. And while Temari and Tenten began their duel, Hinata approached Naruto. "Naruto-kun," she smiled and tried to hang on his neck. But Naruto grabs her hand and squeezes it tightly. The warmth and care with which he watched Temari disappeared from his eyes, only coldness and indifference remained. "What do you want from me?" he asked. "I wanted to ask what's going on with you and that girl from Sand?" Hinata asked. "What business is it of yours?" Uzumaki asked. "You should be mine. Not that prodigal girl's," Hyuga shouted. Naruto grabbed her by the throat and pinned her against the wall. "Don't you dare talk about her like that. If you or your clan try to do anything, I will destroy you. I hope you're not stupid enough to disobey my warning," Naruto said. But since the other genin were looking at them, he had to let go of her throat and walk away. Hinata fell to her knees and coughed. "I'll prove to you that she's not worth you," she hissed and stood up and left. Naruto continued to watch the fight. Temari easily reflected the weapons from Ten scrolls, and when she reflected the attack again, the blonde waved her fan and blew Ten away and began to strike the brunette with her fan. After a while, Ten passed out and lay on the blonde's fan. She threw her away, but Ten saved Lee. "Why so cruel? Didn't you think you could kill her?" Lee asked angrily. "Unfortunately, in this world there are such rules. If not you, then you, the strong eat the weak. If you can't do anything, then the path of shinobi is closed to you," answered Temari. Lee wanted to answer something, but something made him look at the stands. There he saw Naruto, who was looking at Lee with his arms crossed over his chest and calmly watching, but only someone who can read emotions well can understand that Naruto is not going to tolerate this squabble. And Rock Lee realized that if this blonde fits in, then I am clearly not on his side, so angrily looking at Temari, Lee picked up Ten and left. Shousha Sabaku no Temari. The screen flickered again and showed new names. Shikamaru Nara vs Kin Tsuchi. When the two entered the arena and Gekko gave the signal, Kin tried to catch Shikamaru with a trick, but he was smarter and did not fall for such cheap tricks. Temari climbed up to the balcony and approached Naruto. "Naru, is everything okay?" she asked, seeing the guy's worried face. "Everything is fine, don't worry." Naruto smiled and pulled the girl to him and hugged her. Temari smiled and hugged Naruto back. Watching this, Lee understood why Naruto looked at him like that and even thanked all the known gods that the blonde didn't interfere. It's not that Lee knew what the blonde was capable of and was afraid of him. No, Lee didn't really want to fight Naruto. Meanwhile, in the arena, Shikamaru grabbed Kin with his shadow and she lost control of her body. And Shikamaru, without thinking twice, took out a shuriken. His opponent also took a shuriken, simultaneously throwing down her weapon. Shikamaru stood on the bridge and the kunai flew past, but Kin, repeating Nara's actions, hit her head hard against the wall and passed out. A wise shinobi always pays attention to the balance of power. Nara chuckled and yawned as he left the arena. Shousha Shikamaru Nara. New names appeared on the sign, causing Naruto to smirk. Naruto Uzumaki vs Kiba Inuzuka. Yes. Akamaru, we're lucky. Inuzuka rejoiced, not knowing what awaited him, and jumped off the balcony. Naruto also did not go down the stairs, but simply formed a concentration seal with one hand. Using the shimmer step, he found himself in the arena. "I'll show you, loser, what real power is right now." Kiba beamed. Like the Uchihas, he chuckled, while smiling imperceptibly. "You decided to underestimate me?" Kiba was furious. "Exactly." He smirked. "Pitiful demon." The smirk began to grow. "What kind of creature gave birth to you that you grew up to be such an idiot?" Kiba smirked. "What did you just say?" Naruto hissed. "What did you hear, little demon? Your mother is probably a common whore, and when she gave birth to you, she threw you out to be on the safe side." Kiba laughed. And then Naruto just went into a wild rage. No one had ever dared to insult his mother, no scum dared to do this. Without waiting for Gekko's signal, Naruto appeared in front of Kiba at the speed of sound and with all his strength struck Inuzuka in the stomach. He coughed up blood but remained on his feet, but Naruto didn't even think about stopping. Blow after blow, Kiba's body turned into a piece of rotten meat. Naruto spared no effort, he hit and hit until Inuzuka fell to the ground. Akamaru tried to save his master, but Naruto simply grabbed the puppy by the scruff of the neck and threw him into the wall. "Don't think you'll get off so easily," Uzumaki said. Sitting on Inuzuka's chest, Naruto began to teach Kiba manners with his fists. Kiba's face became more and more bloody with each blow, and blood splashed onto Naruto's face as well. "Kakashi, can you stop your student?" Kurenai yelled at him as she watched her student being beaten like a child. "It's his own fault, Kurenai, he insulted Naruto's mother, and now he's suffering because of it," Kakashi replied. But when everyone saw how Naruto took out a kunai and, twirling it on his finger, wanted to pierce Kiba's head, there was no time for jokes. Naruto felt his hand being stopped and slightly choked. It was Kakashi, Guy, and Kurenai, who was also holding Naruto's hand, which was holding Kiba's collar. "Naruto, don't, it's not worth it," Kakashi said in a calm tone. Naruto looked at Sensei, and then at Kiba, whose whole face was covered in blood. "Next time, it won't be so easy to stop me," Naruto hissed, and saying "HN" and hitting Kiba again, he got up from him, and using the shimmer step, he found himself on the balcony. Kiba was carried away on a stretcher. He had broken arms, ribs, and there was also a suspicion of a broken spine. Shousha Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto walked up to Temari and she hugged him. "Is everything okay?" she asked. "Yes, forgive what you saw," Uzumaki said. "It's not your fault, he should have kept his mouth shut," the girl replied and pressed her head to Naruto's chest. Naruto smiled and kissed the top of the girl's head and smiled. Hinata Hyuga vs Neji Hyuga, Gekko announced the next fight. The named ones descended into the arena. Judging by Hinata's face, Naruto realized that she was not going to fight fairly and had already thought of something. Neji, seeing that his sister didn't even tense up, immediately sensed a catch and realized that he had to try to finish as quickly as possible. After Neji's signal, he activated his Byakugan and attacked Hinata. She also activated her dojutsu and began to dodge, but since Neji's skills were superior to her own, she received several punches from her brother, and after a few minutes of such a fight, she simply jumped back and made a concentration seal with one hand. Seal. Neji grabbed his head and began to scream from the unbearable pain in his head. But he did not want to give up, but with this pain it was impossible for him to even get up, let alone fight. And after a minute, Neji passed out from pain shock. Shousha Hinata Hyuga. Naruto clenched his fists. There was no sense of justice here. But would anyone feel sorry for a member of the Hyuga clan's side branch? That's right, no one, but if Hinata had lost, and they found out that Neji had won, the clan would have given him such a hard time for not giving in. What was that? Temari was surprised. The Hyuga clan has two branches, the main and the side. A special seal is placed on the side branch of the clan so that when it dies, it destroys the Byakugan, but it also exists to control the side branch. A member of the main family can cause such pain to a member of the side branch with one seal that he can die. This is exactly what Hinata did and Neji passed out from shock. Uzumaki answered. But that's not fair, and why then shouldn't there be some kind of seal on the main message to protect their eyes? Temari asked. Because this clan is so rotten that they only send a side branch into battle, and the main one sits in the clan and does nothing, Naruto said. It's terrible, how is this even possible? Where is the Hokage even looking? The girl didn't understand. The third has outlived his age, it's high time for him to retire, that's why he doesn't pay attention to all the little things, that's why I want to become Hokage and change everything that the third Hokage couldn't change. Naruto clenched his fist. I'm sure you'll become Hokage, and I'll be there to support you, the girl smiled. I know, the guy responded to the smile. Meanwhile, Gaara and Rock Lee entered the arena. Hajime. Lee waited for Hayate's signal and attacked Gaara, but before his hand could reach its target, the sand was able to protect Gaara's body, and then Lee decided to test the speed of Gaara's defense. He began to strike at great speed, but the sand did not lag behind either and not only managed to protect its owner, but also attacked in response. And so Rock Lee made a mistake and slipped on the sand, but when a wave of sand tried to attack Lee, he quickly reacted and jumped onto the statue of hands that were in the form of a concentration seal in the arena. Lee! Take it off. Seeing how his student is failing, Guy gives permission to remove the weights. But Guy-sensei, but he was interrupted by, I give permission. Inspired, he took off the weights and threw them off his legs and arms, and they fell with such a roar that they shook the entire arena. Guy! You went too far. Kakashi watched the fight with slight surprise, covering his mouth with his hand. Lee began to attack at such a speed that even Naruto or Kakashi had a hard time keeping up with him. Only by activating Ibisu Naruto was able to read his movements. Gaara was also in shock. While the sand barely managed to protect its master, Lee moved too fast for his opponent, and jumping into the air, he was able to kick him in the head. Thanks to which he was able to wound Gaara in the cheek. Everyone was shocked, especially Temari and Kankuro, who know better than anyone that Gaara's protection is absolute. Come on. After a few more blows, Lee pushed his opponent back, watching as he slowly began to rise. Sand steadily poured out of his gourd, and he stood up to his full height. Lee looked at him, not seeing his face, but clearly seeing something falling from his face. He kept watching as something continued to fall, and he saw a large piece of it break off. Sand, his eyes widened in confusion at what was happening, but he continued to stand. Gaara raised his face, which clearly showed madness. The sand that was around him gathered, began to merge with his body, flying back to him, thanks to which his sand armor was restored again. So, I need to attack with the primordial lotus? He untied the bandages on his hands and began to move at high speed around Gaara. Having failed to break through his defense at high altitude, he kicked him in the chin, throwing him up, but seeing that it wasn't nearly enough, he stood up on both hands and pushed off the ground with them, thanks to which he was able to deliver several kicks to his back, causing him to rise higher and higher, while Gaara made the sand rise up after them. Gaara looked at him with wide eyes. Lee saw a new crack appear in his armor, then wrapped his bandages around his body, and using the first lotus he flew down with him, and at the last moment Lee let go of him. Then a crater and a cloud of dust appeared on the ground from the birth of his opponent. Lee looked towards the crater, breathing heavily. Gaara was lying in the crater, his eyes wide open, and his entire body looked cracked. Proctor walked over to his body to check on his condition when suddenly. What? On Gaara's cheek, the sand from his armor separated and fell into his body. His arm, and the rest of his body followed the first sand, into him, after which only the shell of him was visible. He widened his eyes at the sound behind him and turned to see Gaara with sand falling from his head and a look of madness on his face. The seal stopped working? Naruto grabbed the handcuffs from above, grabbing them and leaving a mark there. Gaara made a concentration seal and the sand was about to fly at him, when suddenly he fell face down. What? Lee, like everyone else, looked at this in surprise. The proctor carefully approached his body, after which, having checked his pulse, he said, "Show Rock Lee." Naruto sighed in relief and letting go of the cuffs he felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking there, he saw Temari's gaze, on whose face was an expression of "thank you," to which he nodded, after which he smiled. The next fight was announced to be the last one, Choji vs Dosu. Choji thought that since Dosu uses sound as a weapon, it means that he just needs to cover his ears and then his sound will be of little use, so Choji swelled up and hid his head, arms and legs and rolled towards his opponent, but he easily dodged the attacks. After another time when Dosu dodged, he hit Choji with all his might and, pressing him against the wall, released the maximum of his sound. A strong vibration went, and when it was all over, Akimichi fell to the ground and passed out. Your plan could have worked in part, if not for one, but the human body is 70% water, and water lets sound waves through, which means your entire body is one big ear for ultrasound. After the fight, the winners came down to the arena and stood in front of the Hokage and the Jounin mentors. The only one missing was Sasuke, who was in the hospital. I congratulate you all. These 9 people will take part in the final stage of the Chunin exam. Now everyone will draw their number and the fights for the first round will be drawn. Also, you should not worry if you suddenly lose in the first fight. Chunin will be selected not by the number of victories, but by the tactics of fighting. That is, you lost the first fight, but showed yourself well. You can also get a new rank, of course. With a greater number of victories your chances will increase since you will have more opportunities to show yourself. It is also possible that none of you will become Chunin if you do not impress me and Kazekage Dano, who will be watching the fights with me. The Hokage explained while each genin drew a number. I am announcing the list of the first round of fights. Listen carefully. First fight, Naruto Uzumaki vs Dosu Kinyuta. Second fight, Sasuke Uchiha vs Rock Lee. Third fight, Temari vs Hinata Hyuga. Fourth fight, Kankuro vs Shino Aburame. Fifth fight, Shikamaru Nara will fight the winner of the first fight. You have exactly 1 month to train. Everyone is free. The Hokage finished and disappeared along with the Jounins. Temari, I'm waiting for you and Gaara at this address, Naruto said, handing over a piece of paper and disappearing in a clap of thunder. Naruto Uzumaki's house. An hour later. Naruto prepared everything he needed to renew Gaara's seal, namely himself, since this would be his first serious seal. And just in time, the doorbell rang. When I opened it, Team Sand was standing there. Gaara was beaten, but he felt better than he looked. Come in, tea or coffee? Naruto asked, letting the team in. You have a nice house, Kankuro whistled. Thank you, this is my parents' house. Naruto smiled. Who were your parents if they had such a mansion? Kankuro asked. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the bloody habanera, Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto replied while pouring 3 cups of tea. Kankuro's eyes popped out of his head from these words. Now it was clear why Naruto was so strong and knew how to renew Gaara's seal. Not only was his father one of the strongest people in the world, but his mother was also the heiress of a great clan that stood on par with the Uchiha and Senju, and what an irony that these 3 clans were almost destroyed. The Uzumaki clan was destroyed out of fear of them, the Senju simply died out, and the Uchiha were slaughtered by their own prince. Having placed hot tea in front of the guests, Naruto got down to business. Gaara, are you ready? After the seal is renewed, you will sleep for about 2 days. Uzumaki asked. I'm ready, the Sand Jinchuriki nodded. Naruto nodded and invited him to the sofa, then lay down on his back and Naruto lifted his clothes to his chest. On his stomach was a very old and weak seal for sealing Biju. Now it is clear why Ichibi could penetrate Gaara's dreams and spoil his psyche, but thanks to Kurama and Kushina who left the necessary knowledge and scrolls, Naruto bit his finger and began to draw a new seal on Gaara's stomach. More complex than the seal of the 5 elements and slightly weaker than the seal of the god of death. Having finished drawing, he began to fold a long series of seals. After 10 seconds the seal on Gaara's stomach lit up and a spiral began to form. Uzumaki's secret technique, 10-element seal. For me, the 8-element seal is too trivial. After Naruto's words, the seal finished forming and became similar to the seal of the death god, because it was taken as a basis. At first, Gaara screamed a little, and then fell asleep. Naruto exhaled with relief. He was afraid that it might not work. Yes, he spent a lot on studying it, but this does not change the fact that he is still inexperienced in Fuinjutsu, and this seal is so picky that the slightest mistake can only worsen the situation, but fortunately everything worked out and Naruto coped, although he spent most of his chakra reserve. Everything is ready, as I said, he will sleep for 2 days, Naruto said. Now the bijou won't bother him? Temari asked. No, this seal will restrain the Ichibi slightly weaker than the Death God seal, Naruto explained. Kankuro, take Gaara and go to the hotel, I'll come a little later, Temari said. Kankuro wanted to object at first, but realizing that his sister would hit him on the head faster than he could open his mouth, he picked up Gaara and left without forgetting to thank Uzumaki. As soon as the door closed, Temari jumped on Naruto and kissed him with a hot kiss in which tenderness and love were clearly felt. Only with Naruto could Temari allow herself to be a real girl, and not a cold-blooded kunoichi. Crossing her legs behind Uzumaki's back and burying herself in the guy's golden hair, Temari deepened the kiss. Naruto hugged the girl around the waist and responded. After 5 minutes of a hot dance of two tongues, the couple pulled away. Thank you very much, Naru, the girl said. You're welcome, I told you I'm doing this for you. Naruto smiled, stroking the girl's cheek. She purred and snuggled up to Uzumaki. They stood there hugging until Naruto looked at his beloved. Temi, I'll need to take a month off to train, he said. But why? Are your powers enough to deal with all the genin at the exam? The girl asked. I want to sign the summoning, so I need to go to a free summoning, I'll try to come back early to spend time with you. Naruto said. Do you promise? The girl asked in a firm tone. Of course, if you want you can live here, the barrier won't let anyone in except you and your brothers, Naruto said. Okay, I'll also make sure it's clean, the girl nodded. Naruto nodded, but did not say that his house would not be dirty even after 10 years. The girl walked away and Naruto bit his finger, and began to fold the seals that Kurama showed him. Free summoning technique. After these words, Naruto hit the floor and disappeared in white smoke. Unknown place. Naruto appeared in a dense forest, where a very oppressive atmosphere could be felt. Naruto looked around and saw a huge citadel not far from the forest. But before he could even think where he could end up, the ground shook and a terrible tension was immediately felt in the air. He heard the flapping of wings as if their owner was many times larger than Kurama, and he was not mistaken. A shadow suddenly appeared, forcing Uzumaki to raise his head, and he saw a huge red dragon, which landed in front of him and roared. What are you doing here, human? The dragon asked in human language. Naruto swallowed the lump in his throat, but answered, Hello, I am Uzumaki Naruto, I came here using the summoning technique and I would like to make a contract. Naruto said politely. A contract? You're the first person in 500 years to get here. After thinking for a moment, he said, Okay, climb on top of me and I'll explain everything along the way. The dragon said. Naruto nodded and with the agility of a cat jumped onto the dragon's back. It flapped its wings and soared into the air. Listen carefully, human, the connection between a dragon and a human is much stronger than that of ordinary summons. We do not simply sign a contract, the dragon contacts the human, and if the dragon dies, then you will die too, but if you die and your connection with the dragon is strong, he will grieve very much, but this has its advantages. With the help of their powers, dragons contact their riders with the help of special marks. This is instead of the usual scroll with a contract, and when the dragon decides that you are ready, with the help of this mark, he will begin to nourish you with his power, but each person has his own ability. The last rider controlled lightning, for example, and the very first with scarlet flame. To contact the dragon you will have to pass a small exam, and in 2 days those dragons will arrive who express a desire to look at you and can contact you. This is called threshing. Finished the dragon. What if no one wants to mess with me? Naruto asked, holding on to the dragon's scales. You'll just be sent back and you'll never be able to appear here again. We're here, the dragon said as we flew up to the citadel. Having flown up to the building, the dragon landed and Naruto got off its back. By the way, what's your name? Naruto asked. You have the right to know the name of only your dragon, he will tell you when he wants to contact you. The lizard replied. Naruto nodded and the dragon continued, your little test will show your level of power and whether you are worthy of contacting the dragon. What do I need to do? Naruto asked. The dragon liked the determination and fighting spirit of this man and Naruto thought that a grin appeared in the eyes of the intelligent animal. Nothing complicated, you have to climb to the topmost tower of the citadel while being careful of the traps and animals that live there. You have 3 attempts to pass the test and 3 days, the time will start when you start, the dragon explained. How does time flow here, unlike in the human world? Naruto asked. Just the same as there, the dragon replied. Naruto looked at the citadel, to his eye it was about twice as big as the Hokage's residence, which meant it was somewhere at the level of the mountain with the Hokage's faces. I'm ready, Naruto nodded. Forward, human, the dragon chuckled and flew away. Naruto has 3 days and 3 attempts to get to the top of the citadel without dying. Kurama, what are our chances? Naruto asked. With your skills, they are big. Great, that means I'll finish everything in a day. Naruto grinned and began his test. Meanwhile, not far from the citadel, on the top of the mountain, sat a large dark blue dragon with shiny blue horns that rise above his head in an elegant, deadly swing, and large golden eyes. Seeing Naruto undergoing the tests, he involuntarily remembered his friend, the same techniques and weapons. A roar was heard from his side and a smirk appeared in his eyes. Meanwhile, Naruto, walking along the corridor of the citadel, came across huge spiders the size of an adult dog of the Inuzuka clan. And why spiders? Naruto complained, but still unsealed the scythe. The spiders turned out to be not as simple as they seemed, their movements were fast and deadly, each blow could send Naruto to the next world. These spiders are stronger than they look, Naruto commented. The strangest thing is that the blades of the scythe could barely penetrate their shell, which is why Naruto had to dodge. Their weak point is their eyes, Naruto heard a slightly growling female voice. Who is this? Naruto was surprised by the sudden voice. What are you talking about? Kurama asked. Didn't you hear a voice? Uzumaki asked. No. He suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. Watch out! Kurama shouted and Naruto dodged at the very last moment. Swinging his scythe, he hit the spider's eye and it died. It turns out their eyes really are a weak point. Naruto thought and sealed his scythe and took out a kunai. 10 hours passed as Naruto climbed the citadel. And almost at each test he heard a strange voice in his head that told him what to do. He climbed the stairs that led to the highest tower. He was too exhausted, his left eye hurt from long use of Ibisu, his chakra was almost at 0, his right arm was broken, which Kurama had already healed, but after killing a huge centipede, he began to climb the stairs to the end of the test. He overcame the last step and stood on the stone floor of the tower, where the dragon that brought him here was already waiting for him. I see you did it, human, the dragon chuckled. It was harder than I thought, Naruto hissed in pain. You did well, how many people came to us, almost all died on the 2nd floor of the citadel, and you went through it completely and killed the queen of centipedes, I'm impressed. The dragon said with a grin. What next? Uzumaki asked. You have 2 days to rest, after which you will have to come to the clearing where the threshing will take place, and we will see how well you did, there is a room on the floor below, you can rest there. Said the dragon and soared into the air. Go down to the floor below. Naruto found a room and went into it, there was almost nothing inside except a bed with a table and a chair, well, that's not surprising. Naruto immediately fell onto the bed and fell into the kingdom of Morpheus. In 2 days. Naruto slept for 2 days due to his exhaustion during the test. It's good that no one disturbed his sweet sleep and he was able to gain strength. Kurama had already healed Naruto's arm. It still ached a little from pain, but it was bearable. And now he is standing in a clearing not far from the citadel with his arms crossed over his chest. The flapping of wings was heard in the air and Naruto saw an old friend. "Hello again, human, I see you weren't afraid to come here after all." The dragon grinned. "No, and I hope I won't regret it," Uzumaki sighed. "I'll tell you right away that about 20 dragons will arrive here who were watching you and you interested them a little. But that doesn't mean that any of them will want to contact you," said the dragon. "So what should I do?" Naruto asked. "Don't show your excitement or fear, dragons don't like that, but you can show your composure towards what's happening," the lizard advised. Suddenly Naruto heard more flapping of wings, only there were many times more of them. Raising his head, Naruto saw about 24 dragons at least in his field of vision. They began to land on the ground. Some dragons landed on small ruins resembling an arch or something similar. Naruto saw different dragons, red, blue, yellow, green. They were all beautiful and in their eyes you could see a bit of interest, but for some reason Naruto could not feel that he was drawn to any of them. It had been more than 10 minutes since the start of the threshing, but no one had yet chosen Naruto. He was still standing and watching. He felt the tension between the dragons, but he didn't know the reason. The dragons were exchanging glances with each other. Naruto heard more flapping of wings and the tension in the air immediately grew stronger than before. The dragons looked at the sky and those that were standing on the ground began to move away. Another dragon landed on the ground, a large dark blue dragon with shiny blue horns that rise above his head in an elegant deadly swing, and large golden eyes. The dragons looked at him and descended from the ruins of the arch and stood around Naruto. He didn't understand what was happening, but he saw how the newly arrived dragon began to approach him. Naruto wasn't afraid, he knew that he wouldn't be killed. The dragon's golden eyes burned into Uzumaki that he got goosebumps on his skin, but he held his gaze and looked into those golden eyes himself. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Naruto heard a female voice. "So it's you?" Naruto was surprised. "That's right, I was the one giving you advice on how to get through the citadel," the dragoness grinned. "But for what?" Naruto asked. "So that you can pass it, because you are the reincarnation of Ashura?" "Right?" she asked. "That's right, I saw her in my subconscious and she advised me to go to free summoning and said that they were waiting for me here. I suppose she was talking about you?" Naruto asked. "Yes, I am Scale, nice to meet you, Naruto Uzumaki, my rider," she said, and Naruto immediately felt a slight burning sensation on his right hand. Raising his sleeve, he saw how a dark blue dragon began to emerge from around his hand. Its wings completely embraced his hand, and its head appeared on the back of his palm. Its tail curled around his entire forearm. "The threshing is complete, Naruto Uzumaki has become the rider of Scale," the red dragon declared. All the dragons roared, releasing flames into the sky. "Everyone is so happy, but why?" Naruto asked. "Because you are the second rider of Scale. She is the most ferocious of us. She is capable of single-handedly destroying the village where you came from and she does not care about principles and so on," the dragon answered. "Really?" Naruto was surprised. "Don't worry Naruto, we're connected now so I won't touch your village," Scale said. "That's good," Naruto smiled. "The next week you will be learning to ride Scale so as not to accidentally fall off her back during the maneuver," said the red one. "Get in," Scale ordered. Naruto didn't argue and jumped onto the dragon's back. Sitting on her, he grabbed the scales more tightly. "If you fall, I won't save you, our connection isn't that strong yet, so I won't grieve," she chuckled. "You know how to cheer people up," Naruto chuckled. "HN, hold on," was all Scale said, and she flapped her mighty wings and flew into the air. A week has passed. Naruto had been learning to fly a dragon for a week now. Scale did not spare Uzumaki, performing such tricks that Naruto almost fell off her back, but still managed to stay on Scale's back. She seeing the guy's efforts and zeal, accelerated with a grin and spun feints even cooler. A week later, Naruto calmly stayed on the dragon and could even hold on with one hand. Scale was pleasantly surprised by the boy's persistence and his desire to learn to fly a dragon as soon as possible. And then, during another training session, Naruto heard the flapping of huge wings behind them. They were 1.5 times louder than Scale's. Naruto looked back and saw a huge black dragon. It was twice as big as Scale. "Scale, there's some kind of dragon flying after us," Naruto said. "I know, this is my pair," she replied. "A couple?" Naruto asked again. "Yes, our bond is as strong as mine with you," Scale replied. The black dragon flew closer and looked at Uzumaki. He also had golden eyes like Scale. He growled and blinked several times. "He says you're a very interesting boy," the dragoness suddenly said. "Couldn't he have told me that himself?" Naruto was perplexed. "Only a dragon that is bound to you can speak to you," Scale replied. "But that red dragon spoke to me, and as a normal summoning," Naruto said. "HN. He is simply a guide between people and dragons and he had to learn human speech." Scale chuckled. Naruto thought while Scale and the black dragon flew nearby and apparently talked. And finally Naruto stands in the clearing, and in front of him is Scale. "I have to go, Scale," Naruto said. "Remember, Naruto, you don't have to do the summoning seals for me to come, you just need to call me and I will come." Scale said. "So we can communicate even between worlds?" Naruto was surprised. "I told you we're different from other summoned animals," Scale grinned. "I remember, if I need your help I'll call," Naruto nodded. "I'll be waiting, Uzumaki." Naruto, the dragoness nodded. Naruto made hand seals and disappeared into white smoke. The world of Shinobi. Naruto was in his living room from where he disappeared almost 2 weeks ago. The house, as expected, was in perfect frequency. Someone was obviously in the kitchen because the clink of dishes was heard. Entering there, he saw Temari in short shorts and a white t-shirt. Her hair was tied not as usual, but in a rather long ponytail. What? But Naruto involuntarily stared at the girl who, apparently, was preparing dinner. He could not help but emphasize that her figure looked much more Shrek than in the clothes in which he saw her. Her breasts had already grown to the second size, a soft and elastic butt, a narrow waist and slightly pale skin made Temari an object of desire for many guys, including Naruto himself. Uzumaki is not a child for a long time, although he is only 13, liminal life is allowed from 12 after graduating from the academy, mainly because you cannot know whether you will survive the mission or not. Naruto approached Temari and hugged her around the waist and kissed the girl's tender neck. She shuddered, but remembered that there was a powerful barrier around the house that did not let anyone in except her and her brothers, and since the brothers were now at the training ground, it could have been one person who could afford such impudence. "Naruto," the girl moaned tenderly. Naruto put his hand under Temari's shirt and began to stroke her tummy, occasionally touching her soft and elastic breasts. "I missed you so much," Naruto whispered. Temari ran her hand through the boy's golden locks and pressed him to her neck. "I see you've already settled in here." Naruto smiled. "As if you're against it," the girl retorted. "Of course not, I even like that you're not afraid to walk around the house without a bra." Naruto chuckled and gently squeezed the girl's breast. Temari moaned into Naruto's ear and squeezed his hair tighter. "How can I be afraid of anything when my boyfriend is the strongest genin in Konoha?" The girl laughed, stroking Naruto's head. "What happened while I was gone?" Naruto asked. "Nothing special, the brothers are at the training ground now. I also spend almost all my time at the training ground and train. And how are you?" "Who is your summon?" asked Temari. Naruto was about to answer, but Scale burst into his head. "You can tell her later, now is not the time," she said. "She can be trusted," Naruto said. "I've said it all," Scale snapped. "I can't say yet, I want to keep my trump card a secret until the exam, Naruto answered anyway. Temari pouted, clearly expecting a different answer. Well, don't be upset, I don't have any secrets from you, but it will be more interesting this way, Naruto smiled. Okay, but no more secrets from each other from now on, okay? The girl set the conditions. Okay, I agree, Naruto nodded. After that, Naruto went down to the basement to get the cloak he found and bought after the qualifying battles. It was a long black leather cloak with a hood. Going up to the living room where Temari was sitting after cooking, Naruto sat down next to her and began to put the necessary seals on the cloak, while simultaneously talking to the girl. After dinner Naruto decided to go to the hot springs and relax. He was completely prepared for the exam, so he could have a good rest. Entering the springs he plunged into the water and began to enjoy the silence. But suddenly he heard a quiet giggle behind the fence. Deciding to see what was there, he wrapped a towel around his waist and found the source of the laughter. It was a tall man with long white hair, a large scroll was behind his back, and on the protector there was the kanji oil. He was squatting and peeping at the female part of the springs. Naruto was amused by this, because he guessed who it was, and quietly approaching him from behind, he shouted, "Is this really the great Toad Sannin Jiraiya spying on girls?" From the direction of the female springs, squeals and splashes of water were immediately heard. Jiraiya immediately jumped up and looked at Uzumaki, who was smiling from ear to ear. "Why are you yelling like that?" the hermit shouted, but before he could properly scold the boy, a crowd of angry kunoichi came out of the springs. Naruto decided to help and put his hand on his shoulder and used Hiration. They found themselves at one of the training grounds where Naruto's mark stood. "You owe me now, Jiraiya-san, for saving you." Naruto laughed and unsealed his clothes and began to get dressed. "What do you mean? You burned me, and now I have to thank you," the Toad Sannin shouted. "I have to, because if it weren't for me, you'd be getting beat up by a crowd of kunoichi that you angered, Ero Sannin." Naruto shouted back. "Don't call me that, you little bugger. I'm the great Toad Hermit." Jiraiya said. "I know who you are. Jiraiya is one of the 3 legendary Sannin, the 3rd Hokage's student, and also the 4th Hokage's teacher, my godfather, right?" Naruto smiled. "What?" the hermit was surprised. "I'm saying that you are my father's teacher, as well as my godfather, and it was from your book that my parents chose my name," Naruto said. Naruto. "So you know everything, but how much?" Jiraiya asked. "I've known the truth for more than 3 years, but don't worry, old man Third explained to me why you couldn't take me. I don't blame you, you're the only relative left," Naruto said. "Forgive me, Naruto, the clan council was not against me taking custody of you, but the elders, including Danzo Shimura, were adamant that you should not have any attachments," Jiraiya said. "Is it all because of the Kyuubi?" Naruto asked. "You know that too," Jiraiya was even more surprised. "He became my first friend, thanks to him I was able to talk to my parents who sealed their chakra along with Kurama," Naruto replied. "Did you see Minato and Kushina? What did they say?" Jiraiya asked. "Nothing special, they told me everything about themselves and also passed on their knowledge. Thanks to this I am the strongest genin of Konoha at the moment." Naruto smiled. "Oh, I'm glad you were able to see them." The hermit couldn't help but smile. "Jiraiya-san, I need the key to the Kyuubi seal," Naruto suddenly said. "Are you sure that Kyuubi can be trusted?" Jiraiya asked cautiously. "First of all, his name is Kurama, secondly, I can trust him with my life. He was with me from the moment I was born and treated me when the villagers threw rocks and bottles at me, and when we became friends, he helped me in training and gave me advice, so yes, I trust him as myself," he said firmly. "Oh, that's good, since you trust him," Jiraiya said and bit his finger until it bled. Having formed the seals, he slapped the ground and a scroll toad appeared next to him. "Why did you summon me, Jiraiya?" the toad asked. Give the key to the 8 trigram seal to Naruto, was all Jiraiya said. The toad looked at Naruto, who stood with his arms crossed over his chest. Are you sure, Jiraiya? The toad asked. Absolutely, I can trust my godson, the hermit nodded. The toad just nodded and opened up, and there was another seal. Naruto went up to it and touched it with all the fingers of his right hand where the scale mark was. The toad shuddered when it saw it, but remained silent, and when lights appeared on Uzumaki's fingers, it immediately disappeared. Naruto lifted the turtleneck and touched his stomach with his fingers. Naruto's subconscious. Finding himself in front of the cage, he saw Kurama, who was looking at him with slight joy in his eyes. It's time to remove this stupid seal, Naruto smiled. It's about time, this cage is already an eyesore, the fox grinned. Naruto touched his stomach again and twisted it counterclockwise. The lock on the cage began to open. When the last lock was removed, all that was left was to open the gate. It's time for us to synchronize, Naruto. Kurama extended his fist. Now we will become one. Naruto shouted and hit the fox's fist with his fist. The fox's chakra began to flow into Uzumaki and he began to be covered in it. The cage swung open and Naruto felt a huge surge of strength. The real world. Naruto woke up and saw a yellow shroud appear on his body, and a cloak made of yellow chakra with a high collar also appeared on him. Okay. It was Jiraiya who saw this for the first time. Naruto looked at himself and smiled. It's time to finish the Chunin exam. Naruto grinned and the chakra cloak fell. 2 weeks later. The genin were now standing in the middle of a huge arena, which was filled to capacity with Konoha residents. Only Sasuke was missing. In the VIP zone sat various rich people and feudal lords. In the Kage box sat the Hokage, Kazekage and Raikage, who had arrived to look at the new generation, even if his genin were not there. In front of the genin, Gecko Hayate was still standing. The Kage finished their speech about how the new generation is always superior to the old one, etc. Naruto did not listen to this, but he found Jiraiya in the crowd, who smiled at him and waved. Memories. What are you planning? Jiraiya asked after the veil fell. There will be important people from all over the world there, right? Naruto asked. Well, it seems so, but why? The hermit didn't understand. It's time to announce that the legacy of the 4th Hokage is alive, Naruto smiled. Are you sure? Your father had many enemies. It was not for nothing that the 3rd gave you your mother's surname, Jiraiya said. I know, but then I couldn't stand up for myself. Yes, now even Kakashi is beyond my power, but I can defend my interests and the honor of my parents. My parents didn't die for this, so that no one would know about their heir. Uzumaki gave weighty arguments. Jiraiya frowned a little, but then smiled and nodded. End of memories. I'm glad to see everyone at the 3rd stage of the Chunin exam, and I'm glad that no one died before it started. There are no special rules, you are allowed to use all the techniques you know, killing is allowed, but try to do without them. I hope everyone remembers the order of the first round. After waiting for nods, Gecko continued, okay, then we can begin the Chunin exam. After these words, the stands burst into applause. First fight. Uzumaki Naruto vs Dosu Kinyuta. Naruto and Dosu remained in the arena, and the rest went up to the stands. Naruto stood absolutely calmly, despite the fact that insults were heard from the arena in his direction. He smiled when he imagined how they would be out when they found out that they insulted the son of the Yellow Lightning of Konoha. Are you ready? Gecko asked. Naruto nodded and unsealed the scythe. He wasn't going to mess around with the sound genin for long, so he'd finish it quickly. Dosu nodded as well, looking skeptically at the enemy's weapon. Hajime. Dosu didn't even have time to react as Naruto appeared in front of him with his scythe swinging. He couldn't even imagine that this blonde could be so fast, and with such an inconvenient weapon. Dosu managed to jump back, but the scythe still scratched his face. tearing the bandages. Naruto didn't hesitate and began to deliver quick and deadly blows to the enemy. He didn't have time to dodge all of them, and therefore in a few minutes he was covered in cuts. "It's time to finish with you," Naruto said, and appeared behind Dosu at super speed and knocked him out with a blow from the handle of his scythe. "Naruto Uzumaki has won." Naruto smiled and sealed the scythe and left. Everyone watched him with surprised looks, and no one could even say a word. Since Sasuke Uchiha is missing, his fight is postponed. The next fight is Sabaku no Temari vs Hyuga Hinata. Temari jumped off the stands with the help of her fan and landed smoothly on the ground. A minute later Hinata also came down with a smug grin on her face. "Now I'll prove that Naruto-kun made a mistake by choosing you," Hyuga grinned. "I'm sorry, but we're already connected," Temari smiled. "What are you talking about?" Hinata was surprised, activating her Byakugan. Looking at the lower part of Temari's body, she did not see the hymen. At first she thought that it had been gone for a long time, but no, it was clearly visible that it had been torn less than a week ago, and the remnants of Naruto's chakra proved that Naruto and Temari were not contained. Memories. Naruto was sitting in his room and reading a scroll with a new seal that he found in the library. When suddenly the hand where the mark of scale was began to pleasantly warm up. At first he thought that the dragoness had finally decided to start resonating. But after a couple of minutes he realized that something was wrong. He began to be covered by heat, and a strange feeling that he did not immediately understand. "Scale, what's going on?" Naruto asked, but received no answer. And then he was covered by a wave of those feelings that he could identify. It was lust and excitement. This desire quickly covered his entire body and he felt incredibly bad. It was not because he felt bad, but because he could not close himself off from the sensations that Scale was experiencing now. Kurama tried to knock down this excitement, but even he did not succeed. Naruto decided to go out and drink some water, and at the same time wash himself. Having gone down to the kitchen on cotton legs, he filled a glass of water and drank it in one gulp, but it did not help much, and so he began to wash himself in the sink, lowering his head under a stream of cold water. The excitement subsided a little, but it was still not enough. When suddenly the door opened and Temari entered the kitchen. "Naruto? What's wrong with you?" the girl asked and wanted to come closer, but Naruto stopped her. "Stop, don't come any closer, please," Uzumaki breathed heavily. "Why? What happened?" Temari was surprised. "I can't control myself right now," Uzumaki replied. The hair was wet and water was dripping from the strands onto the guy's bare torso. "What can't you control?" the girl asked. Naruto turned away and didn't want to speak. "We promised each other that we wouldn't have any secrets. You gave your promise," Temari pressed. Naruto turned to the girl and she saw a clouded look in which there was only one emotion. "I couldn't control my lust and arousal," Naruto replied. "But why?" Temari was surprised, nevertheless approaching the guy. "My summoning, we are too closely connected and it looks like they have started the mating period and it has passed on to me. I can't control my instincts and desires. I don't want to harm you," Naruto said. "Is there really no way to stop this?" Temari asked. "I don't know how. Please don't come near. I won't forgive myself if I do something to you against your will," Uzumaki answered and wanted to move away. But the girl took his hand. "I see how hard it is for you, let me help you," the girl said firmly. "I can't. I won't go against your will, just because I can't control my instincts and desires." Naruto had a hard time controlling himself and he could break down at any second. "And who said that against my will? You can be understood, and especially you are the person with whom I would not mind doing Shrek," answered Temari, coming closer to Naruto, touching his chest. "Temi. Please," Naruto couldn't stand it anymore. "Don't hold back, Naru, I give you permission," the girl smiled. And then the guy could no longer hold back. He covered the girl's lips with his so greedily and passionately that the girl was stunned for a second, but pulling herself together, she responded to the kiss. Naruto picked the girl up in his arms and went up to his room, where passionate moans could be heard for several hours. End of memories. It can't be, Hinata couldn't believe it. Maybe, believe me, Temari chuckled. Start. Gecko gave the signal. Hinata recovered from her shock and attacked the girl. Temari knew perfectly well that the Hyuga clan specialized in taijutsu and therefore she tried to keep her distance, but apparently Hinata also did not sit still for a whole month and trained her endurance and speed. Temari was able to throw Hinata away from herself several times, but she was able to get closer and with the activated Byakugan began to strike Temari. She tried to block her blows with a fan, but this did not help much, since Hinata hit the SCC points and Temari began to lose control of her body and chakra. Hinata grinned and decided to use the technique of their clan. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. She began to deliver quick blows to the girl's body at the chakra points. A minute later, Temari dropped her fan and fell to her knees. Naruto stood on the balcony and squeezed the interrupter so hard that it dented. He couldn't watch his beloved being beaten like a child, but when he saw Temari fall to her knees, his emotions exploded, the mark began to burn and the eyes on it began to glow golden. He had to save her, no matter what. You're ready, Scale's voice was heard. And Naruto himself did not understand what he was doing, but raising his hand, shadow tentacles burst out of his shadow and tied Hinata up, not allowing her to finish off the sand kunoichi. Naruto jumped down and approached Temari, who had almost lost consciousness. The fight is over, Naruto said, picking up Temari and disappearing in a golden flash. The shadow tentacles released Hinata and she was declared the winner. With Naruto. Once home, Naruto carried the girl into the room and laid her on the bed and began to pour his chakra into her so that her SCC points would open. Scale, what was that? Naruto asked the dragoness. The power of the mark, I decided to start resonating and you received the power to control shadows. She replied. Just like the Nara clan? Naruto was surprised. Don't compare your power as the Shadow Lord, that's a title, with their pathetic techniques. You can not only capture enemies with the shadows, but also create walls, tentacles, and even weapons with proper training. Scale snorted. I understand, so I need to develop this power. Naruto nodded and finished restoring Temari's chakra points. He stroked her head and kissed her cheek and returned to the arena. In the arena, he discovered that Kankuro had decided to surrender in the fight with Shino. Kankuro has surrendered, the winner is Shino Aburame. The next match is Uzumaki Naruto vs Shikamaru Nara, the proctor announced. Naruto used the shimmer step to get to the center of the arena. Shikamaru walked down to the arena with a lazy gait and stood in front of Naruto. Let's not delay, Shikamaru, Naruto said. I'll lose anyway if I fight you, but it's worth a try, Shikamaru yawned. Hajime. Shikamaru didn't wait and used shadow capture, but Naruto knew exactly the range of his jutsu and took a step back and Shikamaru's shadow didn't reach Uzumaki by only a couple of centimeters. So you know the range of my technique? Nara asked with a smile. I know, I managed to study everything that might be needed for the exam, Naruto replied. Then I don't see the point in even fighting, I surrender. Shikamaru raised his hand. Winner Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto smiled and disappeared. Appearing on the participant stand. An unknown shinobi approached Gecko and whispered something in his ear. If Uchiha Sasuke does not appear in 10 minutes, he will be declared the loser. Gecko Heiei announced. Rock Lee was already standing in the center of the arena and waiting. 10 minutes later. The crowd waited for the last Uchiha to appear, but he did not appear. The proctor sighed, he didn't want to disappoint the crowd, but he had to. Uchiha Sasuke diss. And at the very last minute, Kakashi appeared in the center of the arena without a book with Sasuke, who was dressed in black, where one half of this clothing had many small belts decorating his left arm and similar bandages around both legs. Sorry for being late, Kakashi grinned under his mask. Now that Sasuke Uchiha has appeared, we can begin the final battle of the first round, Sasuke Uchiha vs Rock Lee. You weren't in much of a hurry, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto smirked as Kakashi walked up to the stands. We knew we'd make it in time, so there was no point in worrying. Kakashi smiled and took out his book. Yes, but you arrived at the last minute. If you were late another second, I would have enjoyed watching you justify yourself to Sasuke for being late. Uzumaki laughed. Kakashi just grinned and began to watch the Uchihas fight. Sasuke and Rock Lee stood opposite each other, preparing for battle. Lee knew that Sasuke hadn't been sitting idle for a month. He hadn't been seen for a month, which meant he was training with Kakashi somewhere. But Rock Lee hadn't been sitting idle either. He had been pushing himself every day on the training ground for this fight. He was eager to prove that hard work could beat talent. Hajime. Rock Lee jumped up and attacked Sasuke, but Sasuke activated his Sharingan and dodged the attack. However, Lee didn't stop. He began to strike at the speed of a lynx, testing the Uchiha's endurance. But Sasuke easily dodged and parried all of Lee's strikes and made counterattacks. At one point, Sasuke himself attacked Lee. The latter wanted to block, but suddenly the Uchiha simply disappeared from sight and appeared behind Guy's student. The latter's pupils dilated. Now Sasuke's speed was not inferior to Lee's without weights. Sasuke landed a powerful kick to Lee's side, sending him flying back. The sound of bones crunching was heard, but Lee was not stopped and rose to his feet again. Sasuke repeated his opponent's actions with a smirk and they took off again. Their speed was almost equal, but Uchiha was still much faster thanks to his eyes, and he did not have any weights on him. Rock Lee was better in taijutsu and did not allow Sasuke to strike him. Tired of such a useless fight, Sasuke jumped back to the wall and began to pass through a series of seals, after which he grabbed his wrist and lightning chakra began to concentrate there. Participants box. You taught him Chidori? Naruto was surprised, looking at Kakashi. Well, yes, he has excellent chakra control, and his Sharingan is well developed for 2 Tomo, so this technique is just right for him, Kakashi nodded. Meanwhile at the arena. Sasuke had already concentrated a cloud of lightning in his hand, and the singing of 1,000 birds could be heard above the arena. Swinging his hand, thereby leaving a deep mark on the wall, Sasuke ran towards Lee, plowing the ground along the way. Rock Lee wanted to dodge, but for some reason he couldn't move from the spot. His entire body was paralyzed. Participants box. Naruto was surprised by his actions and activated Ibisu, and saw the paralysis seal on Rock Lee. How does Sasuke know such a seal? Naruto asked his sensei. I don't know, I didn't teach him that. Kakashi was surprised himself. Perhaps he copied the technique from you when you used that seal. Kurama gave his voice. Oh, he's a cunning Uchiha. Naruto chuckled and turned off his dojutsu. Meanwhile in the arena. The next moment, Uchiha hit Lee's shoulder with his Chidori. Lee howled in pain but couldn't move. Sasuke pulled his hand out and kicked Lee in the chin, knocking him out. The proctor walked up to Lee and examined him. Showa Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke chuckled with a smile and went up to the stands, and Rock Lee was carried away on a stretcher. Uchiha climbed up to the stands and met Uzumaki, who leaned his back against the wall and kept his left leg on the same wall. Did you copy my seal? Naruto asked. Well, yeah, so what? Sasuke replied. Nothing, but you could have just asked to teach you how to do it, and not brazenly copy it, although the Sharingan was created for this. Naruto grinned. After this short dialogue, Uchiha left. The second round of battles begins. Uzumaki Naruto vs Aburame Shino. Naruto and Shino went down to the arena and stood opposite each other. Shino didn't show his emotions, but in his head he didn't know how to defeat Uzumaki. The bugs wouldn't help here knowing Naruto's speed. Ready? Let's go. Shino still decided to use his beetles and sent an entire army. And when it seemed like the beetles had already reached the flock, a kunai flew straight at Shino, but he dodged and the kunai stuck in the wall behind him. When the army of beetles covered Naruto, no one heard screams, only a clap of thunder. Not bad, Shino, a voice was heard from behind Aburame. He turned around abruptly and saw Naruto with a blue sphere in his right hand. But this is still not enough to defeat me. Naruto swung and hit the sphere into Aburame's chest and he flew into the wall. Naruto, of course, reduced the force put into the technique, otherwise he would have simply killed his former classmate. Gekko checked Shino's condition and raised his hand. Showa Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto walked up to the kunai and pulled it out of the wall, putting it back into the kunai bag. Kage Lodge. The Raikage was perplexed by what he saw. He knew only one person who could move so fast. He knew him, feared him, and respected him at the same time. Hokage, are there really people in your village who can use Hiration? AI asked. As you can see, Raikage Dano, Hiruzen chuckled, but his head was in disarray. Not only is Naruto able to use Hiration and almost reached Minato's level, but also the famous technique of the fourth Hokage, which he spent 3 years creating, a technique that there is not a single record of learning. It was in the Uzumaki arsenal. But how could he know it? This kid is definitely worthy of the title of Chunin. The Kazekage took the floor. I don't know. I don't argue that he's strong and his speed has almost reached Minato's, but I don't think he's ready. I objected. Arena. The next fight was Sasuke vs Hinata, where Uchiha simply humiliated the heiress of the Hyuga clan. Unlike Neji, he didn't care about her clan, and who would say anything to the last Uchiha? This is the final battle. Uchiha Sasuke vs Uzumaki Naruto. The crowd in the stands exploded with applause and shouts of support for the Uchiha. Sasuke and Naruto didn't care about the shouts. They stood opposite each other and looked into each other's eyes. Don't you dare give in, Yujiro Tunkachi, Sasuke said, activating his Sharingan. I didn't even think about it. Show what you can do. Naruto grinned and activated Ibisu. Hajime. Naruto and Sasuke rushed forward with lightning speed and attacked each other. They clashed forearms, creating a wave. Naruto and Sasuke tore off like animals fighting for the last piece of meat. Neither of them even thought of feeling sorry for each other. Naruto dodged Sasuke's kick and himself delivered several blows to the Uchiha's body, but he held his ground and began to counterattack. But for each blow from the brunette there was an accurate block and a strong counterattack. The Uchiha was saved in some cases by the Sharingan, but even so, he could not fully read the Uzumaki's movements. Ibisu was many times superior to the Sharingan and Sasuke only hit in those cases when Naruto accidentally looked away. Sasuke suddenly took out a kunai and aimed at Uzumaki's neck, but in a split second Naruto unsealed his scythe and blocked the blow. Grr. What kind of eye is that? How can you react so quickly? Uchiha growled. I can't tell you until I figure it out myself. He kicked him. But Sasuke also blocked it. Don't ask me questions during the fight. Uzumaki replied and pushed him away. Twisting the scythe in his hands, Naruto attacked Sasuke, but then Uchiha had to sweat, because in Konoha there is no master of Kenjutsu with a scythe of Uzumaki's level. Not that there is no master, in principle, only he uses this weapon. Sasuke had to constantly dodge to avoid a fatal blow. Naruto got tired of this, and sticking the scythe into the ground and bending down, removed the Fuin seals on his legs, after which he attacked Uchiha. Sasuke gritted his teeth because of the problems that had just begun. Uzumaki's speed had increased to the Uchiha's limit, which was why he was being hit from who knows where. Naruto threw him up in the air and began to strike at the enemy's blind spots, preventing him from falling to the ground. When Uzumaki finally allowed the Uchiha to fall, he barely got up and stood on shaking legs, but what surprised Naruto the most was Sasuke's new Tomo. "We should finish, right?" Naruto smiled, taking out a dozen special kunai with seals, to which Sasuke's eyes widened. "Now I'll show you what I've been training for 2 weeks." After throwing 10 kunai, he left one in his hand, and when the kunai almost reached Sasuke, Naruto created a clone. And he disappeared. At the same moment, the clone began to move along the kunai, striking the Uchiha, while Naruto himself began to create Rasengan. "Ready, Kurama?" Naruto smiled. "Let's begin." Kurama shouted, and Naruto entered Bijou mode. The stands fell silent with delight watching the actions of Uzumaki, and they could not have imagined that the one they called a demon would become so strong. In the Kage box, they also looked at Naruto with dilated pupils and shock on their faces, especially Hiruzen, who could not believe that the little son he visited in the distant years would truly become the embodiment of Minato, just as brilliant, strong and kind. "If I have to spend all my strength to prove to everyone that I can achieve what I want, I will gladly put everything I have into achieving the title of Hokage. After all, I am the son of Konoha's Yellow Lightning, I am the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. I am the legacy of lightning." The Uzumaki clone appeared behind Sasuke and took the Uchiha by the shoulder, moving in front of Naruto, while he put all his emotions and applied his technique to Sasuke's chest. Of course, the power of the technique itself, as in the fight with Shino, was reduced so that the Uchiha would survive and not be left disabled. Naruto's clone disappeared and Sasuke flew into the wall. Gekko ran to Sasuke and examined him, finding no serious injuries and making sure that the Uchiha survived. He shouted, "Shosa." He didn't have time to finish the sentence, as feathers began to fall across the arena. Having dispelled the genjutsu, he heard a series of explosions throughout the village, and saw how a huge snake appeared above the walls of the village, which broke the wall and let the sound shinobi squads in. He saw that the experienced shinobi dispelled the genjutsu, and rushed to repel the attack. Naruto looked towards the Kage box where the explosion occurred and he saw the Kazekage and Raikage attacking Hiruzen. Naruto was about to go to help the old man, but a purple barrier formed around them and one of the Anbu who tried to break through to the Hokage burned up just after touching the barrier. "Naruto! Stop the sound shinobi! And help get the civilians out!" Kakashi shouted as he appeared next to Naruto. He nodded and entered the Kyuubi's cloak and activated Abiasu. Having unsealed the scythe, he began to mow down the sound shinobi like grass. Many tried to stop him, but everyone who even met the blade of his deadly scythe died, noticing only a golden flash before death. Running through Konoha, he saw how a group of sound shinobi attacked a girl with her daughter and wanted to capture them for further fun, while Naruto, remembering this girl, decided to help. She often gave him all sorts of food when she saw how hungry he was, when the money given by Hiruzen ran out. Uzumaki appeared in front of her in a split second. "Close your eyes." Only after saying said he began, "Massacre." The girl closed her eyes and the child's. "You pathetic," the girl heard, and then there were swings, sounds of groans of pain, and everything suddenly went quiet. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked when the girl opened her eyes. Behind him, she saw corpses with their throats cut. There was blood on Naruto's face. "It's you, Naruto?" She was surprised, not even recognizing him at first in the veil. "Yes, it's me," Naruto nodded with a smile. "Now you saved me," she smiled softly. Suddenly, another sound shinobi attacked Naruto from behind and wanted to strike with a kunai, but Naruto, without looking behind his back, swung his scythe and another shinobi went to heaven. "You need to go to a safe place," Naruto said and wanted to leave, but someone grabbed his hand. "How can I thank you?" the girl asked. "No way, you've already done a lot for me." Naruto smiled and ran towards his new opponents. A huge snake appeared in front of Naruto and wanted to eat the guy, but he jumped on its head and ran along its back at the speed of sound, waving a scythe cutting it into pieces. A little more than 20 minutes had passed, and almost all the attackers were killed. But the main problem remained. Hiruzen was still fighting two Kage. Naruto. Orochimaru is under the Kazekage mask, we need help. Kakashi shouted next to Uzumaki. I understand. Naruto replied. There is no other way out. Scale. Naruto called to the dragoness. From Uzumaki's shadow, the silhouette of a huge dark blue dragon began to appear. A few seconds later, Naruto was already sitting on Scale's back. Kakashi-sensei. I'll fly forward. Naruto shouted and Scale let out a loud roar and flew up. Kakashi, seeing the dragon, fell into shock and stopped moving, he couldn't even say a word. Fly to the barrier. Naruto shouted and Scale picked up speed. Another snake appeared in front of them, but Scale simply opened her mouth and grabbed the snake's neck, biting it and flew on. The surviving sound shinobi were seriously scared when they saw the huge dragon, because he was not on their side, which meant that he was on the enemy's side and could easily devour them without noticing. Naruto was already flying up to the barrier and saw four shinobi at the edges of the barrier. So I need to kill at least one and the barrier will collapse. Naruto thought. Scale. The dragon flew up to the red-haired girl on one of the edges of the barrier without further ado and released a stream of flame and burned the girl alive. The barrier could not hold and disappeared. At this time, in the barrier, Hiruzen summoned Enma. Enma is the summoning of Hiruzen, the Monkey King, and fought against the Raikage and Orochimaru. It was hard for him, age was taking its toll, but he still held on even against the pressure of the Raikage and Orochimaru. Enma turned into a staff and Sarutobi felt better, but the barrier prevented the Anbu or Jonin from arriving so that they could help their Hokage. But suddenly the barrier disappeared with a crash and a huge dragon flew over them. And landed behind Hiruzen, and Naruto appeared next to him in the bijou cloak and a scythe in his hands. Naruto. What are you doing here? Hiruzen yelled at him. Naruto was like the grandson he never had and he was worried about him. I'm helping, Uzumaki replied. Scale, destroy the remaining snake and help our shinobi, Naruto asked. Scale snorted, but soared into the sky, heading towards the summons an enemy ninja. Naruto twirled the scythe in his hands and decided to conduct lightning chakra. Heh, this will be interesting. Kid, you don't know who you're attacking. The Raikage grinned and wanted to laugh when suddenly. Instead of answering, Naruto attacked the Raikage at full speed, but this was on a completely different level than Sasuke or anyone else. Naruto simply couldn't strike Kage, who in the lightning cover easily dodged the blonde's attacks. Suddenly, A stopped another vertical strike with his hand and hit the hilt with all his might. It shattered into pieces, the blades also got hit by the blow, which also destroyed them. Naruto flew off and fell on his back. Hey! Hey is the name of the Raikage. For your information, decided to finish off Uzumaki, but he decided to use his last trump card. He raised his right hand and the eyes on the scale mark lit up with a golden light. Tentacles burst out of Naruto's shadow and attacked the Raikage. He was quite surprised and tried to block the attacks, but since they were tentacles from the shadow, his attacks passed through them and they ended up piercing his shoulder and side. A jumped back and looked at the wounds. They were not fatal, but it still hurt. Naruto stood up and had to throw away the now useless handle of the scythe. He was breathing heavily, the Kyuubi's veil had fallen and Naruto had almost used up all of his chakra. Scale, Naruto called his dragoness. I'm already flying, hold on a little longer, she replied. I admit, kid, you held up well, but you're still far from your father, said I. I know I'm far from him, but I'm not going to give up just because I might lose today. Naruto said and grabbed his ribs sharply. I can't leave you alive, because if this continues, you'll become like your father, and I can't allow that, Ei said gloomily and attacked again. But Naruto imagined an impenetrable wall around himself, and from his shadow the same wall burst out and surrounded Naruto, not allowing the Raikage to get close to Naruto. Suddenly, the Raikage heard a roar and looked up at the sky above Naruto, who had already removed the wall due to lack of strength. And at that moment, the dragon landed. Your pet? Hei chuckled. I wouldn't advise insulting her, Raikage, Naruto said. And what will happen to me? He asked. Raikage. Let's leave quickly. Orochimaru suddenly shouted, appearing nearby. What? Why is that? I'm not going to back down. I yelled at him. He was furious. This man was ordering him around like he was his subordinate. The ANBU and the Jonin will be here soon, and Hiruzen took my arms before he died, Orochimaru explained, looking at the dragon out of the corner of his eye, which the Raikage noticed perfectly. It's time for us to retreat. Before death? Naruto asked again and looked towards the third. He was lying on the ground with his eyes closed, on his stomach was the seal that he had. Naruto couldn't believe that he was dead, but this was no time for emotions, he needed to focus on his opponents. But they were already gone. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, because there was a high probability of dying in a new clash. Several ANBU and Jounin appeared on the roof. Kakashi wanted to run up to Naruto and check on his condition, but Scale snapped her teeth, scaring away her rider's mentor. Naruto put his hand on her paw and leaned on her. No need, Scale, this is my sensei, Uzumaki said hoarsely. I don't care, you're not in that state right now. She snorted. Naruto smiled weakly and began to lose consciousness, but Scale put her muzzle out and Uzumaki softly fell on her. Thank you, Scale, Naruto said weakly and lost consciousness. A few days later. Funeral. The attack on Konoha was repelled after Naruto lost consciousness. Some sound shinobi were captured and interrogated, and they didn't really say anything, only that Orochimaru had been in charge of their village for a long time, and they simply couldn't refuse to attack. Until a new Hokage is chosen, they will be kept in custody, and then their fate will be decided. Naruto was still unconscious, and many were afraid to approach the hospital to visit their loved ones, because on the roof of the hospital not far from the ward was Scale, who guarded her rider and did not allow anyone except the attending physician Uzumaki, and even that she did with disgust. She also allowed Temari, and she could tolerate her next to her rider. Scale had already managed to save Naruto when some ANBU made his way into the ward while Scale lay down to rest, but she sensed the danger in time, breaking through the window of the ward with her head and tried to devour but he managed to escape. The elders of the Leaf Village, together with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, spent a long time deciding who would become the new Hokage. Danzo Shimura, the main intriguer of Konoha, tried to put himself in this position for a long time, but the daimyo decided to put Jiraiya in this place, as Hiruzen wanted, so that one of his students would become the next Hokage. Everyone supported this idea, and Danzo, gritting his teeth, also agreed. Naruto's subconscious. Naruto opened his eyes and saw Kurama. Around were the same pipes and ankle-deep water. How are you feeling? Kurama asked. SOSO, Naruto chuckled weakly. Who would have doubted it, to spend all your chakra on a fight with this Raikage, lose your weapon, and then also lie in the hospital for several days already? Only Kurama said. Yeah, but I still lost, Naruto drooped. And you thought that at 13 you could defeat one of the Kage? I don't argue, with your arsenal you could have beaten him, but not defeated him. He grinned. You're right, I have to become stronger and find a new weapon. Naruto clenched his fists. This is the Naruto I recognize. Kurama smiled. I have to go, I think they already missed me there. Naruto smiled and closed his eyes. Hospital. Naruto woke up and immediately a nasty smell of medicine hit his nose. Naruto winced and wanted to raise his right hand to wipe his eyes, but he felt that someone was holding it. Looking in the right direction, he saw Temari, who had dropped her head on the bed and fallen asleep, but did not stop holding her lover's hand. Smiling, he tucked one of her curls behind her ear with his left hand, thereby waking the girl. She winced, but then, as she saw that Naruto had woken up and was smiling softly, she rushed to him with hugs. "You're an idiot, why are you scaring me like that?" the girl asked, crying and hugging the guy. "Forgive me, I had to protect my village," Uzumaki said, stroking the girl's back and hugging her. "I thought you wouldn't wake up, you were unconscious for 3 days, Temari said. 3 days? What happened during these 3 days? Naruto asked. After the funeral of the third Hokage, they began to rebuild the village, and nothing more, the girl answered. And we're also going to get the new Hokage soon, Naruto suddenly heard a voice. Turning around, he saw Jiraiya near the window. "Jiraiya-sensei? What are you doing here?" Naruto asked. "I can't visit my godson. By the way, I barely made it past your dragon. She doesn't let anyone in except the doctor and your girlfriend," the hermit said with a grin. Temari blushed and buried her face in Uzumaki's chest. "Scale? Are you here?" Naruto asked. "Of course, I couldn't leave my rider unprotected," she simply replied. "Who was it from?" Naruto asked. "An Anbu tried to kill you, but I intervened and she escaped," Scale replied. "She didn't take off her mask?" Uzumaki asked. "No, but she had brown hair." Scale chuckled. "It's unlikely that this will do anything," Naruto snorted. "Naruto, are you okay?" Temari asked. "Yes, I spoke with Scale," Naruto replied. "That's your dragon's name?" Jiraiya asked in surprise. "Yes, why?" Naruto asked. "Oh, just like that," the hermit waved it off. "Tell that toad old man not to dare to tell anyone that I'm connected to you," Scale growled. "Why is that?" Naruto asked. "I said so, I'll tell you the reason later," Scale snapped. "Jiraiya-sensei, Scale said not to tell anyone that she is connected to me." Naruto relayed the dragoness's words. "I didn't intend to," Jiraiya smiled nervously, earning a suspicious look from Uzumaki. Well, snorted Scale. "So what do you mean, for the new Hokage?" Naruto asked. "That means, as soon as you fully recover, you and I will go in search of Tsunade Senju, my former teammate, who also has the status of Sannin. Although I was nominated for the post, I refused," said the hermit. "Oh, that's good, I'm already quite healthy," Naruto said and wanted to get up, but he felt a sharp pain in his ribs and arm. "Your ribs haven't fully recovered yet, but I'm already working on it," Kurama said. "You've spent too much energy using the shadows. It would be better for you to lie down for a couple more days," Scale said. "Lie down for a few more days, you've been unconscious for 3 days, and setting off on a journey like that right away could be tantamount to suicide. Don't worry, Tsunade won't run away, she can be in different cities for months. Okay, I'll try to gather any information about our target, and you rest for now," Jiraiya said and jumped out of the window. "Are you hungry?" Temari asked. "Very." Naruto nodded with a smile. Temari smiled and left the room, returning a few minutes later with a delicious lunch. A few days later. As a result, Naruto remained in the hospital under the supervision of doctors and Scale for 3 more days. Unfortunately, Temari had to return to Suna for the funeral of her father, whose death she learned about after the attack, when his body was found far from the village. Naruto said goodbye to her for a long time in the hospital, since he was forbidden to leave, and not so much by the doctors, but by Scale and Temari herself, who refused to let the guy go beyond his room. When Naruto was finally discharged from the hospital and he walked towards home, Scale flew after him, casting a terrifying shadow. "Scale, are you not going to come back?" Naruto asked when he saw the villagers' gazes on the dragon that was flying above him. "Not yet, you haven't fully recovered yet," said Scale. "Won't your partner get bored?" Naruto asked. "We may not see each other for a long time, so you don't need to worry," Scale replied. "I see," Naruto chuckled. "You better think about a new weapon," she suddenly said. "And what do you suggest?" "The scythe was useless. Yes, it is deadly, but it is too easy to block, and besides, I will hardly find a scythe similar to mine." Naruto asked. "You need Yamato." "Yamato? What is this?" Naruto asked. "Katana." What did Azura do after losing to her brothers? She wanted to save her daughter. She replied. "Daughter?" Naruto was surprised. Yes, at that time her little daughter fell ill with a fatal disease, and in order to save her, she made a contract with Shinigami to seal her daughter's soul in a katana that she created by giving shape to chakra. After that, Azura died, and since then, Yamato has been in Uzushio and waiting for the reincarnation of its owner. Scale said. "Uzushio? The land of Whirlpool? And no one tried to take Yamato?" Naruto was surprised. Whirlpool was the land that was his homeland. The katana can only be lifted by a reincarnation or a direct descendant of Azura, and you are both, so Yamato is waiting for you, Scale replied. "I see, I'll have to visit Uzushio," Naruto said. Suddenly, Jiraiya appeared in front of Naruto. "Hello, Naruto, how are you feeling?" the hermit asked. "Okay, Jiraiya-sensei, when are we leaving?" Uzumaki asked. "Tomorrow morning, according to my information, she is a couple of hours away from Konoha. Tomorrow we will find her," said Jiraiya. "I understand, Jiraiya-sensei, are you planning on going on a trip anytime soon?" Naruto asked as they walked home. "I was planning to travel for 3 years, so what?" the old man asked. "I would like to go too. I need to go to Uzushio," Uzumaki replied. "The land of whirlpools? Why do you want to go there?" Jiraiya asked, surprised. "The land of whirlpools is not the most popular place to travel. I wanted to see the historical homeland of my clan," Naruto answered. "I see, as soon as Tsunade becomes Hokage, I will take you on a journey," Jiraiya nodded. Naruto nodded and smiled. Jiraiya returned the smile and looked up to where Scale was. "And your dragon clearly isn't going to leave," he grinned. "She says that I haven't fully recovered and will be here until I fully recover." Naruto shrugged. "Ahaha, how caring." Sanin laughed, but heard a loud roar and fell silent. "Better not joke about her," Naruto grinned and heard Scale's roar in his head. The next day, Naruto and Jiraiya were already heading towards a small village near Konoha in the morning. As Jiraiya told them, that was where Tsunade was last seen. A few hours later, they finally reached the right place and split up. Naruto decided to go rent a room at a hotel, and Jiraiya decided to gather more information. Meanwhile in Konoha, next to a small cafe, Kakashi was leaning against the wall, reading a book. He had a lazy look on his face, while looking at his book with the same look. He suddenly turned the page to the next one, and noticed some individuals. He couldn't help but notice 2 strange people in black cloaks with red clouds and straw hats. "Hey, Kakashi," the sensei of the 7th team suddenly heard. Turning there, he saw Asuma and Kurenai. "Yo, Hataki," replied. "Are you waiting for someone?" Asuma asked his childhood friend, and saw him nod slightly, not looking up from his book. "It's not like you to wait for anyone. It seems like your student picked up your stupid habit." Referring to being late. Asuma chuckled. "It seems so." Kakashi nodded. Looking into the cafe where the unknown people were, he noticed that they had already disappeared. Sasuke had just arrived at that moment. "You're not even late, I'm surprised, Kakashi," said the Uchiha. "You're a little late, Sasuke," Kakashi chuckled and nodded to Asuma and Kurenai. They understood everything and disappeared. Line break. Two men in black cloaks with blood-red clouds were walking along the river, but two jonin stood in their way. "You guys aren't from around here, I guess," Asuma said. "Long time no see, Kurenai-san," Asuma-san, said the shorter one and began to take off his hat. The hat slowly rose up, revealing the legendary eyes of the Uchiha clan. Black locks of hair fell out from under the hat, fluttering in the wind. The Jounin were not a little surprised to see the Sharingan, because only two people in the world could have such eyes by nature. The hat remained in the guy's hand and he began to unbutton his cloak. Unbuttoning it halfway, he put his hand on it. "Uchiha. Itachi." Itachi looked at his former comrades in the craft with his blood-red pupils, with Tomo in them. The man standing next to him also took off his hat, and a shark-like man with a straight-cut mist protector appeared before everyone. "You probably don't know me, I'm Hashige Kisame, let's get acquainted," the second one introduced himself with a grin. "Butcher of the Bloody Mist, it's hard not to know you," Asuma grinned. "Asuma-san, Kurenai-san, you better step aside, otherwise we'll have to use force," Itachi said with such titanic calm that even Asuma shuddered. "Why did you come here? Especially you?" Asuma asked, taking out his trench knives. "It looks like they're not going to retreat." Kisame chuckled, taking out his sword, which was wrapped in bandages. "Just don't kill them, we're not here to fight, Kisame," Itachi nodded. Kisame smiled and delivered a vertical blow, but Asuma blocked the blow. Kurenai came out from behind him and made several seals and began to disappear. A tree began to appear behind Itachi and tied the Uchiha with the help of branches, but he did not even raise an eyebrow and looked at Kurenai, who appeared from the tree trunk and decided to deliver a fatal blow with a kunai. But literally a second and the girl herself was in the place of the Uchiha, and the renegade himself stood in front of her. "Genjutsu of that level doesn't work on me," Itachi chuckled and attacked Kurenai with a kunai. But at the last moment, Kurenai removed the genjutsu from herself, and saw Itachi's leg. Itachi kicked her and sent her flying into the river, to which the girl managed to group herself and send chakra to her legs to stand on the surface. Itachi wanted to strike, but his hand was intercepted. It was Kakashi. "Itachi Uchiha," Hatake chuckled. "Kakashi-san," the Uchiha replied. They stood on the water and looked at each other. Kakashi did not wait and lifted the headband revealing his Sharingan. Itachi chuckled at this and quickly pulled out shurikens with his right hand. Kakashi was already ready to dodge the cold weapon, but suddenly the water began to behave strangely on them and he had to jump back at the very moment when the water took the form of stakes and almost pierced Hataki's body. His speed of using techniques is simply incredible. Kakashi was surprised. "The shurikens in his hands were just a trick, he wanted to distract me and attack at the moment when I would have thought that he would throw shurikens at me. It's not for nothing that he is called a genius comparable to Minato-sensei." Kakashi attacked again, but Itachi smirked and he exploded. "Bunshin Daibakuha? Explosive clone. But when did he manage to create it?" Kakashi couldn't understand and landed on the water. Kurenai and Asuma stood next to each other, while Itachi and Kisame stood opposite. "Kakashi-san, your Sharingan is quite developed, but it is still far from the true owners of the Sharingan. I will show you what it means to be from the Uchiha clan," Itachi said, after which his tomo began to spin, acquiring a shuriken pattern with 3 blades. "Don't look him in the eye." Hatake shouted and closed his own eye, leaving only his Sharingan open. But it didn't help. Before Kakashi could blink, he found himself suspended on a cross in a dark red space with Itachi standing in front of him with a katana. "Welcome to the Tsukiyomi dimension, Kakashi-san, the next 72 hours will be an unforgettable experience," Itachi said and began to pierce Hatake's body with a katana. This is one of the most powerful genjutsu in the world, Kakashi-san. Here, I will stab you over and over again for 72 hours. By the time I'm done, you will be hospitalized, and then I will end your life. With that, Itachi raised the blade, which Kakashi noticed at first, and pierced it into a non-vital place, but it was very painful, as Kakashi's eyes widened. Then he was mercilessly stabbed, again and again and again. He felt like his nerves were on edge, it felt like his very soul was burning. In the end, he wanted to scream. There are 71 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds left, Kakashi-san, time is my power here. Kakashi could only despair when he was attacked again, it would be a long 72 hours. Kakashi fell to his knee in pain when the genjutsu wore off and began to breathe heavily. Kakashi. What happened? You were perfectly fine just a second ago. Asuma shouted. 3 days in that dimension fit into 1 second in this one, but how is that possible? Is Itachi such a skilled ninja that he can control time in genjutsu? Kakashi wondered. Itachi-san, it's time to finish here. Kisame grinned and attacked the Jonin. But suddenly Guy appeared and kicked Kisame away from his comrades. So the aforementioned guests decided to cause trouble here? Guy chuckled. Guy? Where are you from? Asuma asked, still not opening his eyes. I heard the noise and came running here, reinforcements will arrive here soon, the green beast of Konoha replied. Kisame, we're leaving, we can't handle the crowd that's coming here, our goal is the legacy of the 4th Hokage, not a massacre in the middle of the village. Itachi said. Kisame nodded in agreement and the apostates disappeared. So they came for Naruto, he doesn't have enough strength to deal with them, we need to find him, Kakashi said and wanted to get up, but immediately collapsed unconscious. He was caught by Guy and all the Jounin ran to the hospital. With Naruto. Naruto was sitting in a hotel room and waiting for Jiraiya, he was also learning to control his shadows, with their help he could already lift objects at short distances, of course this could not be done because thanks to Ibs he could lift objects with the power of thought, but this is an excellent training in shadow control. Scale, in order not to scare even more people, decided to fly to eat, to the nearest fields where there were plenty of animals. Suddenly there was a knock on the room, Naruto thought that it was Jiraiya who finally arrived, but opening the door he saw 2 men in cloaks with red clouds. Uzumaki Naruto, you will come with us, Itachi said. Uchiha Itachi? Naruto shouted and jumped away from the missing Nin. Itachi-san, maybe we should break his legs so he doesn't run away? Kisame asked. No need, we need him unharmed, Itachi replied. Naruto prepared for battle, there was no scythe, and taijutsu would hardly help against the one who was called the genius of the Uchiha. Activating Ibisu, he began to wait for the opponents to act. Scale, I need your help. Naruto called to his dragon. I'm flying. Only Scale said. Naruto entered the Kyuubi's cloak and he felt a surge of strength, but it would hardly be enough. There's no need to resist, Naruto-kun, Itachi said. Itachi, a shout was heard from behind the renegades. Naruto saw Sasuke who was out of breath, the Sharingan was burning in his eyes. Sasuke. Itachi turned and looked at his brother. In the eyes, the Sharingan, very similar to yours. Who is this, Itachi-san? Kisame asked. My younger brother, Uchiha replied. Itachi. You can't even imagine how long I've been waiting for this moment, today I will avenge my clan. And I will kill you. Sasuke shouted, forming Chidori. Itachi only tilted his head watching his brother, the younger Uchiha ran at his older brother breaking the wall along the way and it seemed that the technique would catch up with the genius, but Itachi waved his hand and caught the hand with Chidori breaking the wall nearby. You're still weak, Sasuke, I'm not interested in you right now, Itachi said and broke his brother's wrist. Sasuke screamed in pain and grabbed his arm. Sasuke. Naruto shouted and wanted to attack Itachi, but Kisame swung Samehada and Naruto's veil fell, and Uzumaki Kisame himself pushed him away from his partner. What the F? Naruto was very surprised. Samehada is able to absorb even the chakra of the Biju, that's why the veil fell. Wait for scale, you won't be able to cope with them. Kurama advised. Naruto stood up and suddenly heard a clap behind him, and then a loud roar and the flapping of huge wings. Turning around, he saw Jiraiya with some girl on his shoulder. You have dirty tricks, Akatsuki, the hermit chuckled. The wall to the right of Naruto flew apart and Scale appeared in it and covered Uzumaki with her wings and directed her mouth at the missing Nin. Itachi had to create Susanoo to cover himself and his partner from the dragon's flames, but even the ribs of this very Susanoo began to melt and so they decided to retreat. When Susanoo disappeared, the missing Nin began to run away. Scale tried to burn them, but it did not work and Itachi used black flames, and the wall in front of them melted and the Akatsuki were able to leave. Gone. Jiraiya cursed and sealed the black flames for future analysis. Thank you, Scale, Naruto exhaled and leaned on the dragon's paw. You can't be left alone for a minute, Scale snorted. Well, I'm sorry, Naruto smiled. Scale growled and turned away. What next? Naruto asked Jiraiya. Tsunade was here recently, now she went north, we need to catch up with her, the hermit answered. What should we do with Sasuke? Naruto asked. I think. Jiraiya didn't have time to finish speaking before he received a powerful blow. Guy was standing nearby, and when he saw that he had hit the wrong person, his eyes widened. Jiraiya-san? What are you doing, Guy? Have you completely lost your mind? The hermit shouted, rising to his feet. I saw two people with the help of my bandage and thought that they were enemies and decided to attack while they were not expecting it, Guy justified himself. Idiot. Well, since you're here, take Sasuke, and Naruto and I need to continue searching, said the hermit. Guy nodded and lifted Sasuke onto his back and ran at full speed to Konoha. 5 hours later Naruto and Jiraiya were already in another city and decided to drop into a bar where Tsunade was supposedly. Entering there they looked around the room and saw a blonde with large breasts and a purple diamond on her forehead. Jiraiya nodded to Naruto and they sat down next to the great medic. Tsunade, what a meeting, the hermit grinned. Jiraiya? What brings you here? She asked. Yes, we're looking for you, Jiraiya replied. What is this for? Tsunade was surprised. You have been chosen for the position of 5th Hokage, the old man replied. What? Why me? The woman shouted. Because there is no other option. Sensei died in battle with Orochimaru and the Raikage, and now the village is without protection, Jiraiya explained. They chose you first anyway, why did you refuse? Tsunade asked. You know I'm not used to sitting in one place, I like to travel the world more than sit in the village, the hermit answered. And you want me to do it? No, playing Hokage is for fools, our sensei died defending Konoha, but that's not for me. Tsunade said. Listen, Granny, hold your tongue, all the Hokage died defending their home and family, by the way, it was your grandfather who founded Konoha, and you talk about it like that? You disgrace your clan and grandfather, including with such words. Naruto could not stand her impudence. Kid, aren't you mistaken? Who the are you? Tsunade exploded. The son of the 4th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, and also the heir to a great clan, Uzumaki replied. She sighed in shock, but she didn't believe it. But looking at him again, she denied it. The 4th son? She asked, uncharacteristically serious. I thought you died in the Kyubi attack. She didn't believe the medic. I'm alive and well as you can see and I don't disgrace my family name, how can you not be ashamed to insult what your grandfather, your second grandfather and sensei died for? Naruto asked with malice in his eyes. You don't know the whole situation, little one, Tsunade hissed. What don't I know? I know what I see. You drink away and gamble away all the money you have. When the village hospital is overcrowded after the attack and there's no one to take command of the doctors, you're the best medic in the world, and instead of helping you drink away your life. Naruto shouted. Tsunade wanted to answer something, but only lowered her head. He was right. After Dan and Skill's death, she left Konoha and began to lead a wild life instead of staying in Konoha and doing everything possible so that nothing would repeat her fate, so that no one would lose their relatives like she did. You might be right, Tsunade muttered. Since I'm right, then be so kind as to get up, sober up and return to Konoha with us so that you can become Hokage and prove that you're not just anyone, but one of the 3 legendary Sannin. Naruto said and left the bar. Jiraiya will sort it out himself. Scale, Naruto called, and a few seconds later a dragon landed in front of Uzumaki, thereby scaring the passers-by. Naruto jumped on her back, and without further ado, she flew up. Is something bothering you, Naruto? Scale asked. Not really, it's just that people who whine piss me off. I lost my parents when I was born, the whole village hated me, but I don't whine that fate is unfair. Naruto said with irritation. You should calm down. If you have too many negative emotions, the mark will take over and my magic will burn you. Said Scale. Sorry, Uzumaki apologized. Scale growled and they flew on. A few hours later they returned to the hotel, where Jiraiya, Tsunade and Shizune were already sitting. So you've finally decided? Naruto asked. Tsunade just turned her head and looked at Jiraiya. Tsunade has agreed to become the 5th Hokage, so we'll be returning to Konoha tomorrow morning, Jiraiya replied. A wise decision, Tsunade-sama, I'm glad you came to your senses. Naruto smiled. You know how to convince, Tsunade chuckled. I know, then if you don't mind I'll go to bed, good night. Uzumaki said and lay down on the bed and fell asleep a few minutes later. 5 days have passed since Naruto returned to Konoha with Jiraiya. Tsunade took over as Hokage, swearing an oath of protection and loyalty to her village. She also healed and restored Sasuke's arm and completely healed Kakashi. She also took complete control of the hospital, which got things moving and a huge number of people began to be discharged from the hospital. She also sent a hawk to Suna to resolve political issues with her and is currently awaiting a response. A council was held to decide who would become a Chunin after the exam. It could be said that it was completed, because Naruto defeated Sasuke, but the examiner simply did not have time to announce this victory. Rock Lee and Sasuke also showed themselves well, which is why it was decided at the council that these 3 would receive the title of Chunin. The crowd in the village was also happy because Tsunade officially declared that the 4th Hokage's legacy was alive and declared him the hero of the village who killed the most invaders, helped the 3rd Hokage in battle, although he couldn't win, but he was able to make them run away. However, many in the council were against it, because firstly Naruto allowed Orochimaru to kill the 3rd Hokage, allowed the Raikage and Orochimaru to escape, and that it wasn't him who made them run away, but his summoning. To which Tsunade slammed the table and shouted, Uzumaki Naruto fought with the Kage and was able to survive. Maybe one of you could defeat the leader of the Cloud Village? What, no one? So keep your mouth shut, since you were afraid to help the 3rd Hokage in battle. If it weren't for Naruto himself and his summoning, Konoha would have been in ruins, and all the inhabitants would already be slaves of Kyumo. Is this what you wanted? If not, then shut your mouths and pray that Naruto doesn't go against the village, and if that happens, I will be on his side. After such a statement, not a single member of the council dared to say a word, only the heads of the Nara clan, Akimichi, Yamanaka and Kakashi who spoke on behalf of all the Jonin were pleased. The head of the Hyuga and Inuzuka clans, as well as the elders of Konoha, were furious. Danzo was calm on the face, but in his head he cursed Uzumaki for everything possible. Uzumaki himself was now sitting on a cliff and watching the village that was living a full life. the houses were almost rebuilt, many shinobi were starting to carry out missions outside the village again, ANBU were jumping on the roofs every now and then. Scale had returned to her world after all, telling Naruto not to even think about difficult missions and not to put his life in danger, and Uzumaki had no desire to argue with her. Naruto himself was thinking about what to do next after the land of Whirlpool. "I thought you were here, Naruto," Uzumaki heard a voice. Turning around, he saw Kakashi with his paper companion. "Do you ever tear yourself away from this book? How many times have you read it already?" Naruto asked. "It's hard to tear yourself away from this, believe me, the Hokage is calling you," Hatake replied. "What does she want from me?" Naruto asked. "I don't know, she just told me to find you and bring you," Kakashi shrugged. "Okay, let's go." Naruto stood up and dusted himself off, disappearing in a clap of thunder. Hokage's residence. Naruto appeared in front of the door to the Hokage's office, because only ANBU can appear there using techniques, ordinary genin are not allowed to do so. Adjusting the hood of his cloak, Nara knocked on the door and entered. In the office were Sasuke and Rock Lee, as well as Tsunade and Kakashi with Guy. "May I excuse you, Hokage-sama?" Naruto asked purely out of formality. "Yes, Naruto, come in. I won't keep you waiting for long and make the necessary speeches. From today Naruto Uzumaki, Uchiha Sasuke and Rock Lee are promoted to the rank of Chunin. Here are your vests and documents," Tsunade said. "And I thought the exam was a failure." Naruto was surprised by this information, then looked at the others. He turned his attention to Sasuke, whose face said that he didn't care about anything. No, he looked like that before, but before he was just disgustingly pompous, always showing off and trying to prove that he was strong, although in fact he was almost nothing. Rock Lee lost that fight because he didn't expect Sasuke to use paralysis seals, and let's be honest, if it weren't for the Sharingan, the Uchiha would have lost that fight. Not really, the last fight was over, so we can consider that the exam came to an end right at the moment of the attack, but it's not important that someone won and someone didn't. You three showed the skills of worthy shinobi, especially you Naruto, Tsunade answered. "Thank you for the kind words," Naruto grinned. "That's all, you'll be going on mission soon," Tsunade said and sent the boys off to do their own thing. Naruto nodded and disappeared. Going down to the basement and entering the armory. He found the katana and examined it. "What are you planning, Naruto?" Kurama asked. "If Yamato is this katana, then I need to learn how to fight with it. My father has a pretty good katana lying around here, it will do for now until we find Yamato." Uzumaki answered, hanging the katana on his belt. "In principle, you are right, but how will you learn?" asked the fox. "By trial and error, I could take a scroll from my father's library, but I want to create my own kenjutsu style, unlike others, where the power of the blow will not rule, but the speed of its application," Naruto answered, going out onto the training ground. Taking the katana out of its sheath, he began to learn the new art of shinobi. But something was wrong in his soul, there was a feeling that something would happen soon, but he tried not to pay attention to it. After almost 3 hours Naruto finally finished. It was harder than he thought. The katana had a smaller radius of destruction, which is why it is obvious that he will have to reduce the distance between opponents much more than with a scythe, but since the main distinguishing feature of the Uzumaki was speed, this will not be a problem. Naruto increased the weight on his weights and began to increase his speed even more. The next point of his training is honing shadow magic. Putting the katana on the ground, Naruto concentrated his power in his hand and the mark began to pleasantly warm up. A few hours later Naruto was squeezed dry. The power of shadows takes a lot of strength. But Uzumaki makes obvious progress in his strength. Shadows are now able to take different forms, from tentacles to a wall. In the battle with the Raikage he of course already created a wall of shadow, but then he spent so much energy that he lay in the hospital for 3 days. A few days passed. It had been a few days since Naruto became a Chunin. He hadn't abandoned his training, he had already honed his kenjutsu with a katana to a pretty good level, not ANBU level of course, but not genin either, something between a chunin and a jonin. The shadows had also become stronger, now they required a little less strength than in a fight with the Raikage, but Naruto still didn't risk using them too often. The bad feeling still hadn't left Uzumaki. Today he was also at the training grounds practicing his kenjutsu when an ANBU appeared behind him. "Naruto-san, Hokage-sama is calling for you," the ninja said. "Got it, I'll be there soon," Uzumaki nodded. Anbu disappeared and Naruto hid the katana and disappeared in a clap of thunder and appeared in front of the door to the Hokage's office. He knocked, waited for permission and entered. In addition to the Hokage, there were guys from his graduating class, and Rock Lee in a chunin vest. By the way, Naruto did not wear a vest because he thought that it hindered his movements. "Sorry for the delay, Hokage-sama," Naruto said. "We don't have time for apologies, Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke left Konoha tonight, most likely he went to Orochimaru," Tsunade announced. Naruto finally realized what that bad feeling was. The Uchiha had decided to betray the village for his own revenge. Naruto clenched his fists until the knuckles were white. "I am giving you the mission of returning Uchiha to the village. The commander of the mission is Uzumaki Naruto. You have an hour to get ready," the Hokage finished, and before she could let everyone go, Naruto disappeared in a clap of thunder. An hour later, the genins stood near the main gate. "Where is Uzumaki?" Kiba growled in irritation. "It's problematic," Shikamaru muttered, after which, after thinking for a bit, he shouted at him, "Kiba, he'll be here soon." There was a clap of thunder nearby and Uzumaki saw everything. "Our main task is to return Sasuke to the village. Most likely he did not escape alone. If we meet resistance on our way, we must kill them," Naruto said. "Kill them? Wouldn't it be easier to knock them out and deliver them to the Hokage for future interrogation?" Shikamaru asked, but began to understand. "There won't be time for that. I know that none of you have killed here, but you are shinobi and you must turn off your feelings and if necessary kill the enemy. Otherwise he will kill you. Let's go." Uzumaki gave the order and the team consisting of Naruto, Rock Lee, Shikamaru, Choji, Hinata, Kiba, Shino, set off. "Naruto, we need to choose formations, it will be easier for us," Shikamaru advised. Hinata, you go ahead and use the Byakugan to inspect our path. Me, Rock Lee, and Choji will go right after Hinata, Shikamaru, Kiba, and Shino will be behind us to protect the rear. Carry out. Kiba at first wanted to be indignant like Hinata, but seeing Naruto's gaze, which did not tolerate objections, they nevertheless regrouped. 10 minutes later they found the trail. "I see 4 shinobi, one is Sasuke, the other 3 are unknown to me," Hinata said. "These are the same sound shinobi who erected the barrier during the battle between the 3rd Hokage and Orochimaru with the Raikage," Naruto said. "What are we going to do?" Shikamaru asked. "They will be your concern, let's be honest, only I have enough strength to stop Sasuke. Rock Lee can of course cope too, but if Sasuke releases the cursed seal, then even Lee won't have a chance." Having said that, Naruto activated Ibisu. With the help of his eye, he saw how Sasuke's chakra became denser and stronger, which meant that most likely the covered seal became stronger. This is bad. Apparently he took some drugs to make the seal stronger. If this continues, it will be hard for me, Naruto thought. Suddenly, a fat man stood in front of the team and decided to block their way. But Choji stepped forward. "I'll hold him back, go ahead." "Are you sure, Choji?" Naruto asked. After all, he didn't need any extra victims. "I'm sure I can handle him." Choji nodded, and Shikamaru looked at him. "I'll stay with him and help him." Shikamaru stepped forward. "Don't even think about taking risks. If you die, I will personally pull you out of your graves myself," Naruto said and jumped on. Shikamaru watched him go, then sighed, "That's problematic." After that, the rest of the team except Choji and Shikamaru followed their commander. "They're still chasing us." Kidamaru snorted, carrying the barrel where Sasuke was. "Well then, take care of them." Sakan snorted in response. "Shut up and take the barrel," Kidamaru said and, having given the barrel, moved towards the Konoha shinobi. Kidamaru appeared in front of the Konoha shinobi, causing Naruto, Kiba, Hinata, and Rock Lee to stop. "You can't go any further," Kidamaru chuckled. "You better get out of the way," Naruto growled. "And what are you going to do to me?" the sound engineer laughed. "I'll kill you." Naruto started to pull out his katana, but Hinata stood in front of Kidamaru. "I'll take care of it myself," she said. "Are you sure, Hinata?" Kiba asked. "I'm sure that maybe this way Naruto-kun will understand who he lost," the girl laughed. "Shut up, I don't care about you, fight if you want," Naruto said, and with the help of Shimmer Step he moved on, while Kiba and Rock Lee followed him. 5 minutes later they caught up with Soken and Yukon, and Naruto threw the Thunder God's kunai at him and instantly teleported to the enemy, piercing his hand with the kunai, thereby knocking out the barrel with Sasuke. Naruto caught it and jumped to another tree branch. But before he could relax, the barrel was knocked out of his hands by some guy in a white kimono. "Stop, you!" Naruto shouted and ran after him. "Naruto-kun!" Rock Lee ran after him. Kiba also wanted to run, but Sakan and Yukon stopped him and a fight broke out between them. Naruto took off his weights and accelerated several times and managed to catch up with the guy who took the barrel with Sasuke in a small clearing. With the help of the Shimmering Step, he found himself in front of Kimimaro in a second and kicked him in the face and threw him to the other end of the clearing. And again took possession of the barrel with Uchiha. But Kimimaro raised it as if nothing had happened and white bones came out of his hands. "You're from the Kagaya clan," Naruto said, taking out his katana. "I won't let Orochimaru-sama's plans be hindered, today you will die," Kimimaro said and attacked Uzumaki. He tried to hit him in the head with his bones, but Naruto easily dodged and blocked the blows with his katana with the help of Abiyasu. Naruto himself tried to break the enemy's bones, but it simply did not work. Although it is understandable, the Kagaya clan has always been famous for the strength of its bones and the enhanced gene with which it can use its bones as weapons. Suddenly, the barrel with Sasuke began to release a huge amount of chakra and could not withstand it and exploded. In its place stood Sasuke covered in tattoos and disheveled hair. Without saying a word he ran on. "Sasuke!" Naruto shouted and wanted to run after him, forgetting about the enemy. He took advantage of this and struck Naruto, piercing his side with his bones. Naruto screamed, swung his katana, wanted to cut off Kimimaro's head, but he blocked the blow, thereby breaking the katana, and wanted to finish off Uzumaki. But Rock Lee appeared in time and pushed Orochimaru's henchman away from Naruto. "Go after Sasuke, Naruto-kun, I can handle him," Rock Lee said. "Are you sure?" Naruto asked. The wound from Kimimaro's bones began to heal, but the pain was unbearable. "Of course. After all, I have the power of youth with me." Rock Lee cried out and attacked Kimimaro. Naruto nodded and ran after Sasuke. Valley of the End. 2 statues of great shinobi, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Sasuke was already standing on Madara's head and walking forward. "Sasuke!" a shout was heard behind the Uchiha. He turned around and saw Uzumaki Naruto. He was breathing heavily, holding a broken katana in his hands. The Ibisu pattern was burning in his left eye. But even despite his fatigue, Naruto was burning with determination. "Get lost, idiot," he said, looking at him for a moment before chuckling. "I have to go." "For what, Sasuke? Why would you go to Orochimaru of all people?" Naruto shouted, throwing away the broken katana. "You can't understand me, Naruto. I need power to take revenge on Itachi, and kill him." And Orochimaru. Orochimaru will give it to me, Sasuke said, activating the Sharingan. And then he will take your body, do you understand that? Naruto asked. I don't care, I'm still going to Orochimaru, Sasuke said and turned around and wanted to leave. But before he could take even a couple of steps, Naruto jumped on him and started hitting him in the face. I won't let you make such a mistake. You will return to the village with me, even if you have to do it with your fists. Naruto continued to hit Sasuke in the face, but he blocked another blow and used his legs to push Uzumaki away from him. Then I'll have to kill you so you don't get in my way. Sasuke grinned. Naruto and Sasuke clashed in battle. Uchiha had greatly increased in strength, he was clearly on par with Naruto. Sasuke tried to punch Naruto in the face, when suddenly Naruto was able to, he intercepted his attack. Sasuke jerked, trying to pull his hand away, when suddenly Naruto lifted him up by the hand, which obviously caused a crunching sound. Sasuke's eyes widened in pain as he suddenly lifted him by the arm even higher, and the crunching sound was heard again. Having finally lifted it, Naruto turned it around its axis twice, after which he threw it straight down, causing it to crash into a stone. Analyzing it, he noticed that it was holding onto its right hand. Quickly passing through the seals he seemed to have already remembered, he, not paying attention to the severe pain in his hand, performed his technique, Katan, Gakukyu no Jutsu. Fire release, Fireball Jutsu. Looking at the approaching projectile, he looked at it with his eyes, then jumped to the side to dodge the attack and attacked it. Seeing Uzumaki approaching, Sasuke took out a kunai and pointed it towards Naruto's head, and smirked when he saw the kunai enter Naruto's head and then his skull. Puff. What? But when? Sasuke didn't have time to think, as he suddenly received a kick from Naruto in the chin, then in the back, and then he felt how he again caught his hand and threw it at the foot of the Hashirama statue. Sasuke stood up from the pile of dust and rubble and hid his smirk. He saw Naruto attack him again, but this time better. Naruto looked at him, then threw his kunai at him. Seeing Sasuke wanting to step aside, he quickly moved towards him with a flickering step and kicked him towards the kunai, but Sasuke was able to dodge them in mid-air, and at the same time gracefully stand on the water with his chakra. Naruto looked at him and then thought. This will be Round 2. Sasuke's ears were still ringing from the last attack. The disgusting thing was that Naruto could Rasengan at any moment. He was also starting to feel the strain of using the Sharingan, coupled with trying to catch up with him. He wasn't used to straining his senses like this, and he simply couldn't keep up. Before he could recover, Naruto attacked him again with Rasengan in both hands. Yeah, it didn't hurt him. Swinging his legs, he spun around and pressed himself against the wall just as Naruto slammed a Rasengan into the spot he had been a second ago. Not to be outdone, he formed his own Chidori and pushed off the wall, but Naruto was shockingly fast. Naruto spun away from the attack and caught Sasuke trying to kick him in the side, but he kicked him in the side much faster, causing him to crash into the wall. Luckily it was only a kick this time, and Sasuke was able to recover by flipping in mid-air and landing on his feet. He winced as he landed, feeling the wound from the Rasengan Naruto had used to send him here. Well, now he knew what his opponents felt every time they took one of these. What was this man made of? Sasuke hadn't even hit him point blank, and it hurt like hell. It was more of a touch attack, since he was already jumping away, allowing him to avoid most of the technique's destruction. Suddenly his eyes widened when he looked up and saw a strong whirlpool next to Naruto. Suetun, Suryuden no Jutsu. Water release, Water Dragon Technique. After his words, he was able to see how a huge dragon from the water rose from the depths of the whirlpool, and headed towards him, while its yellow eyes were shining brightly. Passing through his own seals he released a fireball towards him, but he gritted his teeth again when he saw Naruto blink in a shade of yellow. Feeling himself hit the wall again, he frowned. He hadn't seen Naruto move towards him, which meant he had one of his kunai. But where? Sasuke looked in his supposed direction, and seeing him, he held his gaze. Having formulated the question, he asked directly, "Do I have one of your kunai?" He saw Naruto smile and put his hand over his eyes. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at this. "In any case, I'll go to Orochimaru." Sasuke stood up and looked at him. Naruto just chuckled at Sasuke's words. "Yes, you can try, but you might want to speed up, the third round is about to start, let's see how you do." With that, Naruto threw a kunai towards Sasuke and showed him a series of seals. Sasuke's eyes widened as he recognized them, and suddenly at least 20 cursed kunai surrounded him from side to side throughout the valley. Naruto had to admire Sasuke's stamina if nothing else. Not many people could claim to have lasted that long under the barrage he was dishing out. Seeing him stand up, he appeared behind him and sent him flying again. At first, Sasuke surprised him by being able to keep up, but as the fight went on, he realized that every attempt was taking its toll. Sasuke was moving much slower than he had been at the start of the fight, and he was barely able to keep up with him now. He felt a terrifying aura around Sasuke, and narrowed his eyes. He saw Sasuke grow what looked like wings, and he knew it was time to level up. He entered the Kyuubi's cloak. Sasuke was tired. He knew it, and he was pretty sure Naruto knew it too. It was only a matter of time before he was done for, and Naruto had been kicking him all day. He felt disgusting, and he knew that next time he would definitely be prepared for the next fight with him. He was the strongest person he had fought. He was starting to feel a burning feeling about using the cursed seal. Yeah. If he didn't use it, he wouldn't be able to survive this. Sasuke couldn't help but smirk as he chased after the man in the robe. Yes, he was ridiculously fast and elusive, but the Uchiha's own agility was beyond doubt. He was sure that all of his senses were working in overdrive to compensate for the man's ridiculous speed. Every time the Uchiha thought he was going to get even a glancing blow, Naruto would simply disappear in a flash of yellow. He would then reappear in one of the Uchiha's blind spots, only to be parried again. The Uchiha was the one who was most comfortable in combat, so he knew all of his blind spots like the back of his hand. True, the Uzumaki had come close a few times, but the Uchiha was able to simply dodge the fatal attack. This also meant that he was more than a little bloodied at the moment, but he didn't care about the little things. "Ha, Naruto. If that's all you can show, why don't you show something more?" he said with a bloodthirsty grin, and Naruto just looked at him with a pitiful look. Sasuke suddenly turned around and felt a pleasant contact before Uzumaki blinked again. Even so, the Uchiha's smirk turned into a bloodthirsty smile. He knew that he had at least touched the man that time. Perhaps it was time to try and go on the offensive. The Uchiha waited until the man in the robe flashed into one of his blind spots again before he moved all of his blind spots and thrust the kunai behind him. He felt another pleasant shock in his hand before he disappeared again. The Uchiha looked at him and saw that he had finally been injured by him. His left arm hung limply at the Uchiha's unexpected movement. The latter only smirked at the calculating blue gaze that was thrown his way. Ha, what can you say, Naruto? Isn't that true power? Naruto flashed again, but the wound was clearly annoying him at the moment because it was hindering Uzumaki, albeit temporarily. Sasuke saw him flash and delivered a vicious back kick that was supposed to hit Naruto in the stomach, but before he could hit him, he flashed again. TSK, this is a really annoying ability. Sasuke stood there, scanning the area with his Sharingan, when he suddenly tried to turn around, but he received a Rasengan strike to his back. TSK. How annoying this is. Sasuke prepared for the final attack, having previously used Gakukyu no Jutsu, and decided to use Chidori this time. He saw Naruto use Rasengan again, and he jumped towards him as fast as he could. In his peripheral vision, he saw Naruto jump towards him as well, his hand outstretched. Naruto began pouring as much chakra as he could into the Rasengan, while trying to maintain its shape, and he thrust his hand forward. It has to stop, it has to. Kakashi ran through the forest looking for at least some traces of Naruto and Sasuke. Fortunately his summon Pakken had already found Uzumaki's trail and they were running in that direction. It started to rain, but that didn't stop Kakashi from running towards the Valley of the End. And when he reached the right place, he saw Naruto lying on the ground. All his clothes were torn, wounds all over his body, his right hand was burnt, and judging by the appearance of the valley, a rather large explosion had occurred here, and fortunately Naruto was alive, but he was clearly feeling bad, so he took Uzumaki in his arms and ran towards Konoha, but stopped. In this place, he still felt someone's smell, despite the entire fight and the chakra that remained after their battle. In a few days. Naruto opened his eyes and a bright white light hit them, and a nasty smell of medicine hit his nose. As soon as he got up, he noticed that his right hand was wrapped in bandages, but thank God it was functioning. His left eye hurt like crazy, his hand with the mark was burning. What, does it hurt? Scale's grin was heard. Yes, there is. Naruto chuckled. Why didn't you call me? I could have helped you. Scale asked. I don't know, maybe I wanted to defeat him myself. Naruto shrugged. Without Yamato, Ibisu's power wasn't even half of what Ashura could, Scale said. So only with Yamato can I awaken my second eye? Yes, as I said, Ashura sealed her daughter's soul into Yamato, but she also sealed all of her power, so you should find Yamato soon. Scale said. I understand. Naruto turned to Kurama. Kurama, what's wrong with my condition? It's not as bad as it could have been. Your hand, although burned after that explosion, was still not badly damaged. The body is also in more or less good condition, but I spent all the chakra on restoring your body, so the cover will not be available for the next month. Kurama said. It's not as bad as it could have been, Naruto chuckled. How are you feeling, Naruto? Asked a voice near the window. Naruto turned around and saw Jiraiya sitting on the window. It's okay, Jiraiya-sensei, Naruto nodded. Will you tell me what happened on the mission? Naruto asked. First, tell me how is my team? Naruto asked. They are all fine. Shikamaru and Choji quickly dealt with their opponent and ran to help Hinata, and then Kiba, Rock Lee dealt with himself, but since they were not in the best condition, Rock Lee as the second Chunin decided to go to Konoha, and Kakashi whom they met also told them to return immediately and that he himself would find you. Said the hermit. Okay, this is what happened after I went after Sasuke, and in the end Naruto told about his fight with Sasuke. You showed a good fight, Jiraiya said. What, I couldn't defeat him, I'm too weak. What good is this power to me if I can't use it? I need to train even more to become stronger and bring this idiot back to the village. Naruto clenched his fists. I'll help you with that. Tsunade gave me the go-ahead for me to take you with me on the journey, Jiraiya smiled. How long are we going for? Naruto asked. For 2.5 years, I think this time is quite enough to make you stronger, said Jiraiya. Great, that's enough, Naruto nodded. Well, that means we'll be leaving tomorrow morning, don't forget to pack your things, Jiraiya said and disappeared. The next morning, Naruto and Jiraiya stood in front of Konoha's main gates, with Tsunade and Naruto's friend standing nearby. All the best, come back safe and sound. Tsunade smiled. Don't worry, Hokage-sama, everything will be fine. Naruto smiled. I know, but still be careful. Tsunade nodded. Naruto, we have to go, Jiraiya said. Yes, we're going. Naruto nodded and he and Jiraiya left the village and headed to the Whirlpool countries. Naruto turned and looked at the Hokage's faces. Seeing his father's face, Naruto smiled and raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. I will become the strongest. I am Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto and Jiraiya had been on the road for a little over a month now. All this time they were heading towards the land of Whirlpool, because it was one of the main goals of their journey. Now they are in one of the port cities to find a ship to sail to Uzushio. Naruto, of course, offered his mentor to fly to Scale, but she growled that she was not going to be their transport and they had to look for a ship. Fortunately, they managed to find an excellent captain who agreed to take our travelers to Uzushio for a tidy sum, although he was not a little surprised when he found out, because the land of Whirlpool is not the safest place for tourists. After a few days, they finally set foot on solid ground. In the distance, the ruined houses of the village were already visible. But it was still several kilometers away. "Maybe you should tell me why you're in Uzushio?" Jiraiya asked. "Scale says there's a good weapon there, I'd like to take it," Naruto replied. "Weapons? And we came here specifically for them?" Jiraiya asked, a little irritated. "I don't want to use low-quality weapons from other villages. The Uzumaki created the best weapons in all countries. Their katanas were many times stronger and sharper than those in the land of iron, so if I were to use anything, it would be the weapons of my own clan," Naruto replied. Jiraiya chuckled and he and Naruto continued on their way. After several hours, they finally came to a huge gate. Naruto passed without any problems. But Jiraiya hit his forehead on the barrier. "You'll have to go on alone from here, and I'll set up camp, don't linger," Jiraiya said. Naruto nodded and went on. On the way he looked at the village. It was completely destroyed, houses, streets, shops, everything was in ruins, but even so it looked incredible. And so he reached the largest building, the Uzukage residence. And approaching it he stopped. He felt a huge force, his left eye hurt, but he went on. Entering the building he followed that very warm feeling. He did not know what it was, but he seemed to know where to go. He thought that this was perhaps the hereditary memory of Azura. Approaching one of the walls, he, not realizing what he was doing, began to look for something in the wall. With his right hand he felt a small bulge and pressed on it. The wall shook slightly and opened a passage to the underground floor. Naruto had already made sure more than once that the Uzumaki were the most advanced shinobi in the world. He went down the stairs and found himself in a spacious hall, where there were various frescoes on the walls, a beautiful mosaic with the adventures of Azura on the ceiling. And in the center of this hall, on a small pedestal, stood a katana. The Tsukamaki pattern has a traditional diamond shape in negative space, with gold manuki. A part of a traditional Japanese bladed weapons mount, in the shape of dragons inserted underneath the Tsukamaki to provide grip. The tsuba is gold and dark blue in color and is shaped like an octagon with two trapezoid halves, each of which is decorated with gold dot patterns and leaf-shaped patterns with a white outline, inside which are gold circles of various sizes and forming gold-colored clusters similar to fullerenes. The hamon, wave crest, has a kawazuko hoji, a tadpole resembling a carnation flower, pattern similar to those found in the works of the famous historical swordsmith Osafune Nagamitsu. The scabbard was completely black with a black ribbon to secure the katana to the belt. The katana seemed to be calling Uzumaki, and Naruto, as if under a spell, began to approach it. The katana began to emit Syria energy around itself. Naruto felt a pleasant warmth and a surge of strength from it. When he approached Yamato, it rose into the air and hung in front of Naruto. Naruto hesitated at first, but still took the katana by the sheath. "Stab yourself with the blades if you want to know the answers." A whisper was heard in Naruto's head. He pulled out a beautiful tempered blade from its sheath and held it to his stomach. Kurama subconsciously tried to stop him, but Uzumaki did not listen to him and pierced himself with the katana. Unknown place. The concept of time is absent. Naruto woke up in an incomprehensible clearing where there was a large tree, flowers were blooming everywhere, a small stream was running nearby. He took a sitting position and looked around. Turning his head to the left he saw a girl of about 8 years old looking at him attentively. She had beautiful white hair and blue eyes. She was dressed in a light white dress. Am I already hallucinating from fatigue? Why do I see a little girl nearby? Naruto asked himself. Well, you stabbed yourself with Yamato, right? The girl asked. So you're not a hallucination? Naruto was surprised. No, I am the spirit of Yamato, Maria Otsutsuki, daughter of Ashura Otsutsuki, and are you her reincarnation or descendant? The girl asked. Both, baby, but please tell me where I am? Naruto asked. You are in the inner world of Yamato. Mother created this world and sealed it in a sword so that my soul could live here until someone worthy of Yamato's power comes here. Maria answered. And how long have you been here? Naruto asked. I've been here for over 2,000 years, it's so lonely here, I miss my mother so much. The girl suddenly started crying. It must be very hard to sit here for 20 centuries. Naruto thought, and pulled the girl to him and hugged her softly. Well, no need to cry, now I'll take you away from here, and you'll never be alone again. Naruto said, smiling. Maria cried even more and buried her face in Uzumaki's chest. Naruto simply stroked the girl's head. Naruto could understand her, he himself had spent almost 13 years alone, not counting Kurama of course, and here Maria had spent 2,000 years alone, she had been alone for so long. After a few minutes, Maria finally calmed down and looked at Naruto, and suddenly said. Now you are my dad. Naruto was dumbfounded and speechless from such a statement. Maybe brother would be better? Naruto asked. No. You're my daddy. Dad, the little girl screamed and hugged Naruto. Okay, I'll be your dad, Naruto smiled. Hooray, she cried joyfully, when suddenly noticing something, she said, oh, Dad. Your eyes. Maria said joyfully. Naruto was surprised and looked at the reflections in the stream. In both eyes, Ibisu was burning, the left one was scarlet, and the first one was golden. As soon as Ibisu lit up with two colors, Uzumaki's hair began to turn red, leaving only a few blonde strands. Yamato appeared in his hands and began to emit scarlet and golden lightning. Clouds appeared in the sky and they began to release red and yellow lightning, thunder rumbled. Lightning rumbled for a few more minutes, when everything calmed down and Naruto felt an unreal surge of strength, he became many times stronger. Naruto, with heavy breathing, looked at Maria, who was standing nearby. Daddy has become like mommy, she said. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Well. You got your mother's power, now you're like her, Maria answered happily at the end. I see, that means I've changed now, and that means the whole world will start changing soon, I can feel it, Naruto said, and squeezing Yamato, he pulled it out of its sheath. Maria took him by the elbow and they disappeared. 2.5 years later. There were 3 people walking towards the gates of Konoha, a tall man with long gray hair, who had a large scroll behind his back. Next to him was a second man who was slightly shorter, but just as tall. He had red tousled hair with a couple of golden strands, his face had 6 stripes, 3 on each cheek, he also had a sign of heterochromia, his right eye was blue, like a cloudless sky, the left was purple, a bright shade. He was wearing black pants and the same shinobi sandals, on top of that was a mesh t-shirt, and on top of that was a long gray cloak with a hood, while on his hands were fingerless gloves, in his left hand was a beautiful katana in a black sheath. On his shoulders sat a girl of about 10 years old, and she was wearing a bright white kimono with the symbol of the Uzumaki clan, and her snow-white hair reached her waist and her blue eyes mesmerized those who looked at her. Naruto, Jiraiya, and Maria were finally returning home after 2 years of training trip. Canon. Explanation: Naruto was 13 years old when he left for the training trip, and at the end of the 4th Shinobi World War arc, Minato Namikaze congratulated Naruto on his birthday. FYI. It has been a little over 2 years since they left the village and visited Uzushio. All this time Naruto has not stopped his training. They have visited many countries where Naruto has learned different directions of combat, from kenjutsu to genjutsu, although he could only dispel them. Thanks to the awakening of the second eye, Naruto has developed the remaining elemental affinities that were previously unavailable, and his chakra volume has also increased significantly, which is why he can fortunately use many techniques without worrying about the expenditure of chakra. Kenjutsu he learned in the Land of Iron from Mifune himself, the strongest samurai and part-time leader of those same samurai. Naruto had a hard time at first, but he was able to get used to another type of weapon, especially since Yamato showed itself very well. It was lighter than his scythe by half, which made it seem as if he was holding not a dangerous cold weapon, but a feather. Because of this, his attacks reached the limit of their speed. The katana itself also had some capabilities. It was so sharp that it could cut the very fabric of space. Thanks to this, he and Jiraiya could move almost wherever they wanted at any time. Also, each swing of the sword was accompanied by a discharge of lightning. Ibisu Naruto also developed to even greater limits than before. Now it almost did not require chakra. There was almost no chance to get out of the genjutsu imposed by Ibisu. Naruto could lift a huge weight with the power of thought, destroy even the most durable material also with the power of thought. Naruto also developed the power of shadows to an almost perfect level. He could create any form of his shadows and almost did not waste his strength. Scale could now also appear whenever she wanted, because after Naruto did not call her during the battle with Sasuke, Scale decided that he believed in his powers too much and this fool needed surveillance, so Scale was always in the shadow of her rider. She saw her mate every week, and so she was always in the shadow of Uzumaki. Maria also had a good ability. She could create up to 100 blue blades and throw them at enemies. She called this ability Mirage Blades. And you can't even imagine how much effort Naruto spent to pull Maria's spirit out of Yamato. He spent more than a year to create the necessary seal. Fortunately the body was found by accident when they were passing through the country of Tea. There was an auction where they were selling a girl who was incredibly sick. She was so sick that it seems death would have been the most merciful decision. When someone bought her, as he saw with clearly bad intentions and an evil grin, Naruto attacked him and stole the girl. As expected, literally a few days later the girl died, and Naruto, having escorted her to a clean world, decided to transfer Maria's spirit to a new body. Fortunately, everything worked out, and Maria's spirit removed all the infection from the body and was able to calmly move to a new body. Of course, Jiraiya was very surprised when he saw Naruto leave the room with a girl who was sick, because he personally saw how she died, and a few days later Naruto comes out with her and she is completely healthy. Naruto reluctantly had to invent that the girl fell into clinical death, and with the help of his eyes Naruto was able to cure her illness and the girl completely recovered in a few days, which Jiraiya looked at in surprise. And so they finally returned to Konoha. After passing through the gates, they were left with their eternal guards of sorts, Izumo and Kotetsu. Jiraiya-san? Naruto? Nice to see you. Kotetsu said happily. Hello to you too, Kotetsu and Izumo. How are you? What's new? Jiraiya asked. He heard Kotetsu sigh, then grinned and said, nothing special has happened while you were gone. It feels like Konoha has frozen in time. I see, it really does feel like we were gone for a couple of days, not 2.5 years. Jiraiya grinned. Ero-sanin, we still have to go to the Hokage. Naruto said, supporting Maria on his shoulders. He saw how Izumo was looking at him intently. Naruto, who is this with you? My daughter, Maria. He saw the surprised looks of the Chunins and decided to add, adopted, of course. He grinned when he saw their seemingly relieved looks. Tusan. Come on, let's go quickly, I want to see your house already, the girl shouted and began to shake Uzumaki. Let's go. Naruto smiled softly and walked towards the residence without waiting for the Sannin. Where did you get it, Jiraiya-san? Kotetsu asked after a while. Naruto saved her and took her under his wing. he said, then thoughtfully added, okay, we really should go. He followed Naruto. Maria looked around with a happy expression on her face, and when Naruto saw this he couldn't help but smile at her. Maria admired the beauty of the village. She had never been anywhere except Uzushio before Azura sealed her soul in Yamato, and after Naruto saved her she had been to small countries, but Konoha was incredibly large. Of course it was still far from Uzushio, but still, it was a fact. Naruto was glad that his daughter liked the village. When they entered the residence, Jiraiya had already caught up with them. They knocked on the Hokage's office and went in. There was only Tsunade, who was continuously signing papers. And next to her was her assistant, Shizune. Naruto took Maria off his shoulders and placed her next to him. Hello, Hokage-sama, Naruto smiled. Tsunade froze for a moment upon hearing the familiar voice. She slowly raised her head and looked at the one who called her by her title. Naruto? Is that you? She didn't recognize the former blonde. Naruto smirked, then smiled even wider at her. Of course, you didn't recognize me? She snorted at his words, smiling, because it seemed like only he could say something like that to her. After which she looked at his hair and decided to ask. No, what's with your hair, Anne? Who's that next to you? She noticed a beautiful little girl who seemed to be hiding behind his leg, and she looked at her eyes, surprised at how beautiful they were. She heard Naruto's voice, about the hair, it's just my mother's genes, and this is Maria. He smiled softly at her. My adopted daughter, I saved her from the and took her under my wing. Isn't it a bit early for you? She asked with a smile. I couldn't leave her, I saw myself in her as a child. Naruto said with a smile, but she saw that this smile didn't reach his eyes, which made her shudder involuntarily, remembering what happened in his childhood. I see, I think it's none of my business. Tsunade waved it off in the end. Can you make her papers and officially give me guardianship over her? Naruto asked. Luckily for you, Konoha has a law on granting guardianship over children from the age of 18, or if a person has achieved the rank of Chunin. I will do everything necessary for this. Give her your last name? Tsunade asked. Yes, her name is Uzumaki Maria. Naruto nodded at her words. Suddenly 3 people entered the office, and when Naruto saw the blonde top with 4 ponytails, he was speechless. Shikamaru and Sakura entered before her. He hadn't seen her for over 2 years. She raised her head and her eyes widened too. Tsunade-sensei, I brought the documents you asked for, Sakura said and placed a stack of documents on the Hokage's desk. Thank you, Sakura, Tsunade said. Hello, Sakura, Naruto said. Have we met? She asked. How can you not recognize your own teammate? Naruto chuckled. Naruto? Is it really you? The girl was surprised. That's him, and hello to you, Shikamaru. Naruto smiled and extended his hand to his friend. I'm glad to see you too, Naruto. Shikamaru shook his hand. It's good to see you, Temari, Naruto said, and before he could react, she rushed at him with hugs. Naruto also forgot about everything and hugged her and pressed her to himself. He missed her smell, eyes, and smile so much. I missed you so much, she said, burying her hands in the guy's already scarlet hair. Me too, Naruto smiled and hugged her tighter. Ahem ahem. Of course, I understand everything, but Naruto, we still have things to do. Tsunade coughed, attracting attention. Naruto and Temari suddenly jumped away from each other, with Naruto's cheeks turning red. So, Naruto, I need to know your power level after the trip, so you and Sakura will fight someone and I will figure out what to do with you next. Tsunade said. Who is our enemy right now? Naruto asked. Suddenly Kakashi jumped out of the window and greeted everyone. Yo, Naruto, you've grown up. The sensei of the 7th team smiled under his mask. Kakashi-sensei, I'm glad to see you, I have a gift for you. Naruto smiled and handed him a book with a blue cover. This is... Yes, this is Jiraiya's new book. It hasn't even been published yet. I tried to read it, but I couldn't even read 10 pages. I think you'll like it. Uzumaki scratched the back of his head. Thank you very much, Naruto, I owe you one. Kakashi rejoiced and took the book from his student and began to read it. We'll meet at the 7th training ground in an hour. And he disappeared into the Shunshin. I'll stop by the house then. He looked at his daughter. Let's go, Maria. Are you with me, Temari? Naruto asked. Of course, the girl nodded and went after her boyfriend. When did they start their relationship? Tsunade asked in surprise. We have no idea ourselves, answered Sakura and Shikamaru. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. On the way to the Uzumaki house, Naruto told Temari about Maria and where she came from. He did not hide that she was the daughter of a demigod, and her spirit was sealed in a katana on his belt. Temari was very surprised to learn that her lover was a descendant of the founder of the Uzumaki clan. Maria sat on Naruto's hands and carefully studied Temari during her conversation with her two-san. Suddenly she fidgeted. Naruto understood everything and put the girl on the ground. She ran up to Temari and raised her hands, looking at her demandingly. Temari picked up the girl in her arms and looked into her blue eyes. She laughed and hugged the girl with the words, Ka-san. Temari herself was dumbfounded by this, but seeing the look of little Uzumaki, Temari smiled herself and hugged the girl. Okay, I'll be your Ka-san for you, and I'll love you, the girl said, and then hugged Maria. Naruto smiled at this picture. Naruto and Sakura were standing at training ground number 7. They had arrived about 20 minutes ago and were still waiting for Kakashi. And I see Kakashi-sensei still hasn't learned to be on time, Naruto sighed. And don't talk. Sakura muttered. Have you learned a lot during this time? Naruto asked. A little. I mostly fight hand to hand, infusing my blows with chakra, which makes them twice as strong. I've dedicated myself mainly to medicine, Sakura answered. Not bad. Are you thinking of following in Tsunade's footsteps? Uzumaki asked. Yeah, I always wanted to surpass her and I was very lucky that she agreed to teach me, the girl nodded. Kakashi finally deigned to appear next to him. Before he could appear normally, he already had to suffer from a blow from his student. You're late, Naruto chuckled. Sorry, I got lost on the road called life, but that's not the point. The goal of your test is the same as it was 3 years ago, to take these bells, using everything you've learned. Kakashi said and opened his Sharingan. If you say so, Naruto chuckled and pulled Yamato out of its sheath. The air immediately felt cold from the blade's aura. Naruto took it with both hands and stood in a stance, slightly crouched, holding the katana next to his head, cutting side up. Virgil's stance from Devil May Cry 5. Ibisu appeared in his eyes. I'm attacking, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said, and the next second he disappeared and appeared next to Kakashi, who had to dodge the fatal blow. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. Naruto was holding 2 bells on a red string and grinning. Kakashi wasn't in the best condition, his face was pierced, cuts all over his body, his vest was cut. He was sitting on the grass and breathing heavily. You really kicked ass, Kakashi exhaled. We weren't just sitting around, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura smiled. Sakura pleasantly surprised with her strength. It is clear that she also did hard training, but she was still far from Tsunade herself, but still, her level at the moment is very good. I'm proud of you, Sakura, please heal me, Kakashi smiled. Sakura nodded and began to treat Hataki's wounds. Naruto, you have become very strong, your level of kenjutsu is very high, and your speed is already beyond all praise. Kakashi said. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, but I'm wearing Fuin weights right now, so this isn't my maximum speed, Plus I didn't use Hiration or even half of my techniques. I learned Kenjutsu in the Land of Iron from the leader of the samurai, Naruto said. Now it's clear where such skills come from, Kakashi chuckled. Well, I've seen enough. Tsunade came out to Team 7. Jiraiya, Temari and Maria were nearby. I can tell that you have become much stronger than 3 years ago. I am creating a special team of the 3 of you. Now you will carry out high-ranking missions. Tsunade said. I thought you would add someone to us so that our team would be complete. Naruto said, catching Maria who was running towards him. I don't see the point. The 3 of you will be effective together. Also Naruto, I am officially giving you the title of Jonin for your skills and strategic thinking. Tsunade declared. Thank you of course, but I will refuse until I have done anything for this title, but when I achieve this title honestly, then I will accept it with honor, Naruto answered. It's your choice, you can go home. As soon as a mission worthy of your level appears, I will notify you, Tsunade said. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. A few days had passed since Naruto returned to Konoha. Maria was settling into her new home. Temari, as Naruto found out, had arrived in Konoha as one of the organizers of the Chunin exam that would take place this year. They spent time together like a big family. Naruto and Temari missed each other very much and almost never left each other's side. Maria was also nearby, she too, after 20 centuries of ritual, a real family, because in her time her mother was constantly busy fighting with other clans, and her father had disappeared altogether. When Naruto, Temari and Maria were sitting on the couch in the living room and chatting happily, there was a knock on the door, or rather on the barrier around the house. Naruto came out and saw an Anbu in a bear mask. Naruto-san. Hokage-sama urgently calls for him, as well as Dogno Temari, he said. I understand. I'll be there right now, Naruto said. Having entered the house, he went into the living room. The Hokage is calling us. Naruto said quickly. And Maria? The girl asked. Take me in your arms and come to me, Naruto replied. Temari did so and Naruto teleported. Once near the office, Naruto knocked and the 3 entered the office. Kakashi and Sakura were also in the office. You called, Hokage-sama? Naruto asked. Yes, it's urgent. A letter came from Suna. The Kazekage was kidnapped by members of the Akatsuki organization. Suna asks for help, as well as a good medic, since one was poisoned. Tsunade quickly explained. Gaara was kidnapped? When? Temari asked, her voice shaking. About 30 hours ago. Your task is to save the Kazekage and as quickly as possible. You have half an hour to get ready. Tsunade shouted. Naruto quickly put his hand on Temari's shoulder and disappeared once he was home. He quickly began to pack his things for the trip, food, kunai, clothes just in case. Naruto, who are we going to leave Maria with? Temari asked. With no one, she's coming with us, Uzumaki answered. Isn't it dangerous for her? The girl asked. You'll be surprised, believe me, Naruto smiled weakly. Naruto noticed Temari's bad mood and walked up to her and hugged her. We will save Gaara, I promise you, he said tenderly. I know, I believe you, but I just can't help but worry, Temari replied, burying her face in Naruto's chest. I understand, but we must leave our heads with a clear mind. Let's go, we must be at the gate in 5 minutes. Temari nodded and they moved to the main gate, where Sakura, Kakashi and Tsunade were already there. Be careful, Akatsuki are serious opponents. Kakashi, you are appointed commander for this mission. Tsunade gave her final instructions. Hi, let's move. Kakashi commanded. The 5 immediately rushed from their place and moved towards Suna. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. For several hours they had been running through the trees towards the sand. Naruto was the first to run, emotions were burning in his soul. How much longer can we run at this pace? Sakura asked. About a day and a half, if without stops then a day, answered Kakashi. We'll get there in a minute. Naruto grinned and stood on a branch. Maria was on his shoulder and held tightly to her father. What are you talking about, Naruto? Kakashi asked. Naruto, instead of answering, unsheathed Yamato and swung the cross twice and cut the space. A portal in the shape of a cross appeared in front of Naruto. This way we'll get to Suna faster, Naruto said. Everyone's eyes widened, well, except for Maria, who was already used to moving like this. Why haven't we used this before? Kakashi asked. It's too early for me to reveal all my cards, let's go. Naruto shouted and jumped into the portal with Maria. Temari didn't think long and jumped after her, and Sakura and Kakashi didn't keep them waiting. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. A few kilometers before Suna, a portal appeared and Konoha shinobi came out and ran further. 15 minutes later, they ran up to the gates of Suna. Stop and identify yourself. Who are you? One of the guards shouted when he saw them. Idiot. This is help from Konoha. Temari shouted, stepping forward. Temari-san? Please forgive me, I didn't understand right away. The guard apologized and looking at the Konoha shinobi said, come in. When the Konoha shinobi with Temari entered the village they saw that it was almost completely destroyed, there were blown up houses everywhere, etc. The Kazekage residence was also destroyed in some places. They went up to the roof of the residence where Baki, the former sensei of Temari's team, was standing. Baki-sensei, what happened here? Temari asked immediately. Temari? You arrived quickly, thank you for that. In short, two of the Akatsuki came to the village and one of them attacked Gaara. He began to fight him, but lost and was captured. Kankuro rushed in pursuit and was poisoned. Chiyo-sama is trying to remove the poison. Baki briefly said. I will help, I am Tsunade's student and I can help, but I will need access to the greenhouse to create an antidote, Sakura said. Baki nodded and everyone ran to the hospital. When they ran into the ward, Sakura and Temari ran to Kankuro, but Kakashi and Naruto stopped at the exit. Suddenly some short old woman ran at Kakashi. How dare you come here, white fang of Konoha? She shouted and wanted to strike at Hatake. But her hand was intercepted by Naruto, and Maria's mirage blade was placed at her throat. There's no need to rush to help, and this isn't the white fang, but his son, Naruto said, holding the old woman's hand. What? She asked in surprise. I am his son, and indeed, I am often confused with him, Kakashi laughed. Naruto let go of Chiyo and Maria put away the spectral blade. I'm sorry, I just wanted to joke, Chiyo laughed. Meanwhile, Sakura had already begun to remove the poison from Kankuro's body. He began to writhe in pain and Naruto and Kakashi had to hold him so that he would not interfere with his own treatment. Fortunately, the physical abilities of Uzumaki and Hatake were at their best, so they easily restrained the patient. An hour later, all the poison was removed from the body, but an antidote was needed to completely cure Kankuro, so Sakura went to the greenhouse. Chiyo went with her, who was able to study the poison in that hour and find out what it was made of, which would greatly facilitate the creation of an antidote. Kakashi and Naruto, meanwhile, were thinking about where Akatsuki could go. They asked passers-by and shinobi from the gate, but no one could give the desired result. Therefore, it was decided to wait until Kankuro woke up, or rather, Kakashi suggested it, but Naruto simply could not sit still and wait, but Kakashi was able to persuade him to wait. Gritting his teeth, Uzumaki still agreed. The next morning, Kankuro finally woke up and could speak clearly. So Team Kakashi came to him. How are you, Kankuro? Naruto asked. More or less, thank you for saving me, Kankuro replied. No need, you better tell me, do you know where Akatsuki went? Naruto asked. After they captured Gaara, I went after them and ran into Sasori of the Red Sand. He was the one who poisoned me. I couldn't find out where they went, but I managed to tear off a piece of Sasori's cloak, Kankuro said and held out a black cloth. That's great news, Kakashi said, cutting his finger with a kunai and making a few hand seals, summoning technique. A brown pug wearing a Jonin vest and a Konoha protector appeared on the floor. Yo, Kakashi, why did you call? The dog asked. Hey, Pakun, can you pick up the scent? Kakashi asked, handing over a piece of the cloak. Pakun sniffed it and said. The trail is fresh, it's north of here, if we leave right now you'll be able to catch up with them, said Pakun. Then let's go. Kakashi shouted. I'll go with you, I want to see what my grandson has turned into, said Granny Chio. Okay. Let's not waste time. Kakashi commanded and everyone ran after the dog. The Konoha team and Granny Chio were running after Pakken north of Suna. They had already run more than 3 kilometers and the trail was getting clearer and clearer. We'll be there soon, Pakken said. How long? Kakashi asked. About 30 minutes at most, the dog answered. Suddenly, a man in a black cloak with red clouds stood in front of the Konoha people, and in his eyes there was a 3-tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi? Kakashi was surprised by Naruto. Hello, Kakashi-san, Naruto-kun, how are you? Itachi asked. So this is the same Itachi Uchiha who slaughtered his own clan? That means he was no weak enemy since he was capable of such a thing. Chio said. That's true, but it's not Itachi, it's just a shell, I'll fight him myself, Naruto said and, not letting anyone object, he lowered Maria to the ground and took out Yamato and stood in a stance. You can't handle me, Naruto-kun, Itachi chuckled. We'll see, Naruto said and activated Ibisu. Naruto jumped up and attacked Uchiha. Itachi took out a kunai and tried to stop Yamato's blades, but it went through the metal like butter and scratched Uchiha. He jumped back and made several seals. Katan, Gakukyu no Jutsu. Fire release, fireball technique. Itachi blew out a huge ball of fire, but Naruto threw a kunai through the fire and moved to him and without even giving him time to come to his senses, Itachi attacked again, piercing the Uchiha's heart. Yamato passed through flesh like air. Itachi fell to the ground, but at that very second the illusion fell and another man with black hair appeared. I thought so, Itachi is not stupid enough to go in without a plan, Naruto chuckled, putting Yamato back in its sheath. We need to move on, we don't have much time, Kakashi said. Naruto nodded and again took Maria on his shoulders and ran after the team. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. An hour later they finally reached the cave, which was hidden behind a huge boulder. It's here, said Pakun. Thank you, Pakun, you can go, Kakashi nodded. The dog nodded and disappeared. What should we do? Sakura asked. The boulder is protected by a seal, but we don't have time to look for it, Naruto said and took out Yamato. Closing his eyes, he took Yamato with both hands, the blade was in front of his nose, he concentrated, inhaling and exhaling several times, opening his eyes, he made 2 swings and the stone along with the seals was cut crosswise. Putting Yamato in its sheath, Naruto ran into the cave. Kakashi, Sakura and Chio were shocked by this, and okay, Chio didn't know who he was, but Kakashi and Sakura didn't expect that in 2.5 years one could become so strong. But quickly coming to their senses, they ran into the cave after Naruto. When they ran and they saw 2 people in black cloaks with red clouds. One of them was sitting on Gaara's body and grinning. Naruto was enraged by this picture and he involuntarily activated Ibisu. Naruto growled at this. Get off him. The shadows around him began to take the form of tentacles. Because of their anger, the shadows behind him moved chaotically as if showing all the anger of their master. The eyes on the marks of scale also glowed golden. Huh, what if not? The blonde man with a tail laughed. I'll tear you apart. Naruto shouted and took out Yamato. At least 20 blue astral swords appeared behind Uzumaki. Maria was also angry, she felt her father's emotions and they were transmitted to her. Deidara, take the body and go, I'll sort this out myself, said the second, very short man. As you say, Sasori-senpai, the blonde said and stood up. Using the mouths on his hands, he created a huge white bird out of clay. Taking Gaara's body, Deidara took off and flew out of the cave. Stop! Naruto shouted and ran after him. Scale! A huge dark blue dragon began to appear from Uzumaki's shadow. A loud roar was heard shaking the earth. Naruto sat on the dragon's back and grabbed the scales, Maria jumped on Uzumaki's back and grabbed his shoulders. Deidara turned around and saw a huge blue dragon and was seriously scared. This dragon was 2 or even 3 times larger than his clay bird, and its roar made him stop for a moment and shake with fear. The speed of the dragon was higher than the speed of Deidara's bird and therefore the dragon caught up with him in a few seconds. Scale opened her mouth and bit off the bird's wing and it began to fly down. Opening her mouth again, she bit off the head and eventually Gaara fell out of the bird and began to fall, but Naruto created a clone that caught the Kazekage and gently landed on the ground. Meanwhile, Scale opened her mouth again and a huge flame burst out and burned the remains of the clay bird and Deidara had to jump down, but Maria's blue sword stuck into his arms and legs and pinned the renegade to the ground. Before Deidara could cough, Uzumaki jumped on his chest and began to beat him. Blow after blow, Deidara's face turned into a bloody mess. Having created a Rasengan, he hit Deidara in the chest. His chest turned into a bloody mess, taking Yamato out of its sheath, he rose from Deidara and threw him into the air with the help of shadows and pierced his heart. Deidara spat out blood and hung the sword as a rotten piece of meat. Naruto turned his hand to the side and Deidara's body rolled off the blade of Yamato and it fell to the ground. Naruto looked at the body of the renegade and smirked, picked it up and threw it up. At that moment Scale flew over them and she picked it up and swallowed Deidara's body. Maria meanwhile approached Naruto and took his hand. Naruto, feeling the soft and gentle palm of his daughter, quickly calmed down and removed Yamato and took the girl in his arms. "Two-san, are you okay?" Maria asked. "Don't worry, everything's fine, let's go, it's time for us to go," Naruto said and a clone with Gaara's body appeared in front of him. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. Naruto appeared not far from the cave where they found the renegades. Kakashi, Sakura and Chio had already dealt with Sasori, although nothing remained of the cave except a small clearing of stone. "Naruto? Where is the renegade?" Kakashi asked, noticing the student. "It's being digested in Scale's stomach," Naruto answered, holding Gaara in his arms. "I see, we also dealt with Sasori, he told us a lot of things," Kakashi chuckled. "That's later," Naruto said and laid Gaara's body on the ground. Chio and Sakura came up to him and started checking his condition. When Sakura finished, sadness appeared on her face. "He's dead," was all she said. Naruto clenched his fists until his knuckles were white and blood was coming out. "There's nothing we can do about it," Chio said. "It's all your fault," Naruto said quietly. "What did you say?" Chio didn't hear. "I said it was your fault. If you hadn't sealed a chibi in Gaara, none of this would have happened. You don't care about the fate of the Jinchuriki, you only see them as weapons and nothing more, without thinking that they also have feelings and emotions. But no, you don't care about that at all." Naruto yelled at her. "Naruto," Kakashi sighed. "When will you understand that Jinchuriki and their beasts are not soulless killing machines? How much longer will this go on?" Naruto continued. "Naruto, that's enough," Scale said, landing behind Uzumaki. I agree with Scale, calm down, Naruto, otherwise you won't be able to control your emotions and the next few kilometers will be pure hell here. Kurama agreed with the dragoness. Naruto chuckled. Yes, perhaps you're right, we really don't think about others. Chio said and walked towards Gaara's body. Kneeling in front of him, she placed her hands on his chest and began to pour chakra and her life energy into it. Kid, if you really care about Gaara, help me, Chio said. Naruto sat down on one knee and placed his hands on top of the old woman's hands and began to pour his chakra in. After a few minutes, Gaara's eyes suddenly opened and he began to breathe heavily. What? What happened? He asked in a hoarse voice. It's okay, Gaara, Naruto said. Naruto? What are you doing here? The Kazekage asked. We're saving you, of course. I couldn't help my brother, could I? Naruto smiled. Oh, thank you, friend, and what about Chio-sama? Gaara asked, turning his attention to the old woman lying on the ground. Maybe she lost consciousness? She spent quite a bit of chakra after all. Naruto shrugged. Unfortunately not, Naruto, Sakura replied, lifting Chio into her arms. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Only Chio-sama knows this technique, she transferred all her life force to Gaara to resurrect him, Sakura said and hugged the old woman. Seriously? Naruto asked. Yes, Sakura nodded. Naruto lowered his head. He never thought that his words would have such an effect on the old woman who seemed like she would never do something like that for Gaara. Let's go back to Suna, Naruto said and took out Yamato and opened a portal. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. A cross-shaped portal appeared in the center of Suna, from where all the members of the Konoha team emerged with Gaara and Chio's body, which Kakashi was carrying. The village was incredibly happy to see their Kazekage, everyone rejoiced and thanked the Konoha shinobi. After Gaara was sent to the hospital, and Chio was buried as a hero of Suna, the Konoha team, along with Temari, departed back to their village. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. In Konoha, Kakashi gave his report on the mission and everyone went home. Temari discussed some more issues with the Hokage about the upcoming Chunin exam and also went home with Naruto. But after a few days she also had to leave for Suna. Naruto wanted to transfer her by portal, but she refused, saying that she wanted to walk and breathe fresh air. After seeing the girl off, Naruto went to the Hokage, who called her to her. When Naruto entered the office he saw Sakura and an unfamiliar man in a jonin vest, as well as a pale guy with a fake smile. May I excuse you, Hokage-sama? Naruto asked. Come in. So, on the last mission to save the Kazekage, in the battle against Sasori, he gave away the meeting place with his spy who should know the location of Orochimaru, which means there is a chance to get on the trail of Sasuke Uchiha. I am sending you to come to the meeting place and find out as much as possible. Also from this day on, Sayakashi is transferred to your team in place of Uchiha Sasuke, and Oka Kakashi is recovering in the hospital. Captain Yamato will temporarily take his place. Said the Hokage. When can we begin the mission? Yamato asked. In an hour you can head out in the direction of Tenchi Bridge, Tsunade said and waved her hand to make it clear that she was not holding anyone up anymore. Naruto blinked and moved home and began to get ready for the mission. There he was met by Maria. "To-san, where are you going?" the girl asked. "On a mission, I'll be there soon." "Can I come with you?" asked Maria. "No, it might be dangerous there, and you spent a lot of energy on the last mission. Stay here under the barrier, okay?" Naruto asked, stroking the girl on the top of her head. "But To-san," the girl puffed out her cheeks. "No, I don't want you to get hurt. You put a seal on Ka-san so that if anything happens, we'll know that something happened to her?" Naruto asked. "Of course, if something happens we'll find out about it," Maria nodded like a dummy. Good girl, okay, I have to go, don't be bored. Naruto smiled and kissed his daughter on the top of her head and disappeared in a clap of thunder. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. Team number 7 was currently sitting in cover, or rather Naruto, Sakura and Sai, while Yamato stood on the bridge in the Sasori model that he created with the help of Mokatun. The plan was as simple as the world: when a spy appears, find out all possible information, and then capture the spy, or kill him in extreme cases, and then according to the situation. And then, 10 minutes later, Kabuto appeared on the bridge. Naruto, of course, had long known that Yakushi was Orochimaru's subordinate, but he could not imagine that he was also a spy for Sasori. Sasori-san, are you alone? Kabuto asked. Do you see anyone else? Yamato asked, imitating Sasori's voice. Forgive me for being rude, but I can no longer provide you with information. My identity has been compromised and I need to lie low, Kabuto said. Have you managed to find out where Orochimaru's lair is? Yamato asked. He has a lot of labs. He changes them every 2 weeks and it's very difficult to catch him, Sasori answered. As suddenly the snake itself appeared behind Kabuto with a sly smile. Kabuto, don't you understand? Orochimaru chuckled. About what? Kabuto asked. This is not the real Sasori, I was his partner when I was in Akatsuki, this is a fake. Orochimaru said. Kabuto turned sharply to Sasori. Yamato did not have time to do anything as Yakushi used a chakra scalpel and cut the Yamato model. Tom had to jump out of it to avoid being hit. When he landed in front of Orochimaru and Kabuto, the rest of Team 7 jumped out of the bushes and stood next to the captain. I thought so, you managed to kill Sasori and come here. He heard his dark laughter. Orochimaru, you. Where's Sasuke? Answer me. Naruto growled, drawing Yamato from its sheath. Naruto-kun, you've become stronger since our last meeting, Orochimaru said. Answer. Naruto repeated, standing in a stance. And you make me, the snake smiled. Naruto activated Ibisu and rushed at Orochimaru. Naruto. Stop. Yamato shouted, but Kabuto blocked their way. Let it be. Their business. With Orochimaru. He suddenly ran towards him, taking out Yamato and started attacking him, hoping to pierce him and get information. Orochimaru smirked as he dodged him, and seeing how slow he was, he decided to test him. He took out a kunai and blocked his attack, then looked at him. Naruto was looking at him like past. The moment of shock was enough for his clone to strike his chest with his hand and throw him back. After managing to stabilize himself in the air, he landed on his feet and smirked. It wasn't the best move he'd seen, but to land a hit on him. He heard the sound of a Rasengan behind him, and turning around abruptly, he caught the clone by the hand. He grinned again. Ku, Naruto-kun, you can't attack like that to break through. Orochimaru grinned and wanted to throw him back, but he suddenly heard the sound of the ground crushing beneath him. What? He wanted to jump back, but was surprised when he saw that his hands were being held by 2 clones. Trying harder, he saw the ground beneath him shatter and reveal another Naruto with a Rasengan in his hand, which was aimed straight at his head. Suddenly his eyes widened even more when he realized that he couldn't use a substitution, Kawarami, which would cause this attack to hit him. Meanwhile, with Kabuto and the rest of Team 7. Yamato tried to capture Kabuto for interrogation and find out all the information about Orochimaru's bases. But to his annoyance, he used a chakra scalpel to simply cut through his wood techniques. He sighed. Why can't it be much easier? Deciding to attack him with more force, he suddenly froze when he heard the sound of an explosion. Turning his head towards the forest, he saw that a huge cloud of dust had risen there. Seeing that Yakushi was distracted, he decided to act immediately. In the forest with Orochimaru. Orochimaru was a Sannin. One of the 3 legendary ninja, and one of the strongest living ninja in the world, but even so, right now, he was being pushed back and bullied by some chunin. He hit the wall again, and dispelled the basic genjutsu. He saw him throw 3 or 4 kunai, and Orochimaru smirked. Good, so he was trying to use his technique, then he would start fighting him more seriously. He widened his eyes as he saw the 4 kunai turn into several hundred. Orochimaru laughed at this and used a substitute. Orochimaru was sent flying down again, hitting his head on the ground due to the Rasengan in his back. Now I understand Minato's opponents. He widened his mouth again to an inhuman size, and what came out again made Naruto look at him with disgust as he attacked. Just like from some horror movie. Isn't that so? He saw one of his special kunai fly past his new body. Suddenly blinking, he appeared behind him as suddenly. Bum! A loud roar and the sound of an explosion were heard through the forest, followed by a slight shaking of the earth. Naruto stood to the side holding his hand, which was clearly burned. Great, now his Bachan would hit him for his carelessness. What could be better? He heard a crushing sound from underground and looked down. Quickly drawing Yamato, he saw something suddenly come out of the ground and he blocked it with his sword, holding the flat side of his blade with his hand for more stability. His eyes widened when he saw what he blocked. He was lifted higher and higher, and he realized that he was at least a few meters, feet, above the ground, and he continued to rise, and eventually hit a tree, and smashed through several of them with his body. Blinking quickly, he saw what had happened. The long sword stuck into the tree and pierced several of them. What is this? He had never seen anything like it in his life, a sword of such length. Is this the Kusanagi, the unbreakable sword that Orochimaru has? He realized what he was trying to do. He was trying to destroy his sword with his own, but apparently it didn't happen. It's good that Yamato is hard to break. I wonder if it can be broken. Yamato and Kabuto. He watched as Sakura tried to hit Kabuto, but he dodged it, and very well. He was a real problem. He raised his head up and widened his eyes when he saw the sword. It was such a long sword that it seemed to stretch for at least 500 meters, 1,600 feet. Although the length doesn't matter. Naruto knows the Yandame's technique. His eyes widened even more when he saw the sword glow white. Oh shit. Bum. Are they trying to destroy everything here? He saw Naruto standing on their side, watching from the side with a thoughtful expression on his face. He saw him smile. With Naruto. He was looking at the result of Orochimaru's technique. So. He was trying to kill me too. He tightened his grip on the kunai in his hand and smiled. We need more chakra. He poured a huge amount of chakra into the kunai, causing it to crack. He smiled again looking at this. And he threw. Orochimaru frowned. He had seen it all. He knew that a boy like him had used Minato's technique. Back in one of Hashirama's forests, the Forest of Death, he had seen his potential. It was big, and he could see it clearly, and it was quite strong. He had defended against his attacks, and had attacked him. He had made him not pay much attention to him when he fought against his clones, and vice versa. He was quite strong. Maybe even strong Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru was not stupid, he was one of the smartest people in the ninja world, one of the most dangerous shinobi of his time, on par with the Kage. But even so, Sasuke-kun's potential isn't that great. He knew that he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, the power of human sacrifice, the power that contained within itself an even deeper power, one of the tailed demons, as they were called by humans. The strongest of them. It was a pity that he couldn't get his body because of the Kyuubi, since it would be a problem to transfer the body, although he believed that it was not impossible. Having the power to destroy entire hidden villages was something that every, if not all shinobi would wish for. And a nearly endless source of chakra. He laughed. It was not a laugh of happiness or sadness. He just looked in that direction again. Kyubi. But even so, Sasuke's Sharingan will be useful, because then he will be able to obtain all the techniques of the shinobi world. He looked at Naruto. He was standing, as he realized, holding a kunai. He saw him throw it towards him, and he saw the kunai start to crack. What is he trying to do? He felt a huge chakra around the kunai, and he saw how this same kunai was surrounded by others similar to it, as if these kunai were guarding this special one. He widened his eyes as he saw the kunai disappear right before his eyes. He laughed. Such a pompous attack, and the kunai broke, unable to withstand the amount of chakra that was put into it. He was suddenly thrown back when something hit his cheek and then tore his cheek apart with a powerful explosion. If someone was in the forest right now, they would see some extremely pale man with a torn cheek sitting on his knees and widening his mouth. Even inhumanly, from which came out an exact copy of himself, or rather a copy that looked cleaner, not counting his saliva, and without wounds. Gah. He sighed heavily looking at his previous body. This is already funny. A child who can compare to Sannin. No, he can't compare. Rather, he took him by surprise with his unpredictability. Distracted attention and used an unknown technique. Ha! He suddenly felt a surge of chakra that was on the level of a bijou, and his head snapped up. Something was approaching quickly, and it was invisible, and probably dangerous, judging by the amount of chakra emitted. He understood what to do. Defend yourself. And then he will attack and kill him. Biting both his thumbs until they bled, he lowered them to the ground. Sanju Rashomon. Triple Rashomon. There was a surge of chakra after his shout, and suddenly 3 giant gates with different demonic faces on them rose up from the ground. He looked at the result of his action. This man had been dodging until now, but he caught him. He smiled after all this, but he didn't relax. They could now find out where Orochimaru's bases were, but there was also Orochimaru, who Naruto was dealing with right now. Now, will you tell us, Kabuto? He glanced at his glasses, which were slightly cracked in the corner. So the attack did hit him after all. He remembered how he had hit him with a wooden spear, which he then cut. Yakushi laughed slightly, looking at Sakura's hand. She needs medical help. Yamato looked in Sakura's direction. She needs medical attention. Which I won't provide. Yakushi laughed at the end of his sentence. Yamato clenched his hand. If he had to. He raised his head when he felt a strong surge of chakra. Looking in the direction where she was coming from, he saw several kunai that were flying, presumably to pierce Orochimaru. Kunai. It can't emit that kind of chakra. Then, what is this? A technique? At the end of his sentence, his eyes widened slightly. It can't be a technique that has that much chakra. Right? He saw how for a moment 3 huge gates with demonic faces in front rose from the forest, which were immediately destroyed by an explosion from within. Meanwhile, Kabuto also widened his eyes, but rather from other thoughts. Could it be Orochimaru-sama used Sanju Rashomon? And it was broken. Even exploded. With Naruto. He looked at the result of his technique and smiled. If you pour a huge amount of normal chakra into a kunai, and win chakra. Heh. It was dangerous. But it was a pretty good attack. And it's time to finish this with 1 stone. He extended his hand again and created Rasengan, after which, raising his hand up, he began to pour in even more chakra, and began to control it all more strongly. And then he did something that could kill Minato with shock. he threw the Rasengan into the air like a balloon filled with water, and then caught it again in his hand. He looked at Orochimaru and threw it at him with great force. He knew that Orochimaru would survive. With a high chance, because he was a Sannin, one of the 3 legendary ninja. But even so, he will most likely retreat since he forced him to change bodies several times in a row. Looking at Yakushi, he saw that snakes were crawling instead of him. Naruto sighed. He wanted to take a shower and get rid of this dirt. After the failed mission to find Orochimaru's hideouts, Team 7 returned to Konoha to report to the Hokage. So you weren't able to track Orochimaru when he escaped? Tsunade was displeased. This was a great chance to catch Orochimaru. That's right, when we finished the battle, Orochimaru and Kabuto escaped using summons, so we weren't able to track them down, Yamato said. Naruto, were you unable to use your sensory abilities? Tsunade asked. No way, apparently those 2 moved to the summoning world, which is why their chakra disappeared, even Scale couldn't sense them. Naruto shook his head. I see, Orochimaru always had an escape plan in case of defeat, she sighed. Do you know how wounded he was? Team 7 looked at Naruto and he began to speak. He changed his body several times in the battle with me, but after he used a technique unknown to me and when I destroyed it, he disappeared, leaving behind only a shell. I believe he only came to test our abilities. Naruto replied. Tsunade noticed a detail in his hand. What's wrong with your hand? Tsunade asked. Well, Orochimaru caught me with his blade when I was defending myself, Naruto said nervously. He knew that his reckless behavior would not get him a pat on the head. There's also a poison that prevents the Kyuubi from healing me, and Sakura can't do anything about it. He stopped speaking when he received a blow to the head. Don't get into trouble next time, brat. Your actions could have gotten you killed, and you also put your teammates in a kind of difficult situation. And all because you let your emotions get the better of you. She scolded him, which made him feel uneasy. I understand, Hokage-sama, this will not happen again. Naruto bowed. Okay, Yamato, give me a written report, you can go. Tsunade said and waved her hand. Everyone nodded and disappeared using methods convenient for themselves. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. A few days later, Naruto was sitting in the living room, reading a Fuinjutsu scroll he found in the ruins of Uzushio. Maria was lying cutely on his lap, dozing, occasionally twitching her nose and wrinkling her face cutely. But suddenly Maria opens her eyes sharply and jumps up from her father's lap. Maria, what happened? Naruto asked. Ka-san. Naruto suddenly began to sweat, he tensed up, involuntarily releasing chakra in an explosion. Looking at Maria, he calmed her down. Maria. What's wrong with her? Naruto jumped up to his daughter, but he felt very uneasy. I don't feel the seal I put, it feels like something is blocking it, the girl answered. Can you find her last location? Naruto asked hopefully. Maria nodded and Naruto quickly unsheathed Yamato and opened a portal. Naruto and Maria jumped into it, hoping to find something. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. We found ourselves on the border of the land of fire and wind. This is where I last felt my mother's chakra, Maria said. Naruto looked around the area and saw that something was lying nearby. Running up there he saw his beloved's fan and the Cloud Village protector, which Temari apparently knocked off the attacker. An incredible amount of Ki came from Naruto. The shadows around their owner filled the space, showing all the anger of the Lord of Shadows. The eyes on the scale marks glowed with a bright golden color. Raikage. Uzumaki hissed and, taking the fan and protector, grabbed Marius and disappeared in a flash of lightning. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. Tsunade was sitting quietly at the Hokage's desk, signing documents, occasionally taking a sip of sake from the bottle under the table. Suddenly, a clap of thunder was heard and she flinched. But when she saw Naruto, she calmed down and stared at him demandingly. "You must have a good reason for barging into my office like that," Tsunade said. Naruto placed Temari's fan and Cloud's forehead protector on the table. "The Kumo shinobi kidnapped Temari," Naruto said, not holding back his emotions. The shadows also ran chaotically along the walls of the office. Tsunade swallowed seeing Naruto in anger. Shizune almost fainted seeing how the shadows from Uzumaki crawled along the walls. In Naruto's eyes, Ibisu was burning, showing the emotions of its owner. Tsunade looked at Kumo's forehead protector and Temari's fan. "Maybe they want to set them up? The same Akatsuki?" Tsunade asked. She understood perfectly well that the Uzumaki were simply obsessed with their wives and families, and they would spill rivers of blood and leave mountains of corpses just to stitch up their family, and for women they would even cut out entire villages. And she knew perfectly well that if Temari had really been kidnapped by Kumo shinobi, then Hidden Cloud could suffer the fate of disappearing from the world map. "I don't care. If something happens to her, I'll destroy Kumo without leaving a single dust of her. Give me permission to visit there," Uzumaki growled. Before Tsunade could say anything, Kotetsu entered the office with an unknown ANBU. But when Tsunade saw the protector on him, she didn't even have time to react before Naruto grabbed the ANBU with his shadows and slammed him into the wall. "Here are the Kumo ANBU," Naruto smiled. "Naruto. Enough. Let him go. We don't want another armed conflict," Tsunade shouted. "No. First he'll tell you why he came," Naruto growled. Tsunade saw that his pupil had become elongated like the Kyuubi's. She was afraid that due to his emotions, he would release too much of the nine-tailed fox's chakra. "Cough. I have messages from the Raikage, don't kill me," the ANBU grunted. He held out the letter and Naruto quickly snatched it and opened it. "Hokage Dano, convey my words to the head of the Uzumaki clan. If he wants to return his beloved, he will come to Kumo and give all the knowledge of the Uzumaki that was in Uzushio. If not, the princess of Suna will suffer for the rest of her life." Uzumaki read. The pressure in the Hokage's office became so strong that even Tsunade could not breathe calmly, and she was afraid to look at Uzumaki Naruto. She knew that she would see there not a person, but a red-haired demon who would kill her if she said anything against, even despite the fact that she was the Hokage. The only one who sat calmly was Maria, because she was the only one who could resist her father's ki. "I will destroy the Raikage and Kumo." Naruto growled and squeezed the ANBU's throat with his shadows so hard that he broke his neck, "And you will not stop me." He said these words to Tsunade. She only nodded and Naruto left the office with Maria, also taking the ANBU's body. Naruto left Maria at home since it was too dangerous for her and headed towards the main gate. When he almost reached it, he was called out. Turning around, he saw Tsunade and Kakashi. "Are you sure about your decision? You don't understand what the consequences might be?" Tsunade asked. "I don't care about the consequences, I'll get Temari back even if I have to wipe Kumo off the face of the earth," Naruto said. "As I understand it, you won't change your mind even if I lock you in the dungeon?" Tsunade asked. "I doubt you can do it," Naruto said with a small grin. "Then be careful and come back soon," Tsunade said. "Caution is not my thing," Naruto smirked. Having unsheathed Yamato, he made 2 swings and created a portal, disappearing into it. First he will visit Suna. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. Naruto found himself in the Kazekage's office where Gaara and Kankuro were already with a letter in their hands. Apparently, the Raikage sent the letter here too. "You dared to come here after we entrusted you with our sister and you failed to protect her?" Kankuro growled, looking at Naruto. Naruto had nothing to say. Kankuro was right, they trusted him with their sister and he let this happen. Kneeling down in front of the Kazekage and his brother, Naruto lowered his head. "You're right, I couldn't protect her, I fully admit my guilt, I'll understand if you can't forgive me," Uzumaki said. "Get up, Naruto," Gaara said. Naruto did as he was asked and looked at the Kazekage. "The Raikage sent us a letter demanding that we present him with some of our country's lands in exchange for Temari. What do you have?" Gaara asked. "The Raikage also sent a letter demanding that I give him my clan's knowledge, but I won't give it to him," Naruto said. "But then our sister might die or worse," Kankuro shouted. "Calm down, Kankuro," Gaara shouted at his brother. He calmed down, but continued to stare at Uzumaki. "As I already said, I will not give him the knowledge of my clan, but I will not leave Temari there either. I am going to Kumo and will rescue her from there at all costs, even if I have to destroy the entire Kumo army along with the Raikage," Naruto said. "Are you sure about this? The Raikage is not a weak opponent, do you think you can handle it alone?" Gaara asked. "Who said I'm alone?" Naruto chuckled. For a moment, the brothers saw behind Uzumaki's back two pairs of eyes with elongated pupils, some were gold and others were red, and behind their backs were another pair of gold eyes. "Besides, I have one gift for Temari that I wanted to give soon, but it looks like I'll have to use it now." Naruto chuckled and disappeared in a clap of thunder. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. Naruto had been running to Kumo for several days, ignoring all boarders and bandits with renegades who tried to rob him. He was furious. Kyubi and Scale felt his emotions and did not try to stop him, on the contrary, they were only for the destruction of one of the 5 great villages. Kumo scouts had probably already reported to the Raikage about Naruto's approach, and he may have even mobilized an army. Now Naruto landed on the path, and saw in front of him, a kilometer away, he saw the walls of Kumo and an army of several hundred shinobi in front of its gates. The Raikage himself stood in front. "Uzumaki! You brought the Uzumaki clan scrolls?" I shouted. Naruto remained silent and slowly walked towards Kumo. "If you don't bring the knowledge to Uzumaki, your whore will die. You can tell the same to the Kazekage," the Raikage shouted. Naruto stopped a few dozen meters. Ibisu was burning in Uzumaki's eyes, the shadows under him were going crazy, rushing into battle, but suddenly a huge dark blue dragon with golden eyes began to appear from Uzumaki's shadow. Scale growled with a loud roar that shook the earth. A few seconds later, a dragon several times larger than Scale herself began to appear next to Scale. It was completely black, all its scales were covered with spikes, it also had golden eyes, only they burned with rage even more than Scale and Naruto. Naruto covered himself with a golden shroud, a cloak of golden chakra appeared on him. He pulled Yamato out of its sheath. "I warn you. If you don't retreat here, you will die." The Raikage was quite scared when he saw 2 dragons at once. "Forward," was all Naruto said. Scale and the black dragon let out a loud roar and took off. And a kind of began. While the dragons were rampaging, the Raikage with lightning armor fought Naruto. Naruto dodged his next deadly attack and caught him by the arm. Seeing his surprised look, he threw him over his shoulder, shifting his weight to his other leg, and wanted to hit him with the blade after, he found that he was already gone. Well, that's it. What a fast old man. Taking the blade, he sealed it. It won't be needed yet. Right? Suddenly he turned around, taking the Raikage's hand again. "You're fast," Kage grinned. But you are not enough. Unsealing the blade, it pierced his chest, but he nevertheless took his hand and threw it into the nearest building. Once again, he found himself in front of him, he took his hand, sharply lifting it up, and then slammed it to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He slammed it to the ground like a rag doll, when suddenly in one moment it disappeared. Appearing behind the Raikage, Naruto sent him flying back with a Rasengan strike to his back, then threw a kunai after him, and disappeared again in a flash. The Raikage stood up, trying to sense his chakra, however. Looking around, he saw a kunai fly past him, strongly impressing. Another flash, and the Raikage, who was trying to catch Naruto's sword, was thrown back by the blow from the flat side of the sword. Another flash, and another sword, but Naruto caught the Raikage's body with one of his shadows when he saw that he was going on the defensive, after which he picked him up and threw him into the building, then threw one of his kunai at him. Looking at this, the Raikage chuckled. Doesn't this brat really understand that? His eyes widened as he saw one of the kunai multiply several times, and its shadows flew after them. One by one, the kunai began to explode like dominoes falling due to a chain reaction, and shadows began to pierce the places where he had been before, causing the Raikage to lose his bearings due to the thick cloud of dust. The Raikage looked at Naruto with a furious and murderous gaze, ignoring the slight burns from the explosions. Suddenly Naruto went through the seals that the Raikage couldn't remember even with his experience, when suddenly he felt a pull. Blinking once, his eyes widened in shock from what he saw. He found himself in a green clearing, where these cursed, in his opinion, kunai were stuck everywhere. Welcome to my world, Raikage. To the place known as the kunai graveyard. The Raikage looked at it all. Those kunai were stuck everywhere. Everywhere. There weren't even a few centimeters where they weren't separated from each other. Back. The Raikage was sent flying into the air by his kick and he charged his armor even more. Almost landing, the Raikage received a wound to the chest, an attempt to dodge was unsuccessful, he was literally stabbed. Leg, chest, arm, everything was covered in blood, when suddenly Raikage looked up and saw a huge number of his swords flying towards him. Shuriken. Kagebunshin. As he tried to dodge, the Raikage realized that he was bound by his shadows. Hearing a familiar sound, he turned his head and saw two of his clones with Rasengans walking towards him. And at that moment, he was pierced by all of this and he felt like he almost died. His lightning armor protected him. More precisely, slightly reduced the damage. At that moment, this world shattered like glass. Blinking once, his eyes widened as he realized he was in Kumo, and without the wounds he received in this. Did that really happen? Exactly. The Raikage couldn't find an explanation for this. Feeling a shadow grab his leg to break it, he quickly moved, ignoring the pain of tearing his leg out of the trap. This boy. Something's wrong. When he saw him, he attacked him with all his might. He would kill him no matter what, and bring glory and power to Kumo, even if it meant his death. He had to make Kumo a strong and powerful village, that was his life's goal, his goal as a Kage, and it was his personal desire. Before, when Kumo wanted to kidnap Uzumaki Kushina, they wanted to do it for her special chakra, which was able to subdue the Bija themselves, and use them as dogs, to guard the village, and the country itself. That was what they needed the power and bloodline that she possessed. If it weren't for that Namikaze who saved her by finding her and defeating the Jonin squad, then Kumo would have become the new Uzumaki homeland, where there would be a real, powerful ninja village, and extremely strong Uzumaki. Only if it weren't for that Namikaze, and his love for her, then this would have happened. But even so, he couldn't help but respect him for his strength, even after his death. The strength that could defeat an entire army of ninja, and with which he was able to almost single-handedly end the entire Third Shinobi World War, and with which he could match the Yondaime Raikage in speed. The Yondaime Raikage respected his strength, despite his actions with the Uzumaki in the Sandaime Raikage, who gave the order for it, although his conscience at the moment was against it. But now, a new Uzumaki appeared, and he was obliged to bring glory to Kumo, even if it was through such terrible methods. The Raikage looked at the area that had been destroyed. He needed to be dealt with quickly. The Raikage flew back from an invisible blow from something, and realized that he was flying straight at this Namikaze. With a sigh of annoyance he strengthened his chakra armor, and he smirked seeing the hole in his attack. Instantly finally managing to put his feet on the ground and appearing in front of him, he hit him in the face with his hand, smirking. But his eyes widened when he saw that it was just a clone. "Aren't you afraid?" He heard a sound and turned around with a wave of his hand, when suddenly he was thrown back, thanks to the Rasengan that was thrust into his chest. Feeling the touch, he realized that several seals had been placed on him. "It's over, Raikage, this is your end." Naruto felt like someone pushed him away with a blow. Sighing in irritation, Uzumaki realized who it was, a ninja loyal to the Raikage who was clearly strong enough to go unnoticed. "Naruto, this is Dash. Yo brother, I just left for a moment, and now the party is on fire, we'll light up the lights with fun. We're just awesome. Oh yee. Terrible rap. Whoever it was, he. Bye." The Raikage wheezed in pain, "You're just in time. Remove these seals from me," he shouted at his brother. Ignoring him, B grabbed his hair. "I forgot something, how could this be? What a fool I am, a complete simpleton." The Raikage glared at him, but he didn't stop. "To entertain the guest, I need a gun, oh yee." He stretched out his fingers in a strange shape, causing the Raikage to sigh. Looking at them, he realized that this was a great time for his strike. "Your occupation will have to wait, I will kill him before you even have time to clench your fist." Quickly moving towards him and trying to decapitate him with Yamato, he realized that his blow was blocked with a bare hand. "What the fuck are you, you stupid idiot?" Despite this, he continued reading. To catch his sword with just a hand? He obviously has to be strong. Listen up, Naruto. This guy is the Hachibi's Jinchuriki. You should be. Get away from us, idiots and goats, or you'll get the stars, oh ye. You should have said it earlier. His blade flew into the air and started to flip there. He just threw his sword, knocking it out of his hands. Bai moved away from him by jumping back and caught his sword in mid-air, then continued by starting to spin it. "I see through you, yes, what do I see? I can say, I hate you." Meaning everyone who raids the village, he began to frantically twist his sword in his hand like a meat grinder. "Bloodlust is my courage, with this propeller the fuselage." Kurama inside Naruto looked at this in shock, realizing that his tailed beast brother had to go through this kind of. "As long as my propeller is spinning, my optimism will not stop." The sword had already become extremely blurry and he could no longer see it specifically. "Buy tickets, there's a sale right now, or I'll fly away and you won't even notice." Naruto realized that what he was saying was nothing more than a lie. Controlling the shadows, he directed them at him, and in support of them, he threw several shuriken with thin ninja wire. He saw how his shuriken exploded because of the seal that stood there. A powerful explosion, a powerful attack. Naruto looked at him, not noticing that the Raikage was already leaving, just like my party. Naruto took out a kunai and charged it with wind chakra and attacked him, which he was able to successfully block, fortunately for him. He half smiled. Now was the time to attack him with the ninja wire. He looked at how his ninja wires began to interact with each other and began to move closer to him. He took out a kunai and threw it at him when he saw how his leg, at least, remained shackled in the wire and he was unable to move. After cutting the wire, Naruto's eyes widened as he saw him throw his sword at him with deadly accuracy like a kunai, straight into his heart. "This wire is just cool, just like my fuselage." He took out a notebook, thinking. Taking out a kunai and grabbing his sword with his shadows, he threw the kunai at him while simultaneously rushing towards him, seeing that the Raikage seemed to have already recovered. Quite fast. Even for a shinobi. Did that mean someone was helping him? Forgetting about that, he looked at the jounin. He pushed his blade away with his own, then went on the offensive. Now or never. He raised the blade towards his heart and sent lightning chakra into it. He saw that there were several meters between them. He quickly ran, moved, Shunshin towards him and hit him with it, which he blocked. So, a special sword? He kicked him in the chest, pushing him away from Kage and swinging his sword towards Kage. He wanted to hit him with it, when suddenly he looked at the giant tentacles that were holding his sword hilt and pulling him back. After cutting them in an instant, he swung at Kage and struck him with the blade, when suddenly TSK, TK TSKK TSKK TSKK, the sound of lightning cracking. Raiden Bunshin, lightning clone. With a sigh of disappointment, he raised his sword and threw it towards the Jonin. He looked through his glasses, but he saw his body slightly tense up as he watched his one sword turn into thousands. Suddenly, he unsealed 8 swords? What? In total? Naruto's eyes widened in shock when he saw him start to deflect all those swords while standing in a strange pose, and as if he was breakdancing. Having missed that second with his thoughts, he threw a kunai at him. He didn't know where the Raikage was, but he had to go and defeat him, because if the Raikage got help, he would be a problem with him. He shouldn't give them that, right? He extended his hand and concentrated on his sword, then blinked towards it. Seeing how B was trying to pierce his back, he covered himself with his sword. This. Will it ever end? Unfortunately, it was the call of the heart. He saw how he almost missed his sword, after which, grabbing B by the hand, he quickly threw him into the air, then threw several kunai that were camouflaged. Bum! It wasn't even close to what it was against Orochimaru. Widening his eyes as he sensed the Raikage's chakra signature behind him, he quickly turned around, blocking his arm strike with his sword, similar to how he blocked Orochimaru's blade. You're a strong brat, just like your father. But what will you do against the two of us? He didn't answer and channeled wind chakra into his sword, causing cuts to appear on the Raikage's arm. Seeing B running towards him from the side, he made an explosion with wind chakra, after which he jumped away from them to a great distance. The Raikage looked at him intently, and looked at B, and clashed fists. Come on, B, let's destroy this brat. B didn't answer, just nodded. This man was his brother in burden. No matter what he was like, and no matter how he masked his emotions, B knew what he was feeling. B knew about their, Kumo's, plan as the Raikage's brother, and he was against it. The life of a Jinchuriki was a hard thing, a drag. Unfortunately, B knew that the words, "It is not the eyes that go blind, but the hearts," was a more accurate description of how people treated them. People didn't see the Jinchuriki as people, not because they didn't see them, but because they wanted to see them that way. They wanted to see their source of anger, and the obvious solution was simple: discriminate against the one who had a bijou inside. They wanted to see them like that. B knew that this was the case with Naruto as well. He saw his eyes filled with sadness, as if the source of the sun had been taken away from him. Well, it was kind of true, that girl from Suna was his girlfriend. B. Looking at Naruto, he saw how the terrain began to change, and they found themselves in a clearing. Genjutsu? He saw. Back. He surveyed the area in a second. It looked like a place where there was a war. There were kunai stuck everywhere, but what was remarkable was that they were in a green field where those kunai were stuck everywhere. The attempt to make a chakra surge was unsuccessful, or rather, the genjutsu did not dissipate due to this, which meant, are we in a different place? But how? He remembered seeing Naruto doing some kind of seal before he teleported them here. He is probably going to kill us. Well, I would do the same if I were in his place. B couldn't help but respect Naruto for his action, even though it was stupid, invading an entire village by himself, but he was able to do it. But even so, he was strong enough to resist them. Even though he doesn't know the outcome of what will happen if they, the Kumo duo, unite, he knows that it will be clearly cruel. Before he could continue his thought, he saw a flash in his peripheral vision. He understood. This place will be his place where he will die, and perhaps be buried. A huge number of flashes of yellow, and the rakich's groans of pain. B began to channel a huge amount of chakra, and a red clot of chakra surrounded his body, causing him to take on his full bijou form. The only way to win. He began to charge the Bijudama. Naruto created a clone that began beating up the rakich while he watched what B was doing. He charges the bijou's attack. Naruto dash. Taking out his special, or rather, the usual kunai that was stuck everywhere around them, kunai, he began to pass through the seals. After looking at what was happening, he began, after seeing how the Hachibi sent the Bijudama at him, he thrust his kunai forward, and after the Bijudama made contact with his kunai, various symbols appeared and began to envelop his attack. A piercing sound of wind was heard for a second, which indicated that the technique had been successfully completed. With a heavy sigh, he attacked the bijou. This was a nightmare. First the rakichi, and now this. Luckily, they were running low on chakra while he was too, but at least he had a lot more. Taking out his kunai and channeling a huge amount of chakra into it, he threw it at the bijou. Seeing how the kunai began to crack along the way, Naruto grinned. Passing through the seals, Naruto increased the number of kunai to 100, feeling a slight depletion of chakra. B's eyes widened when he felt how much chakra was in those kun. Bum! And then another sound of an explosion was heard. And so it went on for the last minute. Naruto looked at it, at what had come after his attack. B was lying on the ground, a light red chakra covering his body like a blanket. The rakichi was no better, the blast had caught him too, and he had lost one of his arms, but that didn't stop him from taking hits. Naruto smirked when he saw this. He instantly fell to his knees, clutching his heart heavily. Don't strain yourself, Naruto. It will only get worse for you. Tension. It's. He felt warm chakra flowing through his chakra channels, causing him to sigh lightly. Thank you, Kyubi. Naruto looked at them. Both were lying on the ground, and the rakichi was still being beaten. Kyubi, please. You don't need to ask, Naruto. I'll help you, because I liked her too. Aga. He looked at the rakichi, who was breathing heavily from his wounds. He stopped feeding his chakra into the technique, causing it to shatter like glass. He sighed heavily at this. It was surprising that such a technique that could move such a large object took a huge amount of chakra from him. Although, considering that he hadn't trained it. Yeah. The control. He looked at the two high-level shinobi. Both were lying on the ground, and in the case of the rakichi, his breathing was ragged. He deserved it. His motives led him to this. The rakichi was almost dead. He stood up and walked past the destroyed houses, and past B, who caught him by the leg. Looking at him, he realized that he was still resisting. He involuntarily earned Naruto's respect. Easily breaking free, he went to the rakichi. While Naruto was fighting the rakichi, the dragons began to burn the entire Kumo army. The smell of burnt human flesh hung in the air. The dragons spared no one, few managed to escape, the dragons ate everyone. After the dragons finished with the army, they headed to the village and began to burn it. When Naruto approached the rakichi, he didn't finish him off, instead he grabbed him by the scruff of the neck and asked, "Where is she?" The rakichi spat blood in his face, but Naruto dodged it and smirked. Naruto took Yamato and pierced his right hand and began to twist it and conduct fire chakra, causing the temperature of the sword to rise by several degrees, or Kelvin. The rakichi screamed in pain. I ask again, where is she? It was an interrogation. The rakichi hissed in pain. She's in my residence in the basement. If she wasn't needed intact, I would have ordered my guys to rape her to death, although Darui used her a couple of times. Before the Raikage could finish speaking, he lost his head. Naruto put away his katana and ran through the burning village. Groans, cries of pain and fear could be heard all around. But he didn't care. The dragons had already burned almost the entire village. Naruto ran to the residence and burst in. Several ANBU attacked him, but a second later they lost their heads and Naruto found the entrance to the basement and knocking down the door with his body. He felt the chakra of his beloved and quickly ran to its source. Having found the right door, he tore it off its hinges and flew into the cell. There he saw Temari. Her hands were attached to the wall with chains and raised up. She was wearing a torn dress. There were bruises and contusions all over her body. Running up to the girl, he tore off the chains with his bare hands and caught his beloved. "Naruto," the girl said hoarsely. "Quiet, I'm here, I won't let you go anywhere again." Naruto gently pressed the girl to himself. He finally found her. Now he will definitely not let her go anywhere. For her sake he will destroy the whole world, but he will protect her. Gently lifting the girl in his arms, he left the residence. The dragons had already landed in front of the residence and were looking at Naruto and his girl. Scale, without further ado, helped Naruto sit on her and took off, and the black dragon took off after her. The dragons flew over Konoha, frightening its inhabitants. The dragons landed near the hospital and Naruto jumped off Scale and went into it with Temari in his arms. Having found the head doctor, he said that she needed help. No one wanted to argue with the strongest shinobi of the village, and so the head doctor allocated a clean room for the girl and called the Hokage, which later. Tsunade literally burst into the room where Temari was lying, where Naruto was sitting next to her. "Naruto, you can put your dragons away. I barely got past them, especially the black one," Tsunade said without hesitation, approaching the bed. "Dragons have their own laws and we have no right to dictate to them, and the black dragon belongs to Temari and only at her request will he leave, and even then it's unlikely," Naruto answered. "When did she begin to possess your summoning?" the Hokage asked. "When he wakes up and is strong enough," Naruto replied. "What's wrong with Kumo?" Tsunade asked, changing the subject. Naruto smirked. "Guess." Tsunade sighed at his answer. "I see, the Raikage is also dead, I suppose?" Tsunade decided to ask. "Yes, his Jinchuriki brother is in serious condition, and the village was burned to the ground," Naruto chuckled. "Soon the other villages will find out about this, and then most likely the 5 Kage Council will be convened," Tsunade said, examining the girl. "I don't care, I did what I had to, especially since Kumo was one of the villages that destroyed Uzushio a long time ago, so consider that I avenged my ancestors." Naruto snorted. Tsunade had no answer to that. She knew it was more than true. Pushing those thoughts aside, she silently began examining Temari and taking tests. A few hours later, Tsunade entered the room with the paper again. "I can say that the girl was very badly hurt. She has many bruises and hematomas all over her body including the groin area. I believe she was raped several times, but don't worry, I was able to remove all the sperm and Temari will not get pregnant from those freaks. I can also say that she will have a fairly long-term depression because of what happened. I don't want to put her on antidepressants, so you have to deal with this yourself," Tsunade said briefly. Naruto just nodded and continued to hold the girl's hand, looking at her. "Naruto, I understand it's hard for you, but you saved her from the clutches of those. She's a strong girl and she can handle anything," Tsunade said softly, approaching Uzumaki and placing her hand on his shoulder. "I know, she's strong, even very strong, that's probably why he chose her." Naruto chuckled, looking at the black dragon who was carefully watching them through the window of the chamber. "You need to rest too, don't worry, nothing will happen to her, especially since he's here," Tsunade said, casting a fleeting glance at the dragon. "I know he won't let anyone hurt her, and now that she's under his care, can you wash her while she's lying here? Naruto asked, getting up from his chair. Of course, I don't think they'll even let other nurses in here, the fifth Hokage smiled. That's right, I'm counting on you, Grandma. Naruto smiled and disappeared in a flash of lightning. A few days later. Temari had been in the hospital for 3 days. She woke up on the second day, but she was still weak and therefore lay in the hospital. Naruto almost never left her side, as did the dragons that scared passers-by and doctors. The dragons did not interfere, they only watched over Temari's safety, especially the black one, who only allowed Naruto and Tsunade to come near. When Temari asked why this black dragon was guarding her so intensely, the black one himself answered this question, and then Temari remembered that she had already heard this voice a few hours before Naruto came and saved her. And then the dragon together with Uzumaki told that Tern, that was the name of the dragon, decided to always be near scale, but since she was connected to Uzumaki, and 2 dragons cannot contact one person at once, Tern decided to take a closer look at Naruto's surroundings, and when he saw Temari, he began to watch her and saw how smart and brave she was. And on the day when Naruto learned about Temari's kidnapping, Tern got so angry that his emotions affected Scale, and her emotions had already affected Naruto, and so Uzumaki, without much thought, rushed to save his beloved. And when Naruto and Tern finished the story, Temari felt a pleasant warmth on her back. Tern's mark appeared there. Now Temari is a rider of a black dragon. From that day on, a family of 2 people and their dragons was formed. When Naruto visited Suna again, Gaara and Kankuro thanked Uzumaki for saving their sister. They also said that the news of the destruction of Kumo shocked the whole world, and that recently Killer Bee, the brother of the previous Raikage, became the new Raikage and began to rebuild his village. But what shocked everyone most was the news that one of the most powerful villages was destroyed by one shinobi of the Leaf Village. That Tsuchikage even mobilized an army in case of an attack, since he thought that Uzumaki wanted to avenge Uzushio. But Naruto did not thirst for revenge, which is why he was not going to attack the village of stone. Naruto also said that Temari would stay with him, and Gaara suggested creating a marriage contract between Suna and Konoha. This would strengthen peace between the 2 villages, and Temari would be under the protection of Konoha's strongest ninja. Naruto agreed with this and promised to convey the words of Kazekage Tsunade. Tsunade supported the idea of Naruto and Temari's wedding. The union of sand and leaf would benefit everyone, and Naruto would be calmer knowing that his beloved was nearby and was already legally his. When Naruto told Temari about this, she was very happy and hugged her beloved. Naruto bought a very beautiful engagement ring and proposed to the girl on her discharge from the hospital. The girl clearly did not expect this and burst into tears of happiness, and then even jumped on Uzumaki's neck shouting, "Yes! ANBU root base." After a few days, the news of Uzumaki, Naruto and Temari's wedding spread throughout Konoha. The news also reached Danzo Shimura and Hayashi Hyuga. These 2 were currently sitting at the table in the office at the root base. This .ov Raikage couldn't do anything, lose to a boy, and also lose the entire village. Hayashi was furious. Danzo remained silent, and after a moment he answered. "Calm down, Hayashi, I understand your anger, but this is a great opportunity." Danzo smirked slightly. "Do you think our original plan is still good? Don't forget that we planned that after the sand died, Uzumaki would fall into depression and Hinata would pull him out, and then Uzumaki would be bound to the Hyuga clan." Hayashi was a strong and intelligent ninja, however, he doubted that this would work. But after thinking about it, he realized. "We'll do the same thing at the wedding, we'll kill the Sand Princess right at the ceremony, after which Uzumaki will be consumed by bitterness and will be ready to do anything to find the killer of his beloved, and then it's a matter of technique, and here, Uzumaki is my puppet." Danzo finished speaking and grinned slightly, which Hayashi noticed. Hyuga grinned and already imagined how his daughter would calm Naruto and bring him out of depression. He didn't care how, even to give his body for Uzumaki's pleasures, but he thought only about power. he was even ready to give his daughter to anyone as a whore, which she basically was. A month later. A month had passed since Naruto proposed to Temari. Preparations for the wedding were in full swing. Temari got along with Tern, and it could be said that they had the same connection as Naruto and Scale. But Naruto felt that something would happen, so he closely watched everything that was happening in the village. Fortunately, Tern was always in Temari's shadow and therefore Naruto could not worry about the girl's safety. Yes, she had not yet awakened her powers that Tern would give her, but still Tern was the strongest dragon in the world. Which makes Scale and Tern the most ferocious and dangerous pair of dragons and creatures in general. They decided to hold the wedding in one of the parks of Konoha. Everything was prepared in the best possible way, a beautiful arch decorated with white roses, chairs for guests with red ribbons on the legs. The park itself also blossomed, as if even nature approved of the marriage of Naruto and Temari. And then that day came, the 9th of June, Naruto in a black battle kimono with the symbol of the Uzumaki clan on his back stood next to the altar and waited with a smile. Everyone who wanted was invited to the wedding, and many came, clan heads, jounins, villagers. Many stopped hating Uzumaki. Not only was he the heir of the 4th Hokage, but also the hero of the village who saved Konoha from the attack of Orochimaru and the Raikage 3 years ago. They also heard a rumor that Kyumo was destroyed by one Konoha shinobi, and no one doubted that Uzumaki Naruto did it for the sake of his bride. Hayashi Hyuga and his 2 daughters were also sitting among the guests. Hinata was already aware of her father's plan and sat with a smug smile, eager for Uzumaki to crawl to her on his knees with declarations of love. Hayashi himself was pleased that the plan was almost realized. Tsunade stood behind the altar. She had agreed to officiate the wedding, while Jiraiya stood at Uzumaki's side in place of his father, holding 2 photographs of Minato and Kushina. "Ready, Naruto?" Jiraiya asked with a smile. Of course, Naruto responded to the teacher's smile. But his gut was beating the alarm, as if something was going to happen, and so Scale and Kurama were on guard. Tern was also ready to fight if something happened to his rider. A few minutes later, the bride came to the path, and everyone gasped, she was so beautiful. Only 2 people were not happy to see her, and even like that. Hayashi and Hinata, who looked at her with undisguised malice, but then a strange grin appeared on her face. Also, everyone saw the framed photographs, Karura and Sabaka no Raza. The brothers led the older sister to the altar and stood behind her, sideways to the guests. "You look great, Temi," Naruto said quietly. "Thank you, you too," she said with a smile. "Hm." Tsunade coughed, "Hold hands and let's begin the ceremony." Holding hands, everyone could see the sparkling wedding ring on the girl's finger. Then came a boring speech, like their marriage would strengthen the union of 2 hidden villages, and so on. The couple didn't listen to him at all. They stroked each other's skin with their thumbs and looked into each other's eyes, as if they were talking. There were light happy smiles on their faces. A light push from Jiraiya brought them to their senses. Blinking their eyes, the couple turned their heads to the Hokage, who exhaled resignedly. "Ahem. Uzumaki Naruto. Are you ready to take Dog no Temari as your wife, thus strengthening the union? Are you ready to love?" "Yes," the groom said confidently, thereby interrupting the Hokage. "Ahem. Dog no Temari. Are you ready to take Uzumaki Naruto and his family name as your husband? Are you ready to love him?" "Yes," the girl said confidently, interrupting the Hokage again. "Well then. By the power vested in me, I proclaim you husband and wife. As a sign of your union, drink these cups of sake." The newlyweds were immediately given 1 cup each. When Naruto took the cup in his head, his friends growled in one voice. "Naruto! Take a sip first, something's wrong here." Naruto stopped his wife's hand. She looked at him with incomprehension, basically, as did the guests. Naruto took a sip of sake and felt only an unpleasant warmth in his throat from the alcohol. "It's poison." And a very strong one. Nothing would have happened to you because of me, but Temari would have died just by taking that sip. He heard Kurama growl. Naruto started breathing heavily. Everyone was enveloped in an aura of death. He squeezed the cup so hard that it shattered into pieces. Poison. Naruto growled and began to peer at the guests with the help of Ibisu. He didn't immediately notice Hayashi and Hinata, who were trying to quietly leave when they realized their plan had failed. Naruto extended his hand and the Uzumaki shadows broke out and grabbed the Hyugas by the necks. "Where are you going?" Uzumaki asked. "Let go. You have no right." Hayashi shouted. "Shut up. And look me in the eyes." Naruto shouted. Hayashi looked into Naruto's eyes and the latter used genjutsu and began to watch the event of the last days. But there were mental blocks, but for Naruto to break such blocks is like tearing wet paper, so after a few minutes Hayashi's neck was broken, and he himself fell like a sack on the ground, and Hinata began to choke. "Danzo!" Naruto growled and summoned Scale. "Find the root base and destroy it, and make sure no one survives," Naruto said. Scale, using a mental connection, clearly saw where the root ANBU base was, and so, letting out a roar, she took off into the sky and flew to the southern side of Konoha. "Hinata!" Naruto began, letting go of the girl, and she began to clear her throat. "Did you really think that after killing Temari, I would crawl to you on my knees? You are even more pathetic than your dad, but I will not be the one punishing you," Naruto said with a grin. From Temari's shadow, the silhouette of a black dragon the size of a 3-story building began to appear. With a roar, it approached Hinata. "Hinata Hyuga, for your crimes against the Dragon Rider, you are sentenced to death." He squeezed her neck tighter. Tern opened his mouth and heat blew out from there. Before Hinata could do anything, a stream of hot flame burned her to the ground. The grass where Hinata was scorched to blackness, and the temperature in the air increased sharply. The dragon roared something and again disappeared into Temari's shadow. Naruto also grinned and approached his wife. "Temari, is everything okay? If you want, we can finish," Naruto asked softly. "No need, I just didn't think that something could happen," the girl answered. "Everything will be fine now, I'll take care of it," Naruto said and kissed his wife. Despite the events that had just happened, all the guests began to applaud. No one even paid much attention to the explosion and the loud roar of the dragon on the southern side of Konoha. A few minutes after the ceremony ended, Scale arrived with Danzo in her teeth. He was alive, but wounded and exhausted. His right arm was torn off, and the right side of his face was completely burned to the bone. When Naruto saw this scum, he approached him. The guests began to watch him carefully. "Well, old man, your plan didn't go as planned, did it?" Naruto chuckled, seeing Danzo trying to get up, but Scale's paw held him firmly to the ground. "Tell me honestly," Naruto continued, "did you really think that I wouldn't feel the poison that you poured into the sake? Or did you think that Kyubi would be asleep at that moment? And did you seriously think that after Temari's death I would become your ANBU without emotions? You're wrong, old man. I would have stirred up all of Konoha like a beehive and found the killer, and my suspicions would have fallen on you first. According to the laws of the Uzumaki clan, those who attempted on my wife's life will be punished. You will suffer forever in a place from which there is simply no escape," Naruto said and unsealed Yamato and pulled it out of its sheath. Having stuck it into Danzo, a portal opened under him into which he was in. Afterwards, he approached his wife with a calm soul and the celebration continued. The next day, Naruto and several ANBU examined the root base for the old man's secret documents. And what Naruto found in Danzo's office stunned him and made him even more angry, namely, he found something like Danzo's personal diary where he wrote down all his plans. From this diary, Naruto learned that it was Danzo who was behind the attack of the masked man 16 years ago when Naruto was born. It was Danzo who gave up the place where Kushina would give birth. it was he who gave the order not to interfere with the Uchihas, because he knew perfectly well that the Uchihas could take control of Kurama, and Minato would have calmly dealt with the masked man and sealed the Kyuubi, and then both Minato and Kushina would have survived. Then he learned that Danzo was involved in what he called Operation 66, or another name for Uchiha clan extermination. The Uchiha clan was not beneficial to Danzo, and so he moved them to the outskirts of the village, thereby planting the seeds of the Uchiha rebellion, and then he advised the third Hokage that Itachi Uchiha join ANBU and keep an eye on the Uchiha, because Danzo knew very well that Itachi loved and was devoted to his village, and put its interests above the interests of the clan. Then he stole the eye of another talented Uchiha, Shisui, and was going to subjugate the Kyuubi with its help. And after the uprising was about to happen, he gives Itachi a choice: either the Uchiha himself will cut out his own clan and then Sasuke Uchiha will remain alive, or the root ANBU will take care of this matter and then none of the Uchiha will survive. And Itachi made his choice, killed the clan and became a spy for Konoha in the criminal organization Akatsuki. Naruto also found out that Danzo was going to put bookmarks on Naruto, on stupidity, loyalty to Danzo himself, disconnection/suppression of emotions, disconnection of communication with Kurama first of all, and then others. But, the bookmarks simply were not put, as it turned out later. This was prevented by the mental protection Kushina put up before her death, so that people like Danzo could not manipulate Uzumaki. But he put bookmarks on Sasuke, though not on loyalty to Konoha and Danzo, but on hatred and desire for revenge. When Naruto showed all this to Tsunade, she was also furious, and destroyed the table where her documents were. And Naruto suggested at any cost to find Itachi and acquit him. Yes, the reputation of the Uchiha clan will be tarnished, but Itachi himself will be acquitted. And Sasuke can also be found. Naruto will destroy the caches and return him to Konoha, and then the village will have 2 strong shinobi, the last 2 representatives of the Uchiha clan. Tsunade gave her consent and wanted to allocate ANBU, but Naruto said that he would go alone. Arriving home after a visit to the Hokage, he was met by Maria, who ran out into the hallway and threw herself into her father's arms. Naruto picked up his daughter and kissed her on the cheek and went into the kitchen with her. Temari was standing behind the stove in short shorts and an Uzumaki t-shirt. Naruto smiled and, having seated Maria on the sofa, he approached the girl from behind and hugged her around the waist and kissed the top of her head. "Did something happen?" Temari asked, feeling Naruto's grip on her waist tightly. "The Hokage gave me the mission to bring back Itachi and Sasuke Uchiha," Naruto replied. "Alone?" he heard her surprised sigh. "I myself refused the help of ANBU." "But why?" "It's very dangerous. Itachi Uchiha is a renegade known in all countries who slaughtered his entire clan." Temari was perplexed. "I know, but I can defeat him if anything happens. I just need to talk to them, and then it's up to them to decide. If they don't want to do this, I'll have to kill them," Uzumaki said firmly. "But still." Before Temari could finish speaking, Naruto turned her towards him and kissed her tenderly, hugging her around the waist. The girl responded by burying herself in the guy's scarlet curls. "Don't worry, I'll handle everything. And while I'm gone, Tern will look after you and Maria. Promise that you won't run headlong to me if something happens," Naruto said after kissing her, taking her cheeks. Temari was silent for another minute, and then nodded. "Thank you, and..." She said the following sternly: "I'm not asking if something happens to you. Uchiha Itachi is not the opponent you can fight." Naruto said and kissed his wife again and stroked Maria's head and blinked towards the main gate of Konoha. A week later. Naruto has been looking for any clues about Itachi and Sasuke's location for a week now. But so far the only thing he's managed to find out is that Sasuke killed Orochimaru and ran away in search of his brother, which means Naruto needs to hurry. And then when Naruto was flying to scale and scanning the area for Uchiha chakra, and suddenly he heard explosions and sounds of battle in the distance. At first he didn't pay attention to it, who knows what shinobi were causing the carnage, but when he felt the source of Sasuke and Itachi's chakra, he immediately realized that he had found them. "Scale, fly as fast as you can," Naruto shouted. He needed to make it before Sasuke did something stupid because of the stupid bookmarks. Scale let out a loud roar and accelerated to the limit of her capabilities. Sasuke and Itachi. Sasuke and Itachi got out on the roof of the old temple of their clan, and continued to fight there. Sasuke was exhausted, and Itachi got a lot of it from his brother. But even so, the elder Uchiha dominated the younger. But when Sasuke and Itachi were going to use fire elemental techniques, they heard the roar of a dragon, and when they raised their heads, a dark blue dragon flew over them, and someone jumped from the dragon's back. In the hands of the unknown man was a katana that released sparks of lightning. When the unknown man landed, he stuck the katana into the stone upon landing and released a wave of electrical charges and pushed the Uchiha away from each other. "I made it," Naruto exhaled and put Yamato back into its sheath. "Naruto?" Sasuke was angry when he saw him. He came here and interrupted their fight. Itachi stood aside watching this without much emotion. More precisely, without. "Hello to you too, I have something important to talk about with you too." Uzumaki smiled. "What right do you have to interfere with us? I almost got revenge for my family." Sasuke shouted and wanted to attack Naruto with a katana, but looking into Naruto's eyes where Ibisu was already burning, he instantly passed out. "Itachi, I think we have something to talk about," Naruto said, catching the younger Uchiha. "What do you want to talk about, Naruto-kun?" Another monotonous voice, but he could hear a faint tiredness in it. "I know that Danzo Shimura set you up, I know that he is behind the complete extermination of your clan," Naruto said. "How do you know?" Itachi asked, hiding his surprise. "Danzo tried to kill my wife, I couldn't stand it and destroyed the entire route and killed Danzo himself. After that I investigated the root base and found all the documents there that confirmed that Danzo had planned everything in advance." Naruto replied. "Danzo is dead?" Itachi was surprised. He clearly hadn't expected this. "Yes, I also found out that someone put bookmarks on your brother to make him hate you and want revenge. If they are removed, Sasuke will not want you dead, and we can return to Konoha. You are acquitted. Yes, the clan's reputation may be tarnished, but what's the point if you can live with your brother as a family, agree Itachi?" Naruto extended his hand. Itachi stood for a long time and looked at Naruto, who extended his hand. Before, Itachi could not live a quiet life. Itachi had long dreamed of this. He dreamed of returning home and living a normal life, but looking at his hands, he doubted that he would be able to forget everything he had done. He had taken many innocent lives, and how many more would he take? But on the other hand, Naruto was right, he would be able to live a normal life with his beloved younger brother. He extended his hand and shook Uzumaki's hand. "Okay, I agree," Itachi nodded. "Great, then it's time for us to go home." Naruto smiled. Itachi picked up Sasuke and Naruto opened a portal. After Naruto and Itachi with Sasuke in their arms appeared at the residence, Naruto reported and left the two Uchiha with the Hokage, and went home himself. Naruto did not remove the caches from Sasuke, since he did not really understand this. It would be better to let the shinobi from the Yamanaka clan do this. Naruto himself came home. Pleasant smells of food were already coming from the kitchen. How long had he not felt this? Entering the kitchen, he saw Temari, who was preparing dinner, and Maria was dozing on the sofa with a book in her hands. Naruto with a fox-like grin approached Temari and hugged her around the waist and pressed her to himself, burying his nose in her hair. Temari did not flinch, on the contrary, she knew that he was already in the village. Thanks to the connection between Scale and Tern, they formed a connection thanks to which they can feel each other even if they are far from each other. "Naruto," the girl smiled, stroking the guy's hair. "I missed you so much," Naruto said, picking up Temari in his arms, who barely managed to turn off the stove. Naruto headed towards the bedroom and pushed the door with his back and threw the girl onto the bed. "You can't even imagine how," Naruto said, ripping off Temari's clothes. For the next few hours, moans of lust and passion could be heard from behind the barrier. And Maria winced sweetly and continued to sleep, not even knowing what her parents were doing. A few days later. Naruto walked towards the hospital to find out how Itachi and Sasuke were doing. Tsunade told him that Inoichi Yamanaka personally removed all the bookmarks from Sasuke and that the Uchiha brothers were in the hospital for examination. When Naruto found their room, he went into it and saw that the brothers had already woken up and were talking about something. "Good morning guys, how are you feeling?" Naruto asked. "Naruto-kun?" Itachi replied, thinking, "Thank you, everything is fine." "Yes, everything is fine, thank you for saving me and my brother," Sasuke said. "Oh, come on, we're friends, and friends should help each other," Uzumaki smiled. Itachi thought for a moment, but answered after a moment. "You saved us, but what next?" Itachi asked. "From now on, you will become a Konoha shinobi again. You have already been acquitted, so there will be no problems with this, but you will have to endure some disapproving looks," Naruto explained. "We'll survive," Sasuke snorted. "That's great, and also..." Before Uzumaki could finish speaking, he heard a commotion in the hallway and went out to look, and Asuma Sarutobi, the son of the third Hokage, was carried past him on a couch, and judging by everything, he was not in the best condition. Team Ino Shikacho was following him. Naruto joined them. "Shikamaru. What happened? Who did this to him?" Naruto asked. "Two of them from Akatsuki, one of them immortal. They cut off his head, and he kept screaming. When they put his head back on, he made an incomprehensible circle and pierced his heart, but the damage was reflected on Asuma-sensei." Shikamaru explained. "These Akatsuki are spoiling too much blood for us." Uzumaki clenched his fists. They stood in the corridor for several more hours until a doctor came out of the operating room, pulling off his mask, behind which the intruder's face was visible. "Sorry, we couldn't save him, the wound was too serious, my condolences," the doctor bowed and went back inside. Ino fell to her knees and cried. Chuji tried to calm her down. Shikamaru stood with his head down. Naruto's hand fell on his shoulder and squeezed lightly. "We will take revenge, I promise you, tonight at midnight at the main gates of Konoha," Naruto said. Shikamaru just nodded and continued to stand with his head down, and Naruto returned to the Uchiha's room, where the two were lying on their beds talking. "Naruto-kun, what happened there?" "Two of the Akatsuki killed Asuma Sarutobi. Shikamaru said that one of them is immortal." "Immortal?" Itachi crouched slightly. "Then it's Haiden and Kakuzu, they're both immortal. One worships Jashin, and the other has 5 hearts. They're called the Immortal Devastators, or the Immortal Duo." Itachi explained. "I see, thank you for the information, Itachi, get well soon, the Hokage will visit you soon and you will have to give evidence and Itachi must tell everything he knows about Akatsuki and their members." Having said this, Naruto quickly left the room. Midnight. Naruto stood near the main gates of Konoha and waited for Shikamaru. After a few minutes, he sensed his friend's chakra, but there were 2 more sources. He turned his head and saw the entire Team 10. "Shikamaru, I understand that you all want to avenge Sensei, but Ino and Chuji can't handle Akatsuki." Naruto exhaled. "Do you think you can handle Akatsuki?" Ino asked. "Shikamaru and I will split the opponents. Akatsuki goes in pairs. Shikamaru will take Asuma's killer, and I will take the second one, so either Shikamaru and I go together, or I go alone," Naruto said. In the end, Ino and Chuji wished them luck and left. When Uzumaki and Nara were about to leave, they were called out. Turning around, they saw Tsunade and Kakashi. "Are you going far?" The Hokage asked. You know where we're going, Naruto chuckled. I know you're the strongest shinobi in Konoha, but are you sure you don't need the support of a few more shinobi? Kakashi asked. No, that could mean even more casualties, Shikamaru and I can more than handle it. Naruto smirked slightly at that. Tsunade realized that they had achieved their goal and looked at them and replied. She knew how everything would turn out. Okay, I trust you both and give you the mission to destroy the immortal devastators. Tsunade sighed heavily and signed the document. Hi! The boys shouted and disappeared. In a day. Two men with cloaks with red clouds were walking through a deserted area and arguing, basically as usual. But then they heard a roar from the sky. Raising their heads, they saw a huge dark blue dragon flying at them with its mouth open, but two of the Akatsuki managed to dodge and the dragon flew past, but two shinobi jumped off its back. Before the Akatsuki had time to think, one of them who attacked with a sword separated the Akatsuki couple and the second Konoha shinobi with the help of his Kekai Genkai, lineage limit, genome, etc., caught Haiden with a shadow and ran away somewhere. Who are you? Kakuzu asked. What's the point of explaining anything to a corpse? Naruto asked, taking out Yamato and getting into a stance. The katana, the dragon, those unusual eyes and the running shadows, he smirked, you're the shinobi who destroyed Kyumo single-handedly, am I right? Kakuzu asked, taking off his cloak. That may be so, but now let the fight begin. Naruto shouted and took off. Kakuzu dodged the blow and moved to the side, then jumped away from him, thereby increasing the distance. He narrowed his eyes at him, seeing that a clone appeared at his side. I see, so it was a trap. Naruto continued to stand with the clone and glare at him. Without thinking twice, Kakuzu decided to act. Oto Village was offering at least 10 million ryo for his opponent's head, and it would be foolish for him to hold back, given what he had read in the bingo book. And so, he released 4 of his hearts, and 5 masked entities appeared around Kakuzu. Now, it remains to be seen how he will act. Kakuzu blinked in surprise. What? He looked at Naruto without noticing his clone. Kakuzu jumped to the side again, avoiding the place where he was, and he saw a kunai flying out from the forest, which he successfully shot down. What is he doing? In his peripheral vision, he saw Naruto blink. Kakuzu caught his hand and he realized that he had been kicked in the chest, which didn't knock him back much. He looked up to see several dozen kunai flying towards him. He smirked. It would be a lot easier than he had imagined. He closed his eyes from the flash as he saw a huge amount of light begin to appear around the kunai. At Shikamaru's. It will be a problem. But Shikamaru watched carefully as Haiden ran after him. After all, his technique had many variations. Where the F#CK are you taking me? Take me. Haiden tried to swing his 3-bladed scythe at him, but it was no use. Shikamaru ran deeper into the forest, away from Naruto. He knew that what he was about to do would definitely cause damage to the surrounding area. He took the kunai and stopped, turning to face Haiden. And what the F##K, you stopped, and now you're ready to let me kill you for Jashin-sama, he cackled madly. He is abnormal. Shikamaru raised his hand, which caused Haiden to raise his too. Hey, what the F##K are you doing? Slowly. Really slowly. Hey, what are you doing? Answer. Haiden raised his hand with the scythe to his throat. You're going to kill me with my own weapon. Tay. Shut up. What? You. He took it and swung his hand, after which Haiden's head fell to the ground dead, without a head. Shikamaru knew that Haiden couldn't be killed like that, so he walked towards his body, ignoring Haiden's screams. Shikamaru sighed. That was Shikamaru's head snapped up as he saw several bright flashes. And tut! GXA. Kakuzu, who was clearly out of shape, rushed past him. This brat. His. Kakuzu raised his head and he felt himself fly away again, and he saw a kunai follow him. Shikamaru remained silent. He looked at the fact that Haiden was also silent. Shikamaru felt pain in his back, and the next thing he knew, he crashed into a tree. Wadash! Wha was that? Shikamaru stood up, looked at the one who hit him, and closed his mouth so as not to open it. There were 4 creatures standing there. In masks. These are elements? Shikamaru didn't know what it was, but he was sure it was the work of Haiden's comrade, and he was sure that he would help him if he didn't interfere with the A. Oh, F##CK, finally your F##CK near me, help me. Kageme no Jyo. Shikamaru's eyes widened when he saw a fireball flying towards him, followed by water and lightning. As he dodged, he saw that an explosion had gone off near his area. With Naruto. What is this? This is it. Kakuzu didn't like to admit it, but the brat was trying to harass him with explosions and flashes. The only thing missing is. Kakuzu saw the kunai flying towards him. Shikamaru. I can make you a place where you can avenge your sensei. Shikamaru was silent, looking down. And he nodded. Meanwhile, Kakuzu and Naruto's kunai. However, looking at it, Kakuzu felt that it would not be just a light explosion. What dash? Kakuzu's eyes widened as he saw several dozen kunai appear, with Uzumaki clones next to them. And Kakuzu. I've never felt such a beating from a crowd. Bum! Kakuzu smirked as the explosion destroyed half the forest. He saw his 2 masks come towards him. At this time, Naruto was simply preparing his next attack. Instantly disappearing, Naruto appeared next to Kakuzu with his katana swung back, and he looked him in the eyes, kicked him, and while he was flying in the air, he approached him. Kakuzu looked at this, he had him beat in speed, and he knew that he clearly couldn't beat him in his field, and clearly not in strength. Kakuzu was stronger, and Kakuzu himself thought so, however he admitted that Naruto made up for it in speed. A ridiculous power. While this was happening, he noticed that Haiden was fighting another shinobi from Konoha. More precisely, this was not even a battle, but rather. Come to me already. Kakuzu blinked as he saw the world around them slowly crumble like glass and then fall away. That. Kakuzu blinked when he realized that he was in an unfamiliar room. Kakuzu blinked when he realized where he was, and he knew that if this was true, he wouldn't be able to get out alive. Akatsuki. He saw a man with the appearance, clothes, that clearly said that he and Kumo broke the table. Who is that? Quack. He saw some toy, duck speak and quack. Isn't that wonderful? We were just talking about them. A woman clapped her hands playfully and smiled sweetly. This attraction, in Genjutsu? And, this is the Kage summit. You dare come here. The Yondaime Raikage clearly ignored the cries of his guards and immediately rushed into battle, striking Kakuzu and sending him flying. Meanwhile at Haiden. Where the F##K did I end up? Haiden looked around, seeing that every building was at least on fire. The buildings were Japanese style? There he is, the rebel. Catch him. Haiden heard someone screaming and turned around. There was a man. With AF at King's Spear. Who in their right mind uses AF at King's Spear? Haiden caught his spear with his scythe, threw it aside, then expanding the range of the scythe he swung it and hit him. Yes, I'll try my food. He laughed madly, not paying any attention to them. Be careful. He apparently wants to use it. They stopped. Hamdan's skin color became completely black, literally, and began to resemble a skeleton on a black background. Thank you for sacrifice Jashin-sama. Laughing until he dodix, he took a sharp spear and pierced himself in the chest. He heard their cries of shock. What is he doing? He's killing himself dash. Ga dash. Haydn saw his victim cough up blood and then fall down dead. Major. What s? Haydn laughed madly upon seeing this. Call Lord Shikamaru. We need him to dash. He fell down dead before he could finish speaking, while Haydn laughed. Ha 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 ha. You be #s really think that you can. Haydn coughed up blood as he realized that his chest had been pierced by a man with a katana. You will be killed for rebelling against Shikamaru-sama, rebel. The man pulled out his katana, and Haydn saw them. Several armed men. Well, I'll kill you anyway. Haydn laughed madly and started swinging his scythe, trying to hit them. He saw that the man with the spear defended himself easily, so he extended the range of his scythe and was able to reach him. But even so, it's so hot here, just like F# #King Suna. He didn't pay attention to how his cloak was catching fire from the fire around him. This fire had engulfed the entire area, and possibly the city in which he lived. This is F# #King Wonderful. Haydn was happy that he was able to hit two people with one blow, and this made him immensely happy. So many victims. I wish he would come sooner. To the horror of his partners, their friend, their comrade, was killed, and then he killed the others, in less than 15 minutes. And yet, it's so unclear. Haydn looked around the area. What's going on here? Haydn looked at the one who came and he widened his eyes, grinning. Wow, this looks great. He looks really strong, and Jashin-sama will be really happy to see him dead. The man in front of him looked strong, heavy armor, a samurai helmet, armor, and two katanas lying in their sheaths. Ho! So you are that shogun? Haydn narrowed his eyes, slightly not seeing him. It was night outside, and in the village itself there was a fire that was constantly burning. It was hard to distinguish people, and he assumed that he was far from the land of fire, and probably in a village where the political situation was seriously unstable, considering that he was called rebel. But he wouldn't let that stop him from gathering victims. It was a blessing for him, right? You dared to attack my lord's country, rebel, and kill his bodyguards. The shogun stood at attention. Ho! So you, decided to try and attack me? Haydn laughed. It was funny to him, they were all weak, and this guy was just a samurai, from whom he didn't sense any chakra, which meant he was on a civilian level. Yes, this armor made him scary and threatening, but it didn't make him any stronger. He smirked. Run to me, you! Haydn ran at him swinging his scythe, to which the shogun did not respond. Raising his katana, he made the first swing, knocking away his scythe, and then ran towards him. Haydn's eyes widened as he realized his armor was protecting him from his scythe strikes, and then he widened his eyes when he saw a man with a spear fall from the sky and run straight towards him. The man he had just killed. What the F# #CK? Why is he alive? The attempt to stop him was unsuccessful. He knocked his scythe aside like a toy and continued to run towards him. And then, when he pierced him with a spear, he simply jumped up and disappeared into the darkness, leaving Haydn in confusion, cursing, and alone with the shogun. A few moments later, Haydn cursed this man with every possible curse, and what's surprising is that this shogun obeyed the bratty shinobi of Konoha to stop him. This Konoha shinobi was also dressed in a white robe, almost like the Godame, 5th, Raikage. Somehow, this Konoha shinobi also moved here, and worked together with the shogun. More precisely, the latter was subordinate to him. Kagemain no Jutsu. Success. Shikamaru sighed as he caught him with his shadow, and Haydn's eyes widened as he saw the fireball that came out of his hands flying towards him. Haiden wanted to curse this shogun for wearing armor. It simply prevented him from striking, and protected him from his attacks. It's so boring. Haiden was furious. Kakuzu was in his opinion. Take where, while he was dealing with these God knows who. Haiden smirked. He was finally able to hit that armored samurai with his scythe, and now. Well, are you ready to die, son of a? Haiden laughed evilly and took out an iron spear and pierced himself in the chest, not noticing the grin on Shikamaru's face. Kunai Cemetery. Throwing the kunai, Shikamaru made several hand signs, after which the entire area around was covered with hundreds of kunai, where explosion seals were depicted. Raising his hand in the form of a tiger seal, an explosion occurred. Shikamaru saw what happened next. A pillar of fire erupted from the ground where Haiden was, right when he impaled himself. He assumed it was the samurai's technique, and he watched as the area around them was blown up and set on fire. But a moment later, Haiden could be seen cursing in the crater without a body nearby, causing Shikamaru to smirk. For Sensei, it was a fleeting whisper that everyone heard, but Haiden apparently didn't pay attention to it. Taking the torch from the shogun's hands, he walked close to his head. Why do you think you can kill me? I'm an immortal bee ##K. Taking his head, he went to the fire that was around them, and without paying attention to anyone, he lifted his head and threw it into the brightly burning fire. I will not die, F##K, you have to understand that, Haiche. Shikamaru looked at this emotionlessly, and only said the words. Burn in hell. Meanwhile, Naruto. Luckily, he dealt with Kakuzu quickly. Thanks to the light genjutsu that he couldn't dispel and thanks to Kakuzu's thoughts, the genjutsu turned out to be strong and not breaking, which he was glad about. He saw Shikamaru walking towards him and he smirked. Back to Konoha? Shikamaru nodded. Having called the dragoness back, they sat down on it and walked away, not noticing the humanoid plant that was looking at them as they walked away. They will want to know about it. Unknown place. The dark cave was lit only by one torch, in the shadow of which stood two men and one girl, in red cloaks with red clouds. One had purple eyes with circles like ripples on water, and his entire face was in black metal pins. The second had an orange spiral mask with one eye in which the Sharingan was clearly visible. The girl had brown hair and also had Sharingan in both eyes. In front of him, a black creature appeared from under the ground. Gentlemen, Haiden and Kakuzu were killed by two shinobi from Konoha, it said immediately. There was a short silence. Who killed them? Asked the mask maker. Naruto Uzumaki and Shikamaru Nara. Uzumaki Naruto. He's too much trouble, the girl said. I agree, Danzo has let us down badly, which is why Uzumaki is now always on the lookout, and it will be simply impossible to get close to him given his strength, said the mask maker. Danzo didn't manage to escape? The girl asked. No, Uzumaki Naruto used a strange technique that sent Shimura to a place where he will suffer for the rest of his days, and as I understand it, Izanagi simply won't work there. Tobi answered. Then what next? Naruto is too strong to attack openly. The girl asked. Don't worry, Arya, I have a plan, Tobi said. And what? Your plan with the Uzumaki didn't work, and now she's guarded by a huge black lizard. We can't even get close to her. Arya shouted, now losing her patience. I'll figure it out myself, Pain said after a long silence and analysis. So what are you going to do? Tobi asked. Zetsu, has the news of Jiraiya's death reached Konoha yet? Pain asked. No, I think when Naruto returns to Konoha he will find out about everything, Zetsu answered. That means they will soon know about me, which means I will soon attack Konoha, said Pain. You can't handle Naruto, he's too strong, plus Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke have returned to Konoha, which means there are two more powerful shinobi guarding the village, Tobi said. I don't care. They can't defeat God, said Pain and disappeared. He's really gotten on my nerves, Arya said with a sigh. Don't worry, if he's really going to attack Konoha, we'll get rid of him. Toby chuckled. I know he can't handle Naruto and his dragon, Arya smirked. That's what I'm talking about, Uzumaki is too strong, we need to continue collecting the tailed beasts, with their help we will deal with Naruto once and for all, and after that no one will be able to stop us. Toby said and disappeared into the funnel together with Arya. In Konoha. Naruto and Shikamaru returned to the village and immediately went to the Hokage to report on the mission they had completed. When they entered the Hokage's office, they saw not only the Hokage there, but also Kakashi and Fukasaku, the toad sage from Mount Myaboku. Hokage-sama, what's going on here? And what's Fukasaku-san doing here? Naruto asked. So this is Jiraiya-chan's student, the toad asked. Yes, this is Naruto Uzumaki, Tsunade nodded, looking at Naruto. What happened that you came in person? And where is Jiraiya-sensei? Naruto asked, starting to lose patience. Naruto. Jiraiya didn't return from the rain village. Tsunade said with tears in her eyes. What? What did you say? Naruto shouted. Naruto. Don't raise your voice. Kakashi shouted. Jiraiya went to aim to find out about the head of Akatsuki, but he died in battle with him, Tsunade replied. Naruto couldn't say a word. He couldn't believe that his teacher and godfather had died. He lowered his head and silently left the office, slamming the door. He ran out of the residence, he knew where his next target was, he understood perfectly well. Naruto jumped onto the roof of the house and ran along it. Right before the edge, he jumped and waved his hand. Scale began to appear from his shadow and with a loud roar flew towards the main gate of Konoha. Fly to the rain village as fast as you can. Naruto said. Scale growled and sped up. Suddenly, Naruto heard a voice in his head. Naruto. Where are you? What's wrong with your emotions? It was Temari who contacted him. Temari, I have to fly to the rain village. Uzumaki answered. Is it because of Jiraiya-san? Yes, I will not rest until I take revenge, I will find this degenerate and destroy him. Are you sure? If this enemy was so strong that he defeated Jiraiya, you can handle him? I can, don't worry, I'll be quick. Naruto. I suddenly heard the voice of Kurama Uzumaki. It's okay, Kurama, I'll just destroy this Akatsuki leader. As I understand it, there is no point in dissuading you. That's right, will you help me? Of course, how can you miss such action? Are you Scale? Naruto asked, glancing at the dragoness. I am always here, Naruto. Then let's go. Meanwhile, on the ground. A few kilometers from Konoha. As the dragon's shadow flew past, 7 people emerged from behind the trees, 6 of them had identical eyes and spikes, the 7th was wearing a spiral mask. Is that your plan? To lure Naruto out of the village and attack her? Toby asked. Yes, Uzumaki Naruto is now obsessed with revenge for his teacher, this is an excellent chance to destroy Konoha. Pain nodded. You do understand that it will take him 10 minutes to fly to Ami on a dragon, and as soon as he realizes that you are not there, he will rush to Konoha? Toby asked. By that time, Konoha will already be in ruins. Pain chuckled and headed towards the Leaf Village with his bodies. What an idiot, Naruto will arrive much earlier. Toby chuckled. Rain Village. 20 minutes later. Despite the eternal rain that fell in Ami, everything around was on fire. A huge dragon circled above the houses and spewed flames directly at the houses. Naruto stood on the highest tower, watching his faithful friend burn the village to the ground. But he was haunted by the thought that the leader of Akatsuki was not in the village. Otherwise, he would have already gone out to fight, considering that Naruto had arrived 5 minutes ago and Scale had already been burning the village for these minutes. "Where are you hiding, you?" Naruto asked. "Maybe he ran away," assumed Kurama. "If that's the case, then he's a vile coward for running away and leaving his village to its fate," Uzumaki chuckled. Suddenly Naruto's soul became so heavy and painful that he even lost the ability to breathe for a second. "Scale. Did you feel it?" "Yes," pain entered the fight. "Let's fly back. Faster," Naruto shouted as he jumped on Scale's back. Scale growled and sped up as much as possible. Konoha. 15 minutes earlier. In the very center of the village, a huge cloud of smoke appeared, and from there appeared beasts with purple eyes, in which there were several circles like ripples on water, and a few seconds later they rushed into battle, sweeping away everything in their path. Residents began to scatter in all directions, just to get away from the epicenter of destruction. Shinobi began to try to resist the beasts, but all their attacks were ignored. Meanwhile, behind the beasts, 6 people in black cloaks with red clouds and black pins all over their bodies appeared. They quickly spread out across the village and began to fight and kill people and shinobi. This went on for about 10 minutes. During this time, many shinobi died, including clan and non-clan. Even Kakashi could not defeat the Virgo path and was killed by a nail in the head. The Uchihas also could not resist the enemy for long and were killed. Blago helped deal with the summoned beasts, against whom no technique could help. But at one point, people noticed that the path of the Virgin rose into the air and raised his hands to the sky. "And let the whole world know pain. My pain. Shinra Tensei." The next second, a huge cloud of dust rose up. Temari woke up and saw a destroyed village. It was literally wiped off the face of the earth. Temari herself, along with Maria, who was unconscious due to lack of strength, was covered by Turn, who was able to withstand the power of the technique, but was also injured and could not fly again. Temari climbed out from under the dragon and looked into the center of the funnel. "Naruto. My love. Please. Come." "Naruto," the girl screamed at the top of her lungs. Suddenly, a loud roar was heard in the sky. And Scale flew over Temari and Uzumaki. Naruto jumped off her back with Yamato in his hands. She landed in front of Pain and his body with Ibisu in his eyes, his face showing nothing but cold determination and bloodlust. "Are you Uzumaki, Naruto?" Pain asked. "What's the point of answering something to a corpse?" Naruto chuckled, hiding Yamato and taking out his special kunai. "You'll still answer for killing Jiraiya-sensei." The shadows under Naruto began to dance, showing the owner's emotions. The next second, the shadows broke out and flew towards Pain's bodies. One of the bodies that absorbs techniques stood in front of the others and tried to stroke the technique, but since the shadows did not use chakra, the technique was not absorbed and the shadow tentacles pierced the body through. "The first one is ready," Uzumaki chuckled and scattered his kunai across the battlefield. One of the bodies formed several seals and hit the ground with its palm, after which many beasts were summoned that were different from other summoned animals. But Naruto only grinned, and a second later a roar was heard above them and a dragon that was twice their size attacked the animals. While Scale dealt with the animals, Naruto moved closer to the summoner and took out Yamato and swung it horizontally. But the animal path was able to dodge, and then only briefly, Naruto swung Yamato again in the blink of an eye and already hit the target, cutting the body in half. Before Naruto could put away his katana, he was attacked by the next body that tried to suck out his soul, but Uzumaki quickly dodged and cut off the body's arm. Having put away his katana, Naruto grabbed the Path of Man by the throat and slammed him into the ground with all his might. Taking out his kunai, he pierced his opponent's head and left the kunai there. A moment later, several missiles flew at him, but Naruto managed to dodge and jump back. Turning his attention to the remaining three opponents, he saw how an incomprehensible demon began to appear from the ground and began to restore the defeated paths. Naruto stood up to his full height and raised his hand to the sky. A Rasengan with an admixture of scarlet color began to form in his hand, but that was not all. Blades of wind began to appear around the technique, which swirled around the sphere at a furious speed. The Rasengan had already reached enormous sizes when Naruto threw the technique towards Pain with all his might. The Virgo path managed to dodge with the help of Shinra Tensei, but the other bodies did not have time to dodge and fell under the technique, which when it reached the paths, doubled in size and hit all 5 bodies. Only the Virgo path remained. I admit, Uzumaki Naruto, you are strong. Pain raised his hands to the sky, and then Shinra Tensei. After these words, a huge number of explosions were heard in the sky, and looking at Naruto, he saw that he was preparing several more kunai. Naruto didn't answer. Before Pain could even blink, he was surrounded by his kunai with the mark. They were literally everywhere, there was not a single place where there were no kunai. Pain saw a flash, then another and another, a kunai pierced his body, and now he was in the air and could do nothing. For some reason he could not use chakra. Infusing chakra into the body and rebooting the body does not help to start using chakra. Pain received a blow, then another one a few milliseconds later, and then again and again. He knew that each blow was a terrible pain throughout his body, although he did not feel it. It felt like Uzumaki was hitting not with fists, but with huge hammers on every cell of Pain's body, and he began to think that his body would simply burst. Naruto stood over Pain's fallen body. For him it was only a second, but for Pain it was long seconds. Naruto had no doubt that it didn't hurt. He pulled out one of the pins and examined it. This isn't his real body, it's just a puppet, Naruto said. Perhaps he is nearby, since he could control them like that. Kurama suggested. After a moment of silence, Naruto nodded and Scale landed above him. The rider gave the spike to his dragon to smell. Scale inhaled the scent several times, and when Naruto jumped on her back, Scale flew up. 30 kilometers from Konoha. Scale landed next to a strange tree. For ordinary people it would seem ordinary, but not for Naruto. He realized that it was paper. He was surprised, but decided to check anyway. He calmly touched the tree and his hand immediately fell inside. He went in there and saw 2 girls, a girl with blue hair and a disabled guy with black pins sticking out of his back. He had red hair and Rinnegan in his eyes. I didn't think that the person who killed Jiraiya-sensei was a person who couldn't walk. Note, I think that such people should be helped, they are also people, but in this situation, from Naruto's side, Nagato looks strange. However, he, Naruto, doesn't know anything about him. Naruto chuckled, holding a kunai at the ready. Here we meet, Uzumaki Naruto, he said. Who are you? And where did you get the Rinnegan? Naruto asked. My name is Nagato Uzumaki, I've always had the Rinnegan for as long as I can remember. So what are you going to do now? Kill me? Nagato asked. First you tell me why you attacked Konoha and killed many shinobi and citizens, and then I'll decide. Naruto said. A world without wars, Nagato replied. What? Naruto asked again. We gathered the tailed beasts to keep the world leaders in check, because if they were planning to start a new war, I would intervene with the tailed beasts and destroy the initiators of the war, Nagato said. Sooner or later, such a world will lead to nothing, you will not be able to live forever and eventually the tailed beasts will break free and wars will still happen. Remember, Nagato, wars were, are and will be, this cannot be changed, but even if so, what prevents us from doing everything so that our friends and loved ones are not drawn into these wars? I am fighting for my friends, my beloved wife and daughter, and I will do everything possible so that they are not drawn into the wars of the future. For this I will fight to the last drop of blood, like my father, Jiraiya, and the former Hokage, each of them died for their loved ones, so what prevents you from living not for this goal, but for your loved ones. Nagato listened to his enemy's monologue and lowered his head. And indeed, his mind was so clouded that he forgot the true goals of Akatsuki, the very goals that his friend Yahiko had laid down, the friend who died for them. Nagato was an orphan, but Yahiko and Konan helped him, and this is how he repaid their help. Destroyed what Yahiko died for. You're right, my mind was so clouded that I forgot about my loved ones, Nagato said and looked at Konan. He looked at her for another minute, and then raised his hands and began to form seals. Naruto even unsealed Yamato and prepared for battle. No need, Naruto, Nagato said and continued making seals. Nagato. This is. That's right, Konan, I must correct my mistakes, Uzumaki nodded. But you'll die, the girl screamed. I must atone for my sins, Nagato said and made the final seal. What is he doing? Naruto asked. He's going to resurrect everyone who died in the attack, Konan replied. Suddenly Temari contacted him. Naruto. All the dead were just resurrected. Something crawled out of the ground and green lights poured out of its mouth and all the dead opened their eyes. Naruto looked at Nagato, whose hair had turned white, and he himself was barely staying conscious. Naruto. The chosen one that Jiraiya-sensei spoke of. It's you. Please don't destroy our world, but save it, I believe in you. I'm sorry for everything. These were Nagato's last words before he closed his eyes and fell into eternal sleep. Naruto helped Konan pull out Nagato's body and she wrapped it in her paper. Where are you going to put the body with the Rinnegan? Naruto asked. I'll hide it in a safe place, the man in the mask and his partner will come for it, I have to be ready, the girl answered. Are you sure? I would have given you shelter and we would have buried Nagato. Naruto said. I'm sure I should do it myself, Konan nodded. I have no right to force you. I'm counting on you to hide the Rinnegan as best you can, Naruto chuckled. Okay, farewell Uzumaki Naruto, and bring peace wherever you can. Konan smiled, and taking Nagato's body, flew away. It's time to go home, Naruto smiled and called Scale and flew home. Naruto returned to Konoha where he was greeted as a hero. They picked him up in their arms and began to throw him up and shout words of gratitude. But Naruto didn't care, he went down from the hands of people and found his beloved and daughter with his eyes. They were standing nearby in the crowd, Naruto walked through the crowd and picked up his wife in his arms, and with the shadows he lifted his daughter and hugged her. I'm glad you're okay, Naruto smiled. It's all thanks to you, Temari responded to her husband's smile. Naruto couldn't help himself and kissed his wife with the hottest and strongest kiss they had ever had. People around him started clapping and whistling in support of Uzumaki. After everything that had happened, Naruto decided that he needed to go home and get some sleep. At night. Naruto's eyes widened and he saw that he was lying under the open sky. He sat up and grabbed his head. Where the am I? Is this a dream? Naruto asked himself. But suddenly he realized that he did not feel the presence of Kurama and Scale. He tried to contact them, but it was as if they were not in his life. What's going on? Uzumaki shouted, getting up from his seat. Suddenly he heard many explosions in the distance and rushed there. Naruto clearly felt many emotions in that direction, from fear and pain to anger. When he almost ran to the proposed place of battle, he saw smoke and realized that he ran to the right place. He jumped on a tree branch and saw how many people were fighting a man with gray hair and many tentacles on his back and arms. All the people fought with katanas using techniques unknown to Naruto. Naruto did not know who to help, but he decided that he needed to help the swordsman because this monster was killing them like cockroaches. Naruto unsealed Yamato and jumped towards the battle. Naruto unsheathed Yamato in the air and created a huge whirlwind with lightning and blocked the blow of the monster who was trying to kill the man with gray hair and a green katana. Who the are you, the monster shouted. But Naruto didn't answer, but summoned many shadows and threw the monster away. Who are you? Asked the man Naruto had saved. I am Uzumaki Naruto, a shinobi, and who are you? Naruto asked. What kind of hole did you crawl out of if you don't even know about demons and fighters? The swordsman looked at him. I don't know how I ended up here. I fell asleep in my bed, and when I woke up I found myself here, Naruto answered. So you moved to us, maybe the one god himself sent you to help us deal with Muzan. I am Sanemi, the swordsman introduced himself. Naruto looked at the monster and saw that it was trying to hide. Naruto grabbed Yamato tighter and jumped towards the demon. The shadows broke free and rushed towards the demon. The shadow tentacles grabbed the monster by the legs and arms, but it immediately tore off its limbs and immediately restored them. Meanwhile, Naruto flew over Muzan and stood in front of him and got into a stance. I don't know who you are. But you can't handle me, you better go away and live in peace, said the demon. Naruto chuckled and activated Ibisu. Even though he couldn't contact Kurama, he could still enter Bijou mode, which he did. I see you're still in the mood for a fight, fine, I'll give it to you and devour you without leaving even bones. Muzan shouted and attacked Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto rushed in response and easily cut his head. So easy. It's strange, because Naruto felt his senses screaming and turning around abruptly. Naruto blocked Muzan's strike with the blunt side of his sword. What? Naruto remembered how he regenerated when his arms were cut off. If so, then. Naruto quickly stabbed his sword into Muzan's heart before kicking him in the chest. Hearing footsteps, he turned around to see Sanemi, who was barely standing. They can only be killed with a special blade. Sanemi smirked and threw him his sword, to which Naruto responded with his own. Let's kill them. Sanemi smirked evilly. Naruto looked at him before smirking and disappearing in a flash, causing Sanemi and the other hunters to widen their eyes. He disappeared? They stood in silence for a few seconds, not knowing what to say, when suddenly, bum! They turned their heads towards the forest where a powerful explosion had occurred. Sanemi grinned and ran into the forest. In the forest, Mudson never expected to feel like this again. He was simply thrown around like a rag doll, and they tried to dismember him into different parts, and moreover, it was more than successful. He felt the wind blow behind him and the next thing he knew, there was a katana sticking out of his stomach. Turning his head, he noticed the evil expression on Hashira's face. You're finished, he smirked. The next attack, and Muzan was left without a head. When suddenly, his body exploded and many parts of his organs flew out. Naruto's eyes widened, realizing what had happened. He just stood there, looking at it. But even so, he will most likely retreat since he forced him to change bodies several times in a row. Looking at Yakushi, he saw that snakes were crawling instead of him. Not again. Gripping the katana tighter, he filled it with wind chakra. The entire clearing around was covered in smoke, after which, instead of smoke, there were many Narutos standing with katanas. Kill. And don't leave alive. Each Naruto jumped towards Muzan's organ parts and began to cut at an incredible speed, causing Sanemi's eyes to widen at what he saw, a lot of Naruto, and a lot of organ parts. 45, 47. After a few minutes, he saw how each of the organs were destroyed, and each of Naruto's clones disappeared, leaving a single pillar in the clearing. Naruto looked at his hands and saw that his katana was almost broken. More precisely, a certain hunter's katana. It was able to conduct chakra? Sanemi looked at him, not understanding what was happening. Who are you? Naruto turned to him, looked at him and smiled, remembering himself. My name is. And he passed out without finishing his name. Naruto opened his eyes and saw the ceiling of his room and his wife sleeping peacefully. It was still dark outside, which meant it was now about the middle of the night. But what was that just now? A dream? Or had his consciousness been transported to another world? Naruto. You're alive. Naruto heard Kurama's voice. Kurama? I'm alive, what happened? Naruto asked. What happened? Your heart stopped for a few minutes, the fox replied. What? Uzumaki was surprised. You really died for a few minutes, what happened? It was already scale. I didn't really understand it myself, it felt like I was transported to another world, there I fought some monster and helped some demon hunter, when I defeated him I passed out and woke up here, Naruto answered. I think I guessed, but I'm not sure about it, said Kyubi. So what? Naruto asked as he went down to the first floor to drink some water. Perhaps someone powerful summoned you to help, and when the mission was completed, he returned you back, Kurama explained. Sounds like nonsense, to be honest. Naruto chuckled, draining a glass of water. It may sound like nonsense, but I have no other explanation, said Kurama. Naruto decided not to bother his head, if he was called there, then it was necessary, and why it does not concern him, the main thing is that he returned and everything is fine. Therefore, he returned to the room and lay down on the bed. Temari, feeling the warmth of her husband, pressed herself against him, throwing her leg over his legs. Naruto smiled and hugged the girl and fell asleep. The next day. Naruto stood in front of Tsunade in the tent that temporarily replaced the Hokage's residence. Also next to Naruto stood Sasuke, who had already managed to transplant his brother's eyes and acquire the eternal Manjiko Sharingan, just like Itachi, who helped civilians after the attack. The Raikage is convening the 5 Kage Council, Tsunade said. Why? Naruto was surprised. Sasuke was of course surprised too, because the last council was assembled at the end of the Third Shinobi World War. Akatsuki has gone into action. They recently managed to capture the Seven Tails and its Jinchuriki. The other Kage also supported this idea with the council. I also accepted it, so you two are going to be my bodyguards. Did I explain that clearly? Tsunade asked. Hi, Hokage-sama. Uchiha and Uzumaki shouted in unison. Tomorrow we're heading to the Land of Iron, to neutral territory. I'll be waiting for you at the main gates of Konoha at 10 in the morning. You're free to go. Tsunade waved her hand. The guys nodded and left the tent. And while they were walking, all the residents of Konoha greeted them. Naruto understandably why he saved the village, and many greeted Sasuke because he also helped many and saved many ordinary families with the help of his Manjiko, which he received when he saw how one of Pain's bodies killed Itachi when he was distracted by a child's cry. Pain did not miss the opportunity and killed Itachi. Then Sasuke awakened his eyes, but he could not resist Pain and also died, but managed to save many lives. I'm glad that you and Itachi were forgiven and your reputation and the reputation of your clan were restored, Naruto said, smiling at the residents of Konoha. Me too, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to return this trust and respect, Sasuke replied. Oh, come on, I told you we were friends, Naruto smiled. Sasuke smiled and wanted to answer, but suddenly a girl ran up to him and gave him a flower and ran away blushing. Huh, looks like someone has some fangirls again, Naruto laughed. Why don't they bother you? Sasuke said irritably. I'm actually married, and all the residents know it very well, Naruto replied. Sly fox, Uchiha chuckled. You should think about it too, after all, you and Itachi are the last representatives of the Uchiha clan, who knows what will happen tomorrow, Naruto said. I know, but I can't, Sasuke said, looking down. Oh yeah, you Uchihas are monogamous. Wait, are you saying that you're already in love? Naruto asked. Yeah, remember the second stage of the Chunin exam? Sasuke said. I remember we almost died and we helped one. Stop. Just don't tell me you're in love with. Yes, Uchiha nodded. Arya Kajino from the Grass Village? You saw her once and already fell in love? Naruto was surprised. Look at yourself, and I saw her more than once. She was Orochimaru's minion and I studied for 2.5 years and lived with her in the same shelter, Uchiha answered. Orochimaru's minion? Naruto asked again. Yeah, but when I killed Orochimaru, she ran away and I never saw her again, Sasuke nodded. I see, Naruto chuckled. Then they walked a little more around the village and talked, and then went their separate ways. The next day. Naruto and Sasuke were already standing near the main gates of Konoha and waiting for the Hokage, who arrived 10 minutes later. Are you ready? Tsunade asked. Of course, Hokage-sama, Naruto smiled. Well then, let's go, the road ahead of us is not short, and we need to be there in 3 days, Tsunade said. So maybe we should shorten it? Naruto asked. And how so? Tsunade asked. Naruto smirked and unsealed Yamato. With 2 swings in the shape of a cross, a portal opened in front of the Hokage and 2 bodyguards. I think it will be much faster this way, Naruto said. Tsunade smiled and nodded. The Hokage and her companions entered the portal. Country of Iron. A cross-shaped portal appeared in front of the gates to the land of Iron and Tsunade, Naruto, and Sasuke came out of it. When the gate guards saw the portal, they first took out their katanas, but after seeing the Hokage and his guards, they lowered their weapons. Good day, Lieutenant, said one of the samurai upon seeing Naruto. At ease, friends, I'm not here as a samurai, but as the Hokage's bodyguard, Naruto nodded to them. We must inform, Mifune-sama, said the samurai and, nodding to his partner, went to the samurai general. 10 minutes later, the general himself came out to meet the Hokage. Hello, Hokage-dano, I'm glad to see you in good health, Mifune bowed. Likewise, Mifune-dano, have any of the Kage arrived yet? Tsunade asked. So far, only you and the Kazekage have arrived, the rest will arrive within a few days, you will be shown to your rooms, the samurai general replied. Hello, Mifune-sensei, nice to see you, Naruto said as he stepped forward. Hello to you too, Naruto, I see you've already made it to the Hokage's bodyguards, Mifune smiled. There is such a thing, Naruto also smiled. After this short conversation, the other samurai led Tsunade and her escort to their rooms. In a few days. 5 Kage Council Hall. In the council hall sat the 5 Kage, the rulers of their villages, and behind them stood their bodyguards, but they were in the shadows so as not to attract attention to themselves. Everyone here felt the tension, if only everyone here knew the purpose of this meeting and hoped for the best. Finally, Mifune, as a representative of the neutral side, stood up from his seat. The 5 Kage Council is declared open, since the Raikage was the initiator, we will give him the first word, Mifune announced and sat down. Thank you, Mifune-san, I think everyone knows about such an organization as Akatsuki, we recently learned that they captured the 7-tailed, I think it's time for us to do something about it, otherwise they will capture all the Biju and no one will know what they are going to do with them. Began. After his brother's death, he took over as Raikage and was able to restore his village, it took a lot of time, but he did it. He also stopped writing rhymes, because he had neither the strength nor the desire to do so. I doubt they'll be able to capture you, Raikage-dano, and the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki, Gaara chuckled. Why are you so confident, Kazekage-dano, asked Oanoki. I know the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki personally and believe me, I wouldn't want to get into a fight with him, Gaara said. And who is he? Hokage-dano, as I understand it, the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi is hidden, asked the second female Kage, Mei. No, he's in this room now, Tsunade replied. What's his name? Sachikage asked. I don't see the point in talking about him now, the purpose of the meeting is the Akatsuki organization, not the Konoha Jinchuriki, Tsunade snorted. Hokage-dano is right, Raikage-dano, what do you propose to fight them? Gaara asked. I propose to create an alliance against Akatsuki. We don't know how many of them there are and who their leader is. If we unite we can handle it, said B. Ha, Reikage Dano, you don't know what you're talking about. The shinobi of our villages don't trust each other after the Third World War. Don't you think this is a stupid idea? Yes, Akatsuki captured my 2 Jinchuriki, and God bless them. The main thing is that my village wasn't harmed. You took over the post from your brother and you can't fully understand politics. Anoki laughed. Are you going to let these renegades roam free? B asked. Reikage Dano, how can we trust your village if it already attacked Konoha once during the Chunin exam 3 years ago, and then kidnapped the wife of the current head of the Uzumaki clan, and how can we trust you after that? Tsunade asked. So that's why your village was burned to the ground? Reikage Dano, how did you even come up with that? Mei chuckled. It was my dead brother's idea. I didn't support such methods, but my brother was adamant, which is why he paid with his life. I tried to dissuade him, but he only threatened that if I interfered on the wrong side, he wouldn't care that I was his brother and would reseal the bijou into another Jinchuriki, and I think that no one should explain what will happen if you remove the bijou from the Jinchuriki, said B. And yet, Konoha has no claims against you, but the Uzumaki clan cannot forgive you yet, Tsunade said. If the head of the Uzumaki clan were here, I would do anything to make him forgive me, the Reikage answered her. I'm already here, Reikage Dano, and how are you going to ask for forgiveness? Naruto asked, emerging from the shadows. I know what my village and my brother did. He was in a conspiracy with the elder of your village, Shimura Danzo. He thought that if he kidnapped your bride, you would go crazy and give him what he needed, but when he found out that you were already approaching our borders with clearly bad intentions, he mobilized the army and began to wait for your arrival. After his death, I took over the post of Reikage. My brother left a black spot on the reputation of our village, but I apologize for him. As I already said, I tried to dissuade him, but he did not listen to me. Finished B. Then why did you fight me when I was fighting your brother? Naruto asked. Uzumaki understood that B had nothing to do with it. He was just a victim, the same Jinchuriki as Naruto himself. I hoped that my brother would correct his mistakes, but he decided to stand his ground. B lowered his head. He didn't want to remember this. How touching, I even shed tears. Those present heard a voice from the ceiling. Everyone turned there and saw a brown-haired woman in a cloak with red clouds and a Sharingan in her eyes. Who the are you? Tsunade screamed. But the invader did not have time to answer as Mifune attacked her with a katana, but the girl managed to take out her sword and block the blow. But the next moment Naruto and Sasuke appeared behind her with raised katanas, but the girl pushed Mifune away and blocked Sasuke's katana with her sword, and she reflected Naruto's Yamato with a special bracer on her hand. And suddenly Sasuke looked into the stranger's face. Ari? The girl smirked and jerked her hand with the bracer and pushed Sasuke away and kicked Naruto, and both flew into the wall, making a dent in it. Arya landed on the table and a funnel began to appear next to her, and a man in a spiral orange mask and also in an Akatsuki cloak appeared next to her. A Sharingan was visible in the slit of the mask. So, I greet you 5 Kage, I am Uchiha Madara, he said. Akatsuki, Gaara hissed. Everyone who heard the name of the great shinobi from the Uchiha clan was speechless. Now in front of him stands the one who was at the level of Hashirama Senju, the one who was called the God of Shinobi. Naruto and Sasuke had already managed to wake up and stand next to their Hokage. Sasuke was shocked that he saw his beloved on the enemy's side, but kept a mask of composure. That's right, we won't detain anyone, since both Jinchuriki we need are here. I suggest you give up your tailed beasts voluntarily. The man in the mask grinned. No way. I won't give him to you. Naruto shouted, channeling lightning chakra through Yamato. I won't give you my friend either, B nodded. How stupid are you, ready to sacrifice your friends and families for these animals? The mask wearer chuckled. Don't you dare call them that. You don't know what it's like to be either a Jinchuriki or a bijou. you make monsters out of them, clots of chakra without feelings or emotions, but it's the Jinchuriki who can understand them, and no one else. Naruto shouted. The shadows around Naruto began to dance following the master's anger. I don't care, Uzumaki Naruto, I gave you a choice, either give up your tailed beasts or it will be worse. Madara chuckled. What do you need the tailed beasts for? Tsunade asked. Well, since you're so interested, I'll do you a favor and tell you. I need the tailed beasts for the Eye of the Moon plan. I want to create a world without war in the world of eternal genjutsu where everyone will live in the world they dream of, and no wars, conflicts, and so on. But for this, I need all 9 Bijou to resurrect the 10 tails and I become its Jinchuriki, then wait for the red moon and plunge the world into eternal genjutsu. Madara said. Eternal genjutsu? Are you out of your mind? Have you asked the people? Do they want this? Mei screamed. As I already said, I don't care, I'll do what I'm going to do, and you won't stop me. I'll ask you again, will you give me the remaining 2 Bijou? Madara asked. No. Bi shouted. You can do without it, I'll kill you and you'll forget about your plans. Naruto shouted and attacked Madara. But the attack passed through the masked man and Naruto crashed into the wall again. Well, you wanted this yourself. Then I, Uchiha Madara, declare the 4th Shinobi World War to all nations and countries. Madara declared. The 5 Kage's eyes widened and they held their breath. So it's that easy to declare war? Asked Tsuchikage. How can this be? Gaara swallowed. In general, I'm waiting for you on the battlefield, good luck. Madara said and disappeared into a spiral funnel. Good luck, Naruto, Sasuke, we will definitely see each other again, Arya said and blew Sasuke a kiss and disappeared. What should we do? Bi asked after a long silence. There's nothing to think about, the Raikage is right, we need to unite, create an alliance, Tsunade said. Even if we form an alliance, who will lead it? The Kazekage is too young, I'm too old, the Mizukage and Raikage are not yet trusted because of their village's past deeds. Anoki asked. Then let's Hokage. Tsunade went through the 3rd World War, and also has an iron hand, and Konoha has never set anyone up. Gaara suggested. I agree, Bi said almost immediately. I agree too, Mei nodded. Oh, okay, I'm in favor too, Oanoki sighed. The country of Zalatza will also help you with the war, Mifune said. Then we all need to mobilize our shinobi, create squads and appoint commanders, and the Jinchuriki. Tsunade didn't have time to finish before she was interrupted. I'll fight on the front lines. I won't hide while the people of the Alliance die for me, and I don't care what you say, I'll fight on the front lines. Naruto said. Naruto, understand that you and the Raikage are their target. If you get caught, it means the end of the war and our loss. Tsunade tried to object. I won't let anyone hurt me, just like my friends, Naruto smiled, flashing his Ibisu. Oh, you'll drive me to the grave, okay, but don't get into trouble, Tsunade said. As you say, Hokage-sama. Naruto said and saluted with a smile on his face. The 4th World War has begun. A few days have passed since the beginning of the war. All countries mobilized their armies and sent them to the Land of Fire where the Alliance was supposed to gather. Naruto became one of the squad leaders and stood next to Tsunade along with other commanders from other villages. There were 5 squads in total gathered from different villages, each squad had sensors, medics, long-range and close combat fighters, as well as professional scouts. Along with Naruto, the commanders were Kankuro, Darui, Kuratsuchi, Chojiro, that is, 5 ninja from 5 villages. Sasuke was also Naruto's right hand and helped him. Naruto and the 4 other commanders stood in front of their squads. Naruto clearly felt the tension in his squad and in the others. It is understandable, the troops still remember the horror of the 3rd World War, how they killed and tortured each other. Naruto understood that if something is not done, the war can be lost before it even starts. And so Naruto stepped forward and everyone immediately paid attention to him. Many saw Naruto as just a teenager, and the shinobi of the cloud looked at him with fear and hatred, because it was this shinobi who destroyed their village. I greet everyone, Naruto began, amplifying his voice with the power of the Shadow Lord. I understand all of you. Your emotions speak for you, you do not trust each other, you are afraid that shinobi from other villages will stick a kunai in your back, and you can understand, but you must understand that the Third World War is long gone, the culprits of that war died long ago, and let's admit, how many of you are veterans of that war? I also think that there are not so many of them here. Many of you have only recently been able to achieve the rank of Chunin or Jonin, and you have no reason to hate the shinobi of other countries, so I hope for your understanding. War has been declared on all of us. You must understand that war is scary and dangerous, everyone is afraid of not returning to their families, and if you want to return home, we must all unite. Forget past grievances, stand back to back and fight against a common enemy. Therefore, I hope for each of you is a valuable contribution to our future victory. Uzumaki finished his long monologue and began to watch. After a tense moment of silence, someone in the crowd started clapping, and then some more, and then some more, until after 30 seconds the entire alliance was clapping and shouting encouragement. Naruto smiled, and Sasuke came up to him and put his hand on his shoulder. You're an excellent speaker, he grinned. Go away, Naruto laughed. You will be a great Hokage, said the Uchiha. First, we have to live to see it, Naruto replied. We'll live to see it, we'll all live to see it, Uchiha nodded. Suddenly, an Umbu appeared behind Naruto. Commanders, 5 Kage are calling you, said the shinobi. The squad leaders nodded and Naruto moved everyone to the headquarters. Unknown place. Madara and Arya stood in the cave and looked at the huge army of white Zetsu. And next to them stood Kabuto, who killed the weakened Orochimaru and transplanted his cells into himself and eventually was able to master the hermit mode, as well as the impure world reincarnation technique, and in the end, on Madara's side were the reincarnated shinobi of the past, former Jinchuriki, Kage of the past, but among them there was not a single past Hokage. Also in addition, there were other shinobi of the past. We are ready for war, said Madara. He already had another mask, this time with 2 slits for the eyes, in one eye was the Sharingan, and in the other was Nagato's Rinnegan, and Arya also had both the Sharingan and Rinnegan. The former Jinchuriki became Madara's paths, and the past Kage became Arya's paths. I'll take care of the alliance, Arya said. I will find the 8 tails and 9 tails, Madara nodded. As a result, the army of white Zetsu and the shinobi of the past moved after Arya and the former Kage, and Obito moved in the other direction to search for the Biju. Alliance headquarters. The commanders appeared at headquarters in front of the 5 Kage. I'll get straight to the point, Tsunade began, an army of white Zetsu is moving towards us, it's impossible to determine their exact number. So what's the plan, Hokage-sama? Naruto asked. The Zetsu army is moving in 3 directions, Tsunade said and showed 3 dots on a large map. Darui and Kankuro squads are going to the east, Kuratsuchi and Chojiro's squads are going to the west, and Naruto's squad is going to the north. Naruto, your squad is the strongest, so you go alone. Stay in touch, each squad has members of the Yamanaka clan and he will contact us if necessary. Is everything clear to everyone? Tsunade asked. Hi, Hokage-sama, the commanders shouted in unison and disappeared. On the battlefield. Naruto and his squad were walking in a straight line. Naruto, Sasuke and a few other sensors were walking ahead and scanning the area. Suddenly Naruto raised his hand sharply and his squad stopped. Sasuke, did you feel it? Naruto asked. Cold chakra? You mean that? Uchiha asked. Naruto nodded and unsealed Yamato and activated Abiyasu. Sasuke also prepared his katana and activated his dojutsu. Suddenly, a thick fog covered everything around. Attention! Prepare to attack! Naruto shouted and unsheathed Yamato. Sasuke also took out the Kusanagi blade and took it with a reverse grip. At first it was quiet, even too quiet, but after a few minutes White Zetsu began to run out of the forest in front of the squad and attack the squad. Naruto and Sasuke rushed forward and began to chop the Zetsu into cabbage. The squad also entered the battle. While Naruto was destroying Zetsu, he suddenly sensed danger and ran up to Sasuke, and just in time, Naruto deflected an ice needle that almost flew into the back of the Uchiha's head. Ice element? Sasuke was surprised when he realized what had happened. So, aren't these the genins who killed us on the bridge? The duo heard a familiar voice. They turned their heads and saw someone they didn't expect at all. Zabuza Momochi and Haku Yuki were standing in front of him, but their eyes were different from normal people. Zabuza? Haku? What are you doing here? Naruto was surprised. We were resurrected by some, and he looked more like a snake than a man, Zabuza snorted. And suddenly both Nukenin shuddered, and without thinking they attacked Uzumaki and Uchiha. Naruto easily repelled the blow of the former swordsman of the mist, and Sasuke broke Haku's kunai. We can't control ourselves, fight us seriously, Haku said and attacked Sasuke again. Oh shit. Naruto ducked from the sword strike, and then Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the blade sticking out of his stomach. Zabuza appeared in front of him in the fog and lowered his head. It's a pity that everything ended like this. Zabuza raised his head when he saw Naruto start to glow. Oh shit. Zabuza covered himself with his sword when Naruto suddenly exploded, illuminating the area. And he knows how to use tools. Zabuza smirked pleasantly as he saw the silhouette of a sword appear from the fog and strike with his giant sword. You have become strong. Before he could finish speaking, he received a kick to the stomach, which pushed him back slightly, but did not stop him from loosening his grip on his place. Naruto took advantage of the moment and, squeezing the blade, directed lightning chakra through it and rushed at him. Zabuza tried to parry his attacks, but Naruto's speed and strength were overwhelming. You really are strong, boy, Zabuza breathed out, blocking another blow. You underestimated me. Naruto began to form seals. Kai. Naruto's hand glowed and he placed his palm on Zabuza's chest. Chakra swirled around him, forming a complex seal that began to restrict his movements. What are you doing? Zabuza felt his body become heavy and motionless. This is the end, he began to pour in a huge amount of chakra. The seal symbols engulfed Zabuza, making him unable to move. Naruto took a few steps back, watching the result of his technique. Zabuza tried to say something, but the seal didn't allow him to move. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. Sasuke sighed, feeling the blow that landed on him. His Sharingan flared brightly, trying to pull Haku into a genjutsu, which Haku noticed and looked down, starting to form many seals. Sudden, Suryuden no Jutsu, water release, water dragon technique. Around the area, in addition to the fog, snow crystals were swirling, which made Sasuke nervous. He didn't know what this could lead to, because it was clearly not for beauty. Sasuke's eyes widened as he saw the water that appeared in the air take the form of a dragon and begin to fly towards him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Haku begin to pass through the seals. Katan, Gakukyu no Jutsu. Fire release, fireball technique. He took a deep breath and released a bright flame that eventually took the form of a ball and collided with Haku's technique. He smirked at the sight, but eventually closed his eyes as a hurricane of snow crystals began to swirl around him. This. His technique? His eyes widened as he saw them begin to cause wounds on his body. He decided to end it. Looking at Haku, he closed his eyes, feeling himself channeling chakra there. Instantly opening them, he saw Haku begin to speak in black fire. He saw Naruto rush towards him and seal Haku as he could guess. Looking at Haku, he saw how he nodded at him with a smile, to which he responded with joy. "We need to report to headquarters," Naruto said and called Ino, who was in his squad, over to him. Naruto explained to her what she needed to do and she nodded. She made a seal and closed her eyes. Naruto walked up to her and put his hand on her head. "Hokage-sama, can you hear me?" Naruto asked. "Yes, what is it?" the Hokage asked. "We were attacked by 2 resurrected people," Uzumaki reported. "Then it's on you too," Naruto said thoughtfully. "Also? So the other squads were also attacked by the resurrected ones?" Naruto asked. "That's right, Kankuro's squad was attacked by the resurrected Chiya and Kimimaro, Kuratsuchi's squad was attacked by dead Akatsuki members, and other squads were also attacked by resurrected shinobi," Tsunade explained. "So what should we do?" Naruto asked. Tsunade suddenly fell silent for a few seconds, then her voice changed to alarmed. "Naruto, take your squad and head to the second squad immediately." "Kankuro? What happened there?" Naruto asked. "They were attacked by the resurrected Kage of the past, they can't cope without you, come on." Tsunade shouted. "Hi." Naruto nodded and moved away from Ino. Naruto walked up to Sasuke and stood in front of the squad. "Our task is to help the number 2 squad defeat the resurrected Kage of the past, so now we are heading to the land of wind, everyone come to me and grab each other." Naruto shouted. Unfortunately, the squad lost about 5 Chunin. Zetsu caught them by surprise and eventually killed them. The rest of the squad approached Uzumaki. Sasuke put his hand on his friend's shoulder. Sakura, who was the main medic in their squad, put her hand on Sasuke's shoulder and the entire squad also put their hands on their comrades' shoulders. Eventually a chain was formed. "Are you ready?" Naruto asked. All the shinobi nodded and Naruto used Hiration. Kaze and Kuni. Country of wind, desert. Naruto and his squad appeared in a desert where there were stone columns everywhere. They immediately appeared next to Kankuro's squad, in which Temari was. Naruto tried with all his might not to let his wife participate in the war, but in the end, Chaz got hit on the head and had to agree. Fortunately Tern was always nearby. "What's the situation, Kankuro?" Naruto asked as he approached the second squad leader. "Look ahead," Kankuro nodded. Naruto looked at the opponents and saw that each Kage had black pins like pains. Naruto realized that somewhere there was someone pulling the strings. Naruto began to look around carefully and saw Arya on one of the pillars. "Sasuke. The post at 11 o'clock, Arya Kajino is there, take care of her," Naruto ordered. Sasuke nodded and jumped after Arya. "The rest of you, don't interfere, I'll deal with them myself," Naruto said. Naruto noticed that only 2 Raikage remained, the Sandame and Yondame, and the Nidame Mizukage. The 4th Kazekage had already been sealed. "Naruto, no!" Temari shouted, losing her composure. "Don't worry, my dear, I can handle it." Naruto grinned, activating Ibisu and unsheathing Yamato. "Long time no see, Raikage," Uzumaki chuckled. "Uzumaki." The Raikage clenched his fist, "Now I'll definitely get my revenge." He growled. "Come here." Covering his body in lightning, the Raikage rushed towards him. Smirking, Naruto took out his kunai and threw them into the ground, having used shadow cloning shuriken beforehand. "I won't fall for this." The Raikage was furious. Behind him, the 2 Kage twitched and rushed after him, attacking Naruto. Almost reaching him, the Raikage looked back furiously. He disappeared just before his hand made contact with his enemy's face. TTS. Snot. The Raikage's gaze was drawn to the glowing symbols on the kunai. And at that moment these kunai rose from the ground and flew straight towards him. The Raikage's gaze turned furious when he saw Uzumaki fighting the Mizukage and rushed towards him, noticing that kunai exploded where he had been standing before. "Come here." He saw the Yondaime Raikage joining him. As he reached him, a huge number of kunai with seals hit his body as if he was being shot by thousands of archers. He felt himself visibly slowed down and felt like the seal was suppressing him. "Do you think this will save you from death, Uzumaki?" He began releasing a massive amount of chakra, wearing down the seal and causing the kunai to shatter into small pieces due to the chakra pressure. Naruto smirked. Seeing the Raikage moving towards him along with the Yondaime Raikage, he grabbed the Mizukage's arm and forced him to face their attack, causing. Naruto watched as the Mizukage flew away, and in flight began to form seals, but a clone of Naruto appeared and placed a seal on him, sealing him. The Raikage ignored him, trying to hit Naruto, who disappeared in flashes, and dodged their blow. Instantly taking out Yamato, he cut off the Yondaime Raikage's hand, and not paying attention to the fact that he quickly regenerated, he plunged his sword into his head, and then nailed him to the ground on which they stood. "You are strong, boy." The Sandaime Raikage appeared behind him, and before he could hit him, Naruto disappeared in a flash. "He is very fast. Tell me your name, boy." He saw Naruto seal his successor despite his screams. "My name is Uzumaki Naruto, Raikage-san." "Raikage-san?" The Sandaime Raikage laughed. "This guy was brave. I hope you give me a worthy fight. I heard about you while I was here." Naruto smirked. He didn't like it. A few minutes later. If the Raikage was asked what he wanted to do before he died, he would happily answer, "Fight Uzumaki Naruto." During their fight, he realized a lot of things. Naruto was holding back a lot, and he could see that clearly. His genjutsu, his kunai techniques, it was something abnormal in a good way. This boy made him happy with his genjutsu, where he made him really focus on getting out of it without letting him hit him. The Raikage felt the blow that sent him flying. Looking up in mid-flight, he saw Naruto quickly approaching him and placing a seal on him. It's amazing how it ended. I couldn't imagine such an outcome." The Yondaime Raikage chuckled. And then he smiled. "I'm sorry for what my successor wanted to do. It doesn't matter, Raikage-san, it's in the past." Naruto smiled. "Thank you for your fight, and for your judgment." The Raikage smiled and then dissolved into particles. "Amazing. So he is the next Kage?" He hoped that the world would become a better place. Although, he was sure of it, because he had a good character, and a ruler with such a character can change his people. Uzumaki Naruto. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. Sasuke ran after Arya through the desert, trying to catch up with her, when suddenly, she stopped. The silence was deafening, as if nature itself was holding its breath in anticipation. "Arya!" Sasuke shouted at her, waiting for her to answer. She slowly turned towards him, and Sasuke tensed. He saw her Rinnegan glowing menacingly. At one edge of the valley stood Arya, her eye glowing with the eternal fire of the Rinnegan. On the other side, Sasuke stood with a determined expression. He had to defeat her and then end all of this. Arya was the first to break the silence, her voice echoing deep within the cave. "Sasuke, you came here to die," she said, although her voice wavered at that moment. "Arya, you underestimate me." Sasuke gripped his katana. "Today, I will end you and all of this." Arya smirked and raised her hand, summoning a wall of fire from the ground, causing Sasuke's eyes to widen. She began performing hand seals, summoning a powerful torrent of water that came crashing down on Sasuke with a violent force. Sasuke instantly activated his Susanoo, protecting himself from the blow. "Amaterasu!" Sasuke shouted, directing black flames at Arya. Arya easily avoided the attack using Zordon. The same ability as Obito, but without the dimension, just the body and clothes become intangible, and appeared behind Sasuke, ready to strike. But Sasuke was ready. He turned and aimed his Chidori straight at Arya's heart, but she dissolved into space again. "You're too slow, Sasuke," her voice sounded from the void. Suddenly, the ground beneath Sasuke's feet exploded and he barely managed to dodge, creating a lightning clone that instantly attacked Arya. In response, Arya used an earth technique, summoning stone pillars that knocked the clone off its feet. No seals. Sasuke wasted no time in summoning his hawk, flying into the air to gain an advantage. From above, he began forming hand seals, preparing a fire technique. Katan, Gakukyu no Jutsu. Fire release, fireball technique. A huge fireball rushed towards Arya, but using her Rinnegan ability, she patted the attack. "You won't succeed, Sasuke." She smirked, "It will all be over." She created a whirlwind of wind and fire that rushed towards Sasuke, and he felt the heat of the flames from afar. Sasuke activated his full Susanoo form, defending himself from the deadly attack. He could feel how hot it was outside, even through his Susanoo. Within his giant avatar, he began to form seals, calling down lightning from the sky. Enter. A giant bolt of lightning struck Arya in a flash. The explosion blinded everything around her, and it seemed as if the air itself was shaking from the force of the impact. But when the dust settled, Arya stood in place, surrounded by the protective barrier of the Rinnegan. "I'm impressed, Sasuke. But now it's my turn." Arya raised her hands and 5 giant dragons rose from the ground, each representing one of the 5 elements: fire, water, earth, lightning, and wind. Sasuke's eyes widened when he saw their size. The dragons rushed at Sasuke with a roar, each attack deadly. Sasuke used all his strength to dodge and counterattack. His Susanoo swung its sword, destroying the dragons, but Arya continued to attack, not giving Sasuke a second to breathe. "This is your end," Arya shouted, making the final seals. "I won't give up," Sasuke replied, his Manjikyu glowing brighter. Sasuke used his final technique, summoning a giant arrow and aimed it at Arya. At the same time, Arya completed her seals and raised her hands to the sky. Chibaku Tensei. A black sphere burst from Arya's hands and soared into the sky. Everything on the ground instantly began to concentrate around it. Rocks, trees, even part of the ground itself rose into the air, forming a giant sphere. Sasuke's Susanoo collided with the gravitational field, but Arya held it in place. Arya smirked. Sasuke struggled to hold on to his Susanoo, but it began to break under the onslaught of gravity. In a last-ditch effort, he used a shadow clone to keep him in his avatar while he got out of Susanoo. He left his giant avatar as a decoy and began to make his way towards Arya, using all his stealth and speed skills. Arya, confident of her victory, focused on holding on to Chibaku Tensei and did not notice Sasuke approaching her. Suddenly, Sasuke appeared in front of her with his Chidori ready to strike. "You're too arrogant," Sasuke shouted and aimed Chidori straight at Arya. But Arya, even at that moment, used Zordon to avoid the attack. Chidori passed through her without causing any damage. "You can't reach me, Sasuke," she smirked. This fight was hers. But Sasuke was also prepared. He instantly activated his Sharingan and used a technique he developed specifically to combat Madara and Arya's intangibility. "Chi-Sui." "Blood pursuit," Sasuke shouted, and black flames instantly engulfed Arya. Arya tried to use Zordon to absorb the flames, but Sasuke activated his technique bound to her blood, allowing the flames to follow her to her dimension. Not expecting this, she was momentarily confused, and that moment was enough. Sasuke, using Shunshin, appeared right in front of Arya and hit her with another Chidori. This time, the attack was successful, piercing her lung. Arya, stunned and injured, collapsed to the ground. Chibaku Tensei began to collapse, and everything that was lifted into the air began to fall back to the ground. Sasuke used his Susanoo with the last of his strength to protect himself from the falling debris. When everything settled down, he stood over the fallen girl, breathing heavily. "I did it," Sasuke whispered, his strength fading, and he fell to his knees. "You really tried hard to defeat her." A languid voice came from behind Sasuke, causing him to turn around. "Yudar." He looked as Sasuke fainted. The man in the cloak looked at Arya, who was lying and bleeding. "Hn. You overdid it." Picking her up and placing her on his shoulder, he disappeared, leaving behind only the Uchiha's body, permeated with his chakra pins. Hermitian conjugate matrix exceeds under relation precedes under relation Hermitian conjugate matrix. Naruto finished with Kaguya and ran after Sasuke and already caught the moment when Sasuke falls from Madara's blow and he takes Arya, who clearly lost to Sasuke. Naruto unsealed Yamato and tried to attack the man in the mask, but he had already disappeared with his partner. Naruto decided to leave them for later, and sat down next to Sasuke and picked him up in his arms and ran to his squad at all possible speeds. When he reached, he called Sakura. "Sakura! Run here!" Uzumaki shouted and began to pull the black pins out of the Uchiha's body. Sakura quickly ran up to her commander and began to heal Sasuke. Fortunately, her abilities allowed her to do this quickly and at the highest level. It was not for nothing that she had trained with Tsunade. While Sakura was treating Sasuke, the squads took advantage of the quiet moment and sat down to catch their breath and eat while they could, while Naruto and Kankuro contacted headquarters. "Hokage-sama, we dealt with the Kage of the past, and Sasuke Uchiha was also able to defeat Arya Kajino, but Madara intervened in the fight and took her away," Naruto reported. "So that's where Or went. He fought with Kuratsuchi's squad along with the resurrected Jinchuriki. The squad was defeated, but Madara didn't kill them and disappeared," Tsunade said. "Is there any way to find out where they disappeared to?" Kankuro asked. "Unfortunately no, their chakra disappeared without a trace and didn't even leave a trace," Tsunade replied. Suddenly Naruto felt someone's chakra source appear on one of the rocks behind them. "Someone has come to visit us," Naruto said. Naruto looked back and saw the resurrected Hanzo touching the ground and summoning a coffin. Naruto immediately sensed something was wrong. "Everyone get ready," Naruto shouted. The two squads immediately grouped together and formed a line. Sasuke also managed to recover and stood next to Uzumaki. The lid of the coffin collapsed and a tall man with waist-length hair and black eyes emerged from there, a common feature for the resurrected. He was wearing maroon armor from the time of clan wars, black gloves on his hands, and black shinobi sandals on his feet. "It can't be. Just don't tell me it's him. We won't survive." There were the words of the shinobi behind Naruto. Kankuro also began to sweat, realizing who it was. If this is the real Madara, then who is under the mask? Sasuke was surprised. Meanwhile, Madara had already jumped off the cliff and stood in front of the alliance. "Attention! Can Sasuke fight?" Naruto asked. Uchiha nodded and took out the Kusanagi blade. "Then listen to my order. Do not interfere in the fight under any circumstances. Uchiha Sasuke and I will fight him ourselves. If we fail, your task is to run as far as possible." Naruto shouted and took out Yamato. Naruto and Sasuke stood in front of Madara and prepared for battle. "So you decided to go against me?" the elder Uchiha chuckled. "Don't underestimate us," Sasuke chuckled and activated his Manjiko Sharingan. "I agree, despite the fact that you are a great shinobi, we will not lose." Naruto shouted and activated Ibisu. "Well then, show me what you're capable of." Madara grinned and activated his Sharingan. "Go ahead, Sasuke." Naruto ran towards Madara along with Sasuke. Waving Yamato, Madara ducked while Sasuke tried to pierce him with the sword, which was not successful. At one point, Naruto decided to use shadows. Madara's eyes widened as his shadow jumped on him and began to strangle him, immobilizing him. Sasuke. Sasuke, seeing this, appeared next to him using Shunshin, when suddenly Sasuke froze, his eyes wide. You really think you can defeat me? Uchiha Madara? Madara smirked, looking at him with his Manjiko, and successfully stepped out of Naruto's shadow, to his surprised, oh. Madara just chuckled. You are impressive, but that is not enough. He rushed forward with incredible speed, instantly appearing in front of Sasuke, intending to decapitate his head with a random katana he found, but thanks to Naruto, Sasuke was able to move and take his sword. Their swords clashed with a roar that caused the ground to split. At that moment, Naruto launched a powerful attack from behind, but Madara easily dodged it, blocking it with his Susanoo. The battle continued with a furious fury. Madara used all his abilities, from genjutsu to lightning-fast taijutsu attacks. Naruto and Sasuke, fighting in unison, used their powers to offset Madara's power. Kunai and shuriken whistled through the air, each strike aimed with utmost precision. At one point, when it seemed like his strength was running out, Naruto used the Hiraishin technique to teleport behind Madara. He left marks at key points on the battlefield and now used them to appear in unexpected places, delivering quick and precise strikes. Sasuke, supporting him from the front, used his speed and Sharingan to keep Madara from breathing. We need to finish this quickly. Naruto decided to take the fight up a few notches. Entering Kurama chakra mode, he used chakra shape manipulation to form a chakra arm and catch Madara, when suddenly Kuchios no Jutsu, summoning technique. Naruto grabbed his stomach and fell to his knees. Jrrr. Madara. Naruto heard Kurama's voice in his subconscious. Naruto flew back, hitting his back against a rock. Naruto. Sasuke looked at Madara and began to form a huge amount of chakra around himself. Ho! So you decided to use Susanoo? Madara smirked. If he does this, then what's stopping me from doing the same? Although, while idly thinking, a brilliant idea came to his mind. Madara nodded to himself, smiling, and raised his hand. The sky darkened and a huge meteor began to descend from the heavens, causing the earth to tremble. This colossal stone was getting closer with each passing moment, threatening to crush everything in its path. Naruto looked at him, feeling his heart speed up. What the? Time seemed to slow down. The meteor, both its menacing appearance and the aura it created, seemed like an imminent disaster. Naruto's mind flashed with images of his friends, his village, all those he had promised to protect. A deep sense of responsibility and fear for his loved ones filled him. We have to stop this, he mentally told himself, clenching his fists. Naruto gathered all his will and determination, feeling Kurama's chakra begin to fill his body again. He knew that destruction could not be allowed, that they had to fight until their last breath. Sasuke, we don't have much time. Naruto shouted, his voice shaking with tension, but full of determination. The meteor continued to approach rapidly, and every moment became infinitely long. Taking out 10 kunai, he threw them towards meteor, having used the shuriken shadow clone technique beforehand. He saw Sasuke begin to form a Susanoo around him, protecting him from the debris that was about to fall from the meteorite. Having reached the level of perfect Susanoo, Sasuke took out his blade that was in the sheath of Susanoo, swung it several times, destroying meteor. Madara watched all this. Seriously? Although, he did something extraordinary. Madara narrowed his eyes and formed an intricate seal with his hands. At the same time, the meteorite fragments that had been flying in all directions froze in the air. Sasuke, not understanding what was happening, looked around. Not so fast, Sasuke, Madara said, activating the Rinnegan and using the Divine Circle technique. The debris began to gather back together, forming a new, even larger meteor. Sasuke tried to attack, but Madara was already prepared for it. Using Bansho Tenin, he pulled Sasuke towards himself, preventing him from counterattacking. Your power is impressive, but it's not enough, Madara said as the meteor fell towards them again, but this time under Madara's complete control. Naruto, seeing the meteorite, without wasting a second, created several clones. Sasuke, hold on. Naruto shouted, sending his clones to help, we have to do this together. Naruto said, looking at Sasuke. Sasuke, realizing Naruto's plan, saw his clones attack Madara, forcing him to let go. Sasuke took Naruto's clone by the hand, and he spun around and threw him towards the meteorite. Sasuke extended his hand, using Chidori. As a result of their combined impact, the meteor was completely destroyed, crumbling into small pieces. That's how it is, Madara, Naruto said, looking confidently at his opponent. Madara frowned, realizing that his opponents had become even stronger. But he wasn't going to give up so easily. Daughter. Jumping back, he looked at the 9 tails standing behind him. Having formed the tiger seal, the 10 tails began to be drawn into it. You have truly become worthy opponents, he said as he activated the power of the 6 paths. A massive chakra barrier filled with symbols and signs began to form around him, indicating his intent to use a powerful technique. Get ready, Madara said, forming the seals. Infinite Tsukuyomi. The sky darkened and the Rinnegan appeared on the moon. Madara activated his best technique, the light from the moon began to fall into the ground. Naruto and Sasuke immediately realized what was happening. We have to stop him now, or all will be lost. Naruto shouted, Sasuke, do you have a plan? Sasuke looked at Madara. If he could teleport to him and back to Naruto, the latter could seal him. Create the seal, I'll be quick, he activated Chidori, starting to run towards him so that Madara would notice, and when that happened, he used his new dojutsu. Right now. Grabbing him by the shoulder, he teleported with him to Naruto, after which Naruto hit Madara with his seal. What dash? Madara gasped in shock. I lost so stupidly. He began to overload the paralysis seal, but Naruto placed a new one on it, and another one on top of it, and then began sealing it. You were a strong opponent, but this is your end. Meanwhile with Kakashi and Guy. I can't believe Obito is alive. Why, Obito? Kakashi watched sadly, but at the same time defended himself, watching Obito attack him. Why, Obito? Kakashi dodged the kunai that was aimed at his body. It's because of what you did to Rin. Don't you remember, Kakashi? Obito smirked. Kakashi sighed in shock. It can't be. Yes, I saw it, Kakashi. Obito began to pass through the seals. The way you killed her. Obito spat fire straight at Kakashi. Dodging the fire, Kakashi saw the new arrival. Obito smirked. Obito launched an attack, using his Kamui abilities to move between dimensions, forcing Kakashi to think of a way to defeat him. Kakashi had his Sharingan open, ready to copy and reflect any technique he might throw at him. They exchanged quick strikes and techniques, each trying to anticipate the next move of the opponent. Meanwhile, Guy fought Arya, the first gate. His attacks forced Arya to use her Manjikyu. Kakashi and Obito met in a furious clash of techniques. Raikira. Kakashi extended his arm forward to stab Obito, but Obito dodged it using Kamui. In response, Obito used one seal and released a spinning wave of fire, which Kakashi was able to counter with a water technique. You've become stronger, Kakashi. But you're still weak. Guy, at the limit of his powers, activated the 7th gate, and his body began to glow with green flames. Right now. Guy instantly appeared in front of Arya and punched her, sending her flying towards Obito. Obito looked at Guy. You underestimated her. But even so, he looked at her as she began to stand up. He saw her use medical equipment on herself. Victory will be ours. As she stood up, they both synchronized their fire techniques, creating a massive fire vortex that Arya amplified with her wind. It headed straight for Guy and Kakashi. Without seals, she strengthened the fire with the wind. Guy froze in shock for a moment, and then realized the danger. The fire covered the entire area around, and flew towards them. Kakashi, realizing the danger, instantly activated his Kamui, moving this technique to his dimension. At least the part that was flying towards them to kill. They stood against two strong opponents, knowing that this part would be decisive. Masked Obito, feeling his strength, went on the offensive, but Kakashi and Guy were ready. Realizing that Arya was low on chakra, he told Guy, who ran to deal with him. 5 minutes later. After defeating Arya, Guy helped Kakashi deal with Obito, attacking him several times from different sides. They did not allow him to attack, and eventually figured out the effect of his technique, and defeated him too. In the end, wounded but victorious, they stood above them. 10 minutes later, Naruto and Sasuke ran up to them, also wounded. Naruto had a couple of broken ribs and a pierced shoulder. Sasuke had a broken arm and multiple burns. Did you do it? Kakashi asked. Yes, Madara Uchiha is dead, the Jubi was sealed, and you? Naruto asked. Kakashi looked at his friend and his partner, who were in a terrible state. Madara is dead? Obito was surprised. Yeah, you don't want to repeat his fate, do you? Naruto asked. Obito wanted to answer, but suddenly an incomprehensible black liquid began to appear from under the ground and wanted to wrap Obito and Arya, but Naruto and Sasuke grabbed them by the collars and Naruto, unsheathing Yamato, pinned the creature to the ground. What the are you? Naruto asked in surprise. Ov Uzumaki. Because of you, the whole plan went down the drain. Because of you, Uchiha and Kajino couldn't do anything. I did so much to make them hate this world. It screamed. What do you mean, Zetsu? Obito asked. That's what I mean. Do you think Rin just died? I did so much to get her kidnapped by the Mist Umbu and sealed in the Ichibi. And how much I did to kill Rei Kajino. And you ruined it all. Zetsu shouted. Obito and Arya's eyes widened. They suffered so much, they trusted Zetsu, and because of him, everything happened. They lost everything that was dear to them because of this. Naruto did not wait and channeled lightning chakra into Yamato and destroyed Zetsu. Naruto turned to Obito and Arya. I won't kill you, you are just victims of this freak, I think we can justify you. Naruto smiled. Suddenly Temari ran up to Naruto and hugged him so tightly that Naruto almost fell to the ground, but he managed to stay on his feet. He hugged her back and pressed her to himself, not paying attention to the pain. It's time to go home, the war is over, Naruto smiled. Finally this horror is over and we can go home. 15 years later. It has been 10 years since the end of the war. After the war, Obito and Arya were locked up in Konoha prison for starting a war that killed about 200 shinobi. They gave up their Rinnegan voluntarily, and gave their eyes to Naruto and Sasuke for safekeeping. Naruto left the flask with the Rinnegan in his home in a safe under a huge number of seals that will not even allow anyone to touch it. Sasuke hid the flask with the eye in a secret bunker of the Uchiha clan next to the clan sign, and asked Naruto to put seals to protect the powerful eye. 6 months after the end of the war, Naruto Uzumaki, one of the two heroes of the war, the new god of shinobi and the strongest ninja of the 5 countries, became the 6th Hokage. Naruto's first act was to justify Obito and Arya. He took full responsibility for these two and said that if they did anything again, he would kill them with his own hands. The 4 Kage gave their approval. Obito became the Hokage's personal umbu after he was released from prison. He became one of Konoha's best umbu and led the Hokage's personal squad that carried out reconnaissance and elimination missions. Arya didn't immediately decide what she would do, but she knew that she needed to do one thing. Memories. When Arya got out of prison, she ran to the Uchiha quarter. Having reached there, she went to look for Sasuke. She found him not at home, but near a small lake. He was standing on the pier and looking into the water, examining his reflection. Arya went up to him and stood to the side. They stood like that for about 5 minutes, just looking into the distance. "You don't have anything to say?" Sasuke began. "What can I say? You know perfectly well why I did this," Arya said. "I know, and I don't judge. I was the same at first before Naruto saved me," Sasuke chuckled. "Huh, Naruto saved us all," Arya smiled. "Yes, he is definitely the one who can be called the savior of the shinobi world." Uchiha smiled in response. There was a silence between them that no one could break. "Why didn't you fight at full strength back then?" Sasuke asked after 5 minutes. "Why did you decide that I didn't fight at full strength?" the girl asked. "Because I would have lost if you had fought at full strength. Your power would have exceeded that of at least 3 of the 5 Kage," Uchiha replied. "Then think about it yourself," the girl smiled, looking at the guy. Sasuke also looked at her, and in her eyes he saw what he had longed to see. Sasuke took her by the waist and put his hand on her cheek. Stroking her cheek with his thumb, he approached her lips. Arya smiled and stretched in response. Our blonde man in a long cloak like his father's was watching all this. On his back was the inscription, 6th Hokage, on the hem of the cloak was a red flame. Seeing what he came here for, he smiled and patted the man standing next to him on the shoulder. "Well, Itachi, I won the argument," Naruto chuckled. "It seems so, Hokage-sama," the elder Uchiha sighed resignedly and handed over 1,000 ryo. Naruto took the money and laughed. "Okay, I have to go," Naruto said and disappeared in a flash of lightning. That's how Arya found her happiness with Sasuke. End of memory. Naruto and Temari were happy. Their daughter Maria entered the academy and was making progress. But a year after the war, Naruto learned just great news. Memories. One day Naruto came home after a hard day at work. And he went into the kitchen, where as usual Temari was standing at the stove and cooking dinner. Maria was sitting on the couch and reading the scroll that Naruto gave her. Naruto went up to his wife and kissed her on the top of her head and went to the shower while Temari was setting the table. When Naruto got out of the shower and changed his clothes, he sat down at the table and began to eat. After dinner, Naruto sat and drank tea. "By the way, dear, I have news for you," Temari smiled. Naruto put the cup on the table and looked at his wife. "Yes? What happened?" Uzumaki asked. "Well, anyway," Temari hesitated a little, but pulled herself together and said, "I'm pregnant." There was silence. Naruto couldn't find the words to say anything. But after a few seconds he came to his senses and jumping up to his wife he picked her up in his arms and spun her around. "I'm so glad. This is great news." Naruto twirled his wife around with a smile as his daughter laughed. End of memory. 9 months later, they had a son, whom they named Naruto after his father. Minato was a very smart child, and he made progress at an early age. Naruto was very proud of his son. 8 years later, Minato Uzumaki entered the academy where he proved himself to be a genius. Sasuke's daughter, Mayumi Uchiha, who was also a very smart girl and was very good friends with Minato, also entered the academy with him. Naruto and Sasuke are not fools and clearly saw the feelings of these two for each other. Although they are still children, but observing their parents, they learned a lot, including about the relationship between a guy and a girl. So Naruto and Sasuke immediately noticed that these two had been together since early childhood, and then they decided to take a desperate step and signed an agreement on a future engagement. But that's another story. Naruto Uzumaki is the 6th Hokage, the Lord of Shadows, the Rider of Scale, the owner of Yamato, the hero of war and the god of the shinobi world. He has many titles and awards. He is recognized by the entire shinobi world, even from other countries and continents they come to Konoha to see the great shinobi. But first of all, he is the legacy of the Yellow Lightning of Konoha and the great princess of the Uzumaki clan. He is the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. He is a loving husband and father. For the sake of his family, he will do anything. He will pave mountains of corpses, shed rivers of blood, but he will do everything so that his family, friends, and village are safe. And then one day, during the next Chunin exam, a new threat to the shinobi world hung over the arena where the fights were held. But that's a completely different story. That's the end of the story.